Erin Patterson, The Mushroom Poisonings, and the Evidence That Convicted Her. Written by Alana Sanchez. Copyright 2026 Alana Sanchez. All rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced in any form or by any electronic or mechanical means, including information storage and retrieval systems, without written permission from the author, except for the use of brief quotations in a book review. This book is respectfully dedicated to the memory of those who did not return from the table, for the remaining families who carry the loss, and for the one who survived. God bless you and keep you. A note on sources and method. This book is an account of a crime, an investigation, and a trial that unfolded in public view in the Australian state of Victoria between July 2023 and June 2026, when this manuscript was completed. It is drawn entirely from the public record, the evidence led before jury in the Supreme Court of Victoria, the sentencing remarks of the trial judge, the rulings and case summaries published by the court, the appeal material later made public, and the day-by-day reporting of the journalists who sat in the courtroom at Morwell for the duration of the trial. I have tried to keep to what was established in evidence or stated on the record, and to mark clearly the places where the record is incomplete, contested, or simply unknown. Where the prosecution alleged something, I have said so. Where the defense offered an innocent explanation, I have said it out. Where the jury reached a conclusion, I have reported it as a verdict rather than as a fact beyond all argument, because that is what a verdict is. Two cautions belong at the front of the book. The first is that a number of allegations were made against Erin Patterson that the jury never heard, because they were withdrawn before the trial or ruled inadmissible. Those matters became public only after the verdict, when suppression orders were lifted. They are described in their place, but they form no part of the case on which she was convicted, and they should not be read backwards into it. The second is that, as this book goes to print, the matter is not finished at law. A jury convicted Erin Patterson of 3 murders and 1 attempted murder, and Justice Christopher Beale sentenced her to life imprisonment with a non-parole period of 33 years. Patterson has appealed against her convictions, and the Director of Public Prosecutions has appealed against the sentence. Both appeals are listed to be heard together by the Court of Appeal of the Supreme Court of Victoria on the 19th and the 20th of August 2026. Until they are decided, the convictions and the sentence stand, but the last word has not been written. A note on the victims. Dawn Patterson, Gail Patterson, and Heather Wilkinson were not characters in a mystery. They were a married couple of 50 years, a sister, parents and grandparents, and a woman who helped out at a local school. Ian Wilkinson, who survived, lost his wife and very nearly his own life. I've tried throughout to remember that the evidence mattered because real people died, and not the other way around. Chapter 1. The Lunch. It was an ordinary winter Saturday in Gippsland. On July 29, 2023, in the small dairy town of Leongatha in the Green Hills of South Gippsland, about 135 kilometers southeast of Melbourne, Erin Patterson set a table in her home for a family lunch. 4 people came. 3 of them would be dead within a week. The 4th would spend nearly 2 months in hospital and emerge to find himself the only guest to have survived. The guests arrived a little after midday. Dawn and Gail Patterson, both 70, were Erin's parents-in-law, the parents of her estranged husband, Simon. With them came Gail's younger sister, Heather Wilkinson, 66, and Heather's husband, Ian, the pastor of the Corumburra Baptist Church. Gail carried an orange cake she had baked to share after the meal. The 2 elderly couples had driven the short distance from Corumburra, the neighboring town where Dawn and Gail had lived since 1984 and where Ian had preached for almost a quarter of a century. One person who had been invited did not come. Simon Patterson, Erin's husband, had accepted the invitation and then withdrawn the evening before, sending a message to say that he felt uncomfortable attending given the strained state of their separation. His absence would later take on an outsized significance, but on the day it simply meant that the table was set for 5 and laid for 4, with a 6th portion put aside in the refrigerator in case he changed his mind. The meal that Erin served was beef Wellington, an expensive cut of steak coated in a paste of finely chopped mushrooms, wrapped in pastry, and baked. She had not made it as a single large joint, as the dish is traditionally prepared, but as individual parcels, 1 for each guest. Alongside the pastries she served mashed potato and green beans, with gravy. She had spent much of the morning on the cooking, adapting a recipe from one of the country's best-known home cooks to produce the separate servings. There was nothing on the surface to mark the lunch as anything other than a family gathering. The guests said grace before they ate. They made what Ian Wilkinson would later describe to a jury as friendly banter about how much food was on their plates, joking about husbands helping their wives finish a meal. Don Patterson ate his own portion and roughly half of Gail's. The conversation was, by every surviving account, warm and unremarkable. It was only afterwards, picking over the afternoon in memory, that the small things began to look strange. Ian Wilkinson recalled that the 4 guests had been served their beef Wellington on 4 large grey dinner plates, while the host ate from a plate of a different color, smaller, and orange or tan. At the time no one remarked on it. Days later, in a hospital ward, Heather Wilkinson would mention it to Simon Patterson, puzzling over why Erin had used a different plate for herself, and wondering aloud whether she was simply short of matching crockery. After the main course came Gail's orange cake and, with it, a conversation that would later sit at the center of the case. Erin told her guests that she had cancer. It was not true, a point even her own defense team would later concede. But on that afternoon the disclosure was received as a frightened woman's confidence, and the 2 older couples gave her gentle advice on how she might break such news to her 2 young children, who were not at the lunch. The meal ended much as it had begun, with a prayer. Ian Wilkinson, who did not know his host well and had never before been to her home, would say that she just seemed like a normal person. There was, on the surface, nothing to mark the meal as anything but an act of ordinary family kindness. A daughter-in-law gathering her husband's relatives, a shared table, a cake, a prayer. That surface ordinariness is the first and most important fact of the case, because it was never seriously disputed. What was disputed was what lay beneath it. Whether the lunch was exactly what it appeared, an innocent gathering ruined by a forager's catastrophic error, or whether its very normality was the cover for a crime, the most domestic setting imaginable turned into the scene of a deliberate poisoning. By that evening, all 4 guests were violently ill. By the following day, they were in hospital. Within a week, Gail Patterson, Heather Wilkinson, and Don Patterson were dead, and Ian Wilkinson was in an induced coma, fighting for his life. The cause, when it was finally understood, was not a stomach bug or food poisoning of the ordinary kind. It was amatoxin, the lethal poison of the death cap mushroom, Amanita phalloides, one of the most dangerous fungi on Earth. What had looked like the most domestic event imaginable, relatives at a table, a home-cooked meal, a cake, a prayer, became, over the following 2 years, the subject of one of the most closely watched criminal trials in Australian history. The question that the courts would eventually have to answer was stark and terrible. Had Erin Patterson poisoned the people she had invited to her table by accident, a forager's catastrophic mistake, as she insisted? Or had she done it deliberately, having sought out the death caps, dried them, hidden them inside individual parcels of pastry and meat, and then lied and destroyed evidence to cover her tracks? This book follows that question through its long course, through the lives of the 5 people who sat down to eat, through the failing bodies of the 4 who fell ill, through the painstaking work of the doctors who tried to save them and the detectives who reconstructed what had happened, and finally through the courtroom at Morwell, where, over more than 2 months in 2025, a jury was asked to decide what Erin Patterson had intended when she cooked that lunch. Chapter 2. 5 People at a Table. To understand what happened at Leongatha, it helps to begin with the people who were there, and with the one who chose not to be. They were not strangers. They were bound together by marriage, by blood, by church, and by nearly 2 decades of shared family life. That intimacy is part of what made the case so disturbing, and it is also what gave the evidence much of its weight, because the relationships among these people were not background detail. They were the material from which both the prosecution and the defense built their competing accounts. Don and Gail Patterson. Donald and Gail Patterson were the still center of the family. They had married in 1973 and raised 4 children together, settling in Corumburra, in the dairy country of South Gippsland, in 1984. By 2023, they had been married for half a century. Don, 70, was remembered by those who knew him as a gentle, learned man with a love of knowledge. He had taught, and he kept up a lifelong habit of reading and study. Gail, also 70, had baked the orange cake she carried to the lunch. They were grandparents to Erin and Simon's 2 children, and by every account they had been generous, present and supportive in that role over many years. It was a measure of the closeness between Erin and her parents-in-law that, even after her marriage to their son had broken down, the relationship endured. Erin would tell the jury, through tears, that Don and Gail had never withdrawn their affection from her. It never changed. I was just their daughter-in-law, she said. They just continued to love me. Simon, giving evidence for the prosecution, said much the same of his parents' feelings towards his estranged wife, and added that Erin had been especially close to his father. She especially got on with Dad, he told the court. They shared a love of knowledge and learning. His voice faltered as he added, "I think she loved his gentle nature." Heather and Ian Wilkinson. Heather Wilkinson, 66, was Gail Patterson's younger sister. She and her husband, Ian, had 4 children of their own. Heather helped out at a local school as a teacher's aide, work that suited a woman remembered for her warmth. Ian Wilkinson had been the pastor of the Corumburra Baptist Church since 1999, a fixture of the small community's religious life for almost a quarter of a century. The Wilkinsons' connection to Erin Patterson ran partly through the church. Erin, who had been raised without religion, had come to Christianity in adulthood, and Ian Wilkinson's preaching had been part of that turn in her life. She knew the Wilkinsons from a congregation. Ian had been, in a real sense, her pastor. When the invitation to lunch came, the Wilkinsons were, as Ian later told the court, very happy to be invited, though also a little surprised because they had never before been to Erin's house. Ian Wilkinson's role in the story would become a singular one. Of the 4 people who ate the beef Wellington, he alone survived. That survival made him at once a victim and the most important eyewitness to the lunch and its aftermath. From the witness box, he was able to describe what the others could not. The plates, the food, the grace set over the table, the announcement of cancer, the conversation afterwards, and the first creeping signs of the illness that would kill his wife and his wife's sister and brother-in-law, and very nearly kill him. Simon Patterson. Simon Patterson was the thread that connected everyone at the table to the woman who had cooked the meal. He was Don and Gail's son, Heather's nephew, and Erin's husband, though the marriage had effectively ended in 2015. He and Erin had met around 2004 when they both worked at the Monash City Council, married in 2007, and had 2 children. By 2023 they had been separated for years, but never divorced. They remained, in the eyes of the law, husband and wife. Simon had been invited to the lunch and had at first accepted. The day before, he pulled out, telling Erin he felt uncomfortable coming given the tension between them. That decision, made for reasons that were entirely ordinary on their face, meant that he was not at the table when the poison was served. The prosecution would later allege that he had been a target too. Those allegations, withdrawn before the trial, were never put to the jury and form no part of the convictions. But Simon's absence, and the warmth that had once existed between Erin and his parents, sat at the heart of the case. He gave several days of evidence, much of it painful, describing a marriage that had cooled into something functional and then strained, and a family that had been, until the lunch, fundamentally intact. Erin Patterson. At the center of it all was the host. Erin Patterson, 50 in 2025, was by the account of those who knew her intelligent and capable. She was a university graduate and a qualified air traffic controller, though by the time of her marriage, she had largely stepped back from paid work to raise her children. Simon described her as very intelligent and quite witty. She had been, in her own words, a committed atheist before she met him. She would later describe a journey out of what she called fundamentalist atheism and into Christian faith. She had struggled at various times with depression and with her self-esteem and, as she would tell the jury, with a long-running eating disorder. She was also, by her own description and the evidence of others, a person of means. In 2006, she had received an inheritance from her grandmother, the first of several windfalls that left her, the court heard, financially secure for many years. That security would later allow her and Simon to lend money, interest-free, to members of his family. And she was, increasingly, a person who lived part of her life online. In 2019, she had begun forming friendships through a true crime group on Facebook devoted to the case of the convicted Australian killer Kelly Lane, a community of amateur sleuths who discussed crimes, evidence, and, as it happened, cooking. Within that group she was known by more than one name, posting variously as Erin Patterson and under playful variants such as Erin. 2 families, deeply rooted. It is worth pausing on how settled and connected these families were, because their rootedness is part of what the crime destroyed. Don and Gail Patterson had married in 1973 and raised 4 children. They had put down roots in Corumburra in 1984 and stayed for 4 decades, becoming the kind of long-established local family whose name is woven through a town's schools, churches, and community life. Don's reputation as a man of learning, and the gentleness both he and Gail were remembered for, were not courtroom embellishments but the consistent recollection of those who knew them. The Wilkinsons were cut from the same cloth. Heather, Gail's younger sister, and Ian had 4 children of their own, and Ian's nearly quarter-century as pastor of the Corumburra Baptist Church made the couple fixtures of the district's religious and social life. The 2 sisters, Gail and Heather, were close, and the 2 couples moved in the same world of faith, family, and small-town belonging. When they accepted Erin's invitation, they were doing what such families do, turning up for one another. This density of connection is why the deaths reverberated so far. The crime did not strike isolated individuals, but the load-bearing members of an extended family and a congregation. 8 children, 4 of the Pattersons, 4 of the Wilkinsons, lost a parent or parents. Grandchildren lost grandparents. A church lost a pastor's wife and 2 of its members, and very nearly its pastor. And Erin and Simon's own 2 children occupied the most painful position of all. Grandchildren of 2 of the victims, niece and nephew of a third, and children of the woman convicted of the killings. The lunch did not merely end 3 lives. It tore through the fabric that had bound a community together for half a century. A portrait full of contradictions. Erin Patterson resists the easy categories that true crime stories tend to impose. She was, on the evidence, genuinely intelligent, a university graduate, a qualified air traffic controller, described by her own estranged husband as very intelligent and quite witty. She was financially secure, the recipient of substantial inheritances, generous enough to lend money interest-free to her husband's family. She was a mother of 2 who, by many accounts, was devoted to her children. She had undertaken a serious journey of religious conversion, embracing a faith she had once rejected. None of this fits the popular image of a poisoner. And yet the same woman, the evidence showed, lived a substantial private life online that her in-laws never saw, carried, by her own admission, a long and secret eating disorder, spoke of her husband and his parents in private with real contempt, and told, on her own account, a series of significant lies about cancer, about a dehydrator, and, the jury found, about how the death caps came to be in the meal. She was, in the prosecutor's phrase, a woman of 2 faces. The warm, generous daughter-in-law the family knew, and the resentful, secretive figure of her private messages. It would be a mistake to resolve these contradictions too neatly in either direction. To insist that the intelligent, generous, devout woman could not have done it, or that the resentful, secretive one obviously did. The jury's task was not to decide what kind of person Erin Patterson was, but whether the evidence proved that she had deliberately poisoned her guests. It concluded that it did. But the contradictions are real, and they are part of why the case has held such a grip. The person at its center is not a cartoon villain, but a recognizable, complicated human being, which makes what she was found to have done all the more difficult to comprehend. These 5 people, the gentle scholar and his wife of 50 years, the pastor and the teacher's aide, the estranged husband, and the clever, private, religiously converted woman who cooked the meal, were the cast of the lunch at Leongatha. The next chapters trace how their lives had become so tightly bound together because the prosecution's case and the defense's case alike depended on understanding the family that gathered, and did not gather, around that table. Chapter 3. Erin and Simon. The marriage of Erin and Simon Patterson is not, in itself, the explanation for what happened at Leongatha. No marriage, however unhappy, leads inevitably to murder, and the prosecution at trial was careful never to claim that it did. But the relationship between Erin and Simon was the frame within which everything else sat. It determined who was at the lunch and who was absent. It shaped the disputes over money and children that the prosecution pointed to as the soil in which resentment grew, and that the defense pointed to as evidence of nothing more sinister than an ordinary, difficult separation. To understand the case, one has to understand the marriage. Meeting and marrying. Erin and Simon met around 2004, when both were working at the Monash City Council in Melbourne's eastern suburbs. By their own accounts, they were drawn together quickly. Simon would later tell the court that he had been struck by Erin's intelligence, her wit, and her humor. Erin, for her part, had been raised in a household without religion and had described herself as an atheist. Simon was a committed Christian, and faith would become one of the threads that both bound and complicated their life together. They married in 2007. Almost from the beginning, the relationship was difficult. Erin told the jury that the trouble had started shortly after the wedding, and that the problem was not a lack of love, but a chronic inability to resolve conflict. "We could never communicate in a way that would make each of us feel heard and understood," she said. When they disagreed, she explained, they would each retreat, hurt and at a loss. "We would just feel hurt and not know how to resolve it." Within 2 years of marrying, the couple had separated for the first time. Children, separations and reconciliations. The Pattersons had 2 children. Their son was born in 2009, a birth Erin described to the court as deeply traumatic. She had required an emergency cesarean section after medical staff lost the baby's heartbeat. It was around the time her first child was an infant that the couple went through one of their early separations. Erin testified that even at their lowest points, the difficulties between her and Simon never extended to conflict over how to raise their son. Because we both loved him, she said. They were adult problems, they weren't problems for a child. Over the following years, the pattern of the marriage became one of repeated separations and reconciliations. Simon would later characterize the relationship as one marked by Erin leaving him on multiple occasions. They split and came back together more than once before what both came to regard as the final separation, in 2015, when Erin moved out. Even then, the rupture was not absolute. For years afterwards, the two maintained, in Simon's words, friendly relations most of the time. They shared the care of their 2 children. They saw one another at church. They even continued, remarkably, to take family trips together, both within Australia and overseas. Erin remained on good terms with Simon's parents, Dawn and Gail, and with the wider Patterson family. Through most of their marriage, Erin did not work outside the home. Having trained and qualified as an air traffic controller earlier in her life, she stepped back from that career. Simon told the court that during their marriage, she took some study online and worked, for the most part, as a homemaker. The family's financial stability came less from employment than from Erin's inheritances, a point that would later become significant when the prosecution and defense argued over money. A separation that worked, for a while. What is striking about the years between the final separation in 2015 and the souring of 2022 is how functional, even amicable, the arrangement was. This was not a marriage that had ended in open warfare. Simon told the court that the two had remained on friendly terms most of the time, and the practical evidence bore him out. They shared the care of their 2 children, attended the same church, and went on family outings and holidays together, locally and overseas. Erin, for her part, kept up warm relations with Simon's parents and the wider family. By the standards of separated couples, the Pattersons had achieved something many never manage, a working peace built around their children and their shared faith. Yet the evidence also hinted at the strains beneath that peace. Simon characterized the relationship as one in which Erin had left him repeatedly, and recalled that she had described the way they related to each other as toxic. The defense, through other evidence, gave the strain a different shape. A child protection worker recounted Erin, describing Simon as controlling and emotionally abusive. These were the ordinary, painful contradictions of a long and difficult relationship, friendly on the surface, scarred underneath. And they are worth holding in mind, because the prosecution and defense would each reach into this same history and pull out the threads that suited their case. The marriage was neither the simple idyll the defense's emphasis on family love might suggest, nor the seething cauldron a motive for murder would require. It was something more ordinary and more human, a separation that worked until it didn't. The turn. For a long time, then, the separation of Erin and Simon Patterson looked like one of the more amicable failures of a marriage. 2 people who could not live together, but who had built a workable peace around their children, their shared faith, and their extended family. The evidence at trial suggested that this peace began to break down in 2022. The trigger on the evidence was bureaucratic and financial. In 2022, Simon listed himself as separated on his tax return. The change had consequences for the couple's finances, including for child support, and Erin was upset by it. Simon told the court that after this point the chatty nature of their relationship pretty much stopped, and their communication narrowed to the practical business of managing family life. Who had the children when school arrangements, money. What had been friendly became functional. There was another side to the picture, and the defense drew it out. A child protection worker, Katrina Cripps, told the court that Erin had described her relationship with Simon as controlling and emotionally abusive, and had linked the deterioration to the dispute over child support. According to Cripps's evidence, Erin felt that it was over child support that Simon had become nasty towards her. Whether that account was accurate or self-serving was, like much else in the case, a matter the jury had to weigh. But it established that, by late 2022 and into 2023, the long truce of the Patterson separation had given way to friction. None of this, the defense insisted, amounted to a motive for murder. People argue about money and children after they separate. The overwhelming majority of them do not poison their in-laws. The prosecution, for its part, did not need to prove a motive at all, and in the end chose not to advance a specific one. But the souring of the marriage in 2022 mattered to both sides, because it was the change in temperature that preceded everything that followed, the change against which the lunch of July 2023, and the invitation that preceded it, would come to be read. The wider family and the faith. The lunch at Leongatha was, among other things, a gathering of a church family as much as a blood family. Faith ran through the lives of almost everyone at the table, and it had played a real part in drawing Erin Patterson into the orbit of the people she would later be convicted of poisoning. To understand why these particular 4 people came to her house that day, and why their coming felt, to them, like an act of ordinary kinship, it is necessary to understand the world of the Corumburra Baptist Church, and the place the Patterson and Wilkinson families held within it. A small-town congregation. Corumburra is a town of a few thousand people in the South Gippsland Hills, the kind of place where the same names recur in the school, the sporting clubs, and the churches. The Corumburra Baptist Church was a modest congregation, and Ian Wilkinson had led it as pastor since 1999. Heather Wilkinson was a teacher's aide at a local school. Don and Gail Patterson, married since 1973 and settled in the district since 1984, were part of the same community of faith. These were people who had spent decades woven into the life of a small town, known and trusted, the sort of family that turns up with a cake when invited to lunch. Erin Patterson's connection to this world came through her conversion to Christianity. She had not been raised in the faith. On the contrary, she described herself as having once held what she called a fundamentalist atheism. Her turn towards belief came in adulthood, and the preaching of Ian Wilkinson was part of it. In the years before the lunch, Ian had been, quite literally, Erin's pastor, and she had seen the Wilkinsons regularly through the church. The relationship was not close in the sense of intimate friendship. Ian told the court he did not know Erin well, but it was real, and it was rooted in the shared life of the congregation. In-laws who became family. If faith connected Erin to the Wilkinsons, marriage and long habit connected her to Don and Gail Patterson. For nearly 2 decades they had been her parents-in-law, and the evidence at trial painted a picture of in-laws who had genuinely embraced their son's wife and never let go, even after the marriage failed. This was not a one-sided impression created for the courtroom. Simon Patterson, giving evidence for the prosecution, spoke of his parents' enduring affection for Erin. Under cross-examination, he agreed that Erin had seemed to love them in return. He described the particular bond between Erin and his father, Don, built on a shared love of learning, and his mother Gail's gentleness towards Erin during the demanding early years of motherhood. Erin's own evidence echoed his. She told the jury that Gail had been supportive and kind to her when her children were small, and that Don and Gail had simply continued to treat her as their daughter-in-law long after she and Simon had stopped living as husband and wife. That picture of warmth was central to the defense. Why, Erin's barrister would ask the jury, would a woman murder the very people who had loved and supported her and her children for the better part of 20 years? The grandparents of her own son and daughter, the pastor who had helped bring her to faith, and his wife. The closeness of the family was, on this view, the strongest argument against the idea that the poisoning had been deliberate. People do not, the defense said, set out to kill those they love. The place of faith in the story. Faith is not incidental to this case. It runs through it from beginning to end, and it shaped the people, the relationships, and even the aftermath. Erin Patterson's conversion from what she called a fundamentalist atheism to Christianity had drawn her into the world of the Corumburra Baptist Church, where Ian Wilkinson preached and where the Pattersons worshipped. It was through faith, as much as through marriage, that she became bound to the people at the lunch. Even after her separation from Simon, the shared church remained a point of contact. The couple, the court heard, continued to see one another there. Faith also shaped the texture of the family's dealings. When the child support dispute flared, the counsel Don and Gail reportedly offered Erin to let the matter rest and pray over it. Was the counsel of devout people for whom prayer was a natural response to conflict. And faith shaped the most extraordinary moment of the aftermath. Ian Wilkinson, the pastor who had lost his wife and nearly his own life, stood in court and offered Erin Patterson forgiveness, bearing her, he said, no ill will, and asking her to confess and repent. That act of grace was rooted in the same Christian belief that had drawn Erin into the congregation years before. The trial judge thought it significant enough to commend to her directly at sentencing. The faith that had connected these people in life did not dissolve in the face of the crime. In Ian Wilkinson's response, it produced something close to its opposite. None of this is to suggest that religion caused or explained the killings. It did not. But it is impossible to understand why these particular people gathered at that table, or how the survivor responded to his ordeal, without recognizing the centrality of faith to the community in which the case unfolded. The other face of the relationship. But the evidence did not show only warmth. Alongside the genuine affection ran a current of grievance and frustration, and the prosecution drew it to the surface. There were messages shown to the jury, in which Erin vented about Simon and his family in blunt and sometimes vicious terms. In one exchange, she called Simon a deadbeat, and she described his parents as a lost cause. These were not the words of unbroken devotion. The prosecution put it to Erin directly that she had presented one face to the family and another in private. "You had two faces," the prosecutor said, after requiring Erin to read aloud, in the witness box, expletive-laden messages she had sent. The defense answered that this was the ordinary venting of a frustrated woman in the middle of a difficult separation, that everyone says things in private about their relatives that they would never say to their faces, and that hurt words on a phone screen are a very long way from murderous intent. Both things, in the end, were true at once. Erin Patterson had been embraced by her husband's family and had, on the evidence, loved at least some of them. She had also grown frustrated, resentful, and at times bitter, particularly as the conflict with Simon sharpened in 2022 and 2023. The closeness and the conflict were not alternatives. They coexisted, as they so often do in families. The difficulty for the jury was that this same mixture of love and grievance could be read in two completely opposite ways. To the defense, it showed an ordinary, complicated family in which no one had any reason to kill. To the prosecution, it showed a woman with private resentments that the warm public face concealed. The lunch would force a choice between those readings. Chapter 4. Money, Separation, and the Slow Fracture. Money runs through the Patterson case from beginning to end, but it never resolves into a simple motive. There were inheritances and property sales, loans made and resentments nursed, child support payments and a tax return that changed everything. The same financial history contained acts of striking generosity and episodes of real bitterness. The prosecution and the defense pulled at these threads from opposite directions, and the jury was left to decide what, if anything, the money meant. A woman of means. Erin Patterson was, for most of her adult life, financially comfortable, and the source of that comfort was inheritance rather than income. In 2006, she received the first of several bequests, an inheritance from her grandmother. The court heard that over an 8-year period her share of her grandmother's estate was worth in the order of $2 million. After her mother died in 2019, the family home at Eden, on the New South Wales coast, was sold for around $900,000, adding further to her resources. This wealth set the Pattersons apart from many separated couples, for whom money is a source of scarcity and conflict. For Erin and Simon, in the better years, it was a source of generosity. The inheritances allowed them to lend money, interest-free, to members of Simon's family, to his siblings and their partners, to help them buy their own homes. It was, on the face of it, the behavior of a family that looked after its own. The defense would point to exactly this when arguing that Erin had no financial motive to harm the Pattersons. She was the one with money. She had been giving it away to them, not fighting them for it. The child support dispute. And yet money did become a flashpoint, in a specific and well-documented way. The friction did not concern Erin's inheritance, but the much more mundane question of child support, the ongoing financial arrangements between two separated parents. The evidence located the turning point in 2022. When Simon Patterson formally recorded himself as separated on his tax return that year, it altered the couple's financial position, including in relation to child support and related costs such as school fees. Erin was upset by the change. From this point, on Simon's account, the relationship lost its remaining warmth. Communication between the two became, in his phrase, functional rather than chatty, reduced to the logistics of co-parenting and the management of money. The defense offered a sympathetic reading of Erin's distress. Through the evidence of the child protection worker Katrina Cripps, the jury heard that Erin regarded Simon as controlling and emotionally abusive, and that she traced his turn against her to the child support dispute. That this, in her telling, was when he had become nasty towards her. On this account, Erin was not a woman harboring murderous resentment, but a woman who felt mistreated in an acrimonious separation, expressing her hurt in private messages and to a support worker, as countless people do. The prosecution did not need to prove that the child support dispute had driven Erin to kill, and it never said that it had. What the money showed, on the prosecution's approach, was simply that the relationship between Erin and the Patterson family had soured in the period before the lunch, that beneath the surface of a family that still gathered and still loved one another, there was real and growing friction. That friction was a piece of context, not a smoking gun. The family drawn into the dispute. The child support dispute did not stay between Erin and Simon. It drew in the wider family, and in a way that bore directly on the relationships that would end at the lunch. According to the evidence and reporting of the case, When the conflict over child support sharpened, Dawn and Gail Patterson became involved as the parents of one party and the trusted in-laws of the other. It was reported that Dawn and Gail had, at one point, encouraged Erin to step back from pressing her child support claim against Simon, suggesting, in keeping with the family's faith, that she pray about the matter rather than pursue it. To a woman who felt she was being treated unfairly, advice to drop a financial grievance and turn to prayer may have landed as a taking of sides, however gently it was meant. The significance of this, for the prosecution's broader picture, was that the people Erin invited to the lunch were not neutral bystanders to the conflict in her life. Dawn and Gail were entangled in the very dispute that had soured her relationship with their son. The defense, of course, drew the opposite inference, that loving in-laws offering counsel to a daughter-in-law in a difficult separation is the most ordinary thing in the world, and a very long way from a reason to murder them. But it placed the parents-in-law inside the orbit of the grievance, rather than outside it. Generosity and grievance side by side. What makes the financial history so resistant to a simple reading is that generosity and grievance ran side by side, sometimes towards the same people. Erin's inheritances had made her the family member with means, and she had used that position generously, lending money interest-free to members of Simon's family to help them into their own homes. This was not the conduct of someone consumed by financial resentment of the Pattersons. If anything, it was the opposite. And yet, at the same time, the private messages revealed real bitterness towards Simon and, at moments, towards his parents. The same woman who had been generous to the family could, in the privacy of an online group, call Simon a deadbeat and his parents a lost cause. The prosecution did not try to resolve this contradiction into a tidy motive, because it did not need to and chose not to. It presented the money simply as part of the texture of a relationship that had once been warm and had, by 2023, become fraught. Generosity and grievance, support and resentment, coexisting in a way that is more true to life than any single motive would be. The defense presented the same facts as proof that Erin had no financial reason to kill. She was the lender, not the debtor. The giver, not the aggrieved. The money, like so much in the case, pointed in no single direction. The decision not to allege a motive. This is the point at which the case did something that surprised many observers, and that the defense seized upon. The prosecution chose not to advance any specific motive for the murders. It did not tell the jury that Erin had killed for money, or out of revenge for the child support dispute, or because of resentment at her treatment in the separation. It told the jury, in effect, that it did not have to prove why she did it, only that she did. In law, this is correct. The prosecution in a murder trial must prove that the accused caused the death and intended to kill or to cause really serious injury. It does not have to prove a motive. Motive can help a jury understand a case, but its absence is not a defense. The trial judge would later remind the jury of this, and the prosecutor told them in plain terms that they might still be wondering, long after the trial had ended, what had driven Erin Patterson to do what the Crown said she had done. For the defense, the absence of a clear motive was a gift, and it became one of the central planks of Erin's case. Her barrister asked the jury, again and again, the question the prosecution had declined to answer. Why would she do it? Why would a woman of means, who had been embraced by her husband's family for 20 years, who had lent the money and shared their faith and loved her father-in-law's gentle nature, set out to murder them? My parents are both gone. My grandparents are all gone, Erin had told police in her interview. They're the only family that I've got. I love them a lot. The lack of a motive, the defense argued, was not a gap in the prosecution case to be excused. It was a hole at the very center of it. The prosecution's answer was that motive is not the same as proof, and that the physical and circumstantial evidence, the mushrooms, the dehydrator, the phones, the lies, showed what Erin had done regardless of why. Some murders happen for no apparent reason. The trial judge would observe at sentencing. Only you know why you committed them. The mystery of motive, real and unresolved, would outlast the trial itself. Chapter 5, An Online Life. To understand Erin Patterson, one has to understand that a substantial part of her life was lived online, and that this online life would become, in ways she could never have foreseen, a source of evidence against her. She was an intelligent woman who had largely withdrawn from paid work and from her marriage, and who found community, conversation, and even identity on the internet. The most consequential of these online worlds was a true crime group on Facebook. And the bitter irony of the case is that a woman who had spent years discussing the crimes of others became, in the most complete way imaginable, a crime to be discussed. A true crime community. From around 2019, Erin Patterson began forming connections through an online true crime community. a Facebook group that had grown up around the case of Kelly Lane, the Australian woman convicted of murdering her newborn daughter. Such groups are a familiar feature of the internet age, gatherings of amateur sleuths and enthusiasts who pore over the evidence of notorious cases, debate guilt and innocence, and, over time, become a social circle in their own right. For Erin, by the accounts that emerged at trial, the group was a genuine part of her life. It was a place where she talked, was known, and belonged. She was, witnesses said, a vivid presence there. One member, Christine Hunt, told the court that Erin posted under several online identities, including her own name and the playful variants Erin and Erin. The group's conversation ranged well beyond crime, taking in the ordinary business of its members' lives, and notably cooking. Members recalled that Erin seemed to really like mushrooms. The detail, harmless in itself, would acquire a sinister cast in retrospect. Conversations that became evidence. Two threads of Erin's activity in the group became evidence at her trial, and both predated the lunch, which is what made them so damaging, because they could not be explained away as the panic of an innocent woman after an accident. The first concerned the meal itself. In the period before the lunch, Erin had asked members of the group for advice on how to cook beef Wellington. A witness from the group, Daniela Barkley, gave evidence about the group's discussions. The request placed Erin's interest in the very dish she would serve squarely before the date of the lunch, and connected her preparation of it to a community in which she spoke freely. The second thread was more startling. Erin had boasted to the group about using a food dehydrator to process mushrooms, and about concealing the results in her family's food. In one message put before the jury, she wrote that she had been hiding powdered mushrooms in everything, and that she had mixed them into chocolate brownies the day before without her children noticing. At the time, this was presumably a throwaway remark about sneaking nutrition or flavor into family meals. After the lunch, read in the light of 3 deaths, it became something else. Contemporaneous evidence that Erin owned and used a dehydrator to powder mushrooms and to hide that powder in food. Precisely what she would later deny to police about the dehydrator, and precisely the mechanism the prosecution said she had used to murder her guests. The private voice. The group also captured a side of Erin that her in-laws never saw, and it was here that the prosecution found some of its most pointed material. Within the relative privacy of the online community, Erin had spoken about Simon and his family in terms far removed from the loving daughter-in-law of the family's belief. The messages, which the prosecutor would later require Erin to read aloud in the witness box, were blunt and laced with expletives. She called Simon a deadbeat and described his parents as a lost cause. Having made Erin recite her own words, the prosecutor put it to her that she had 2 faces. The warm face shown to the family, and the contemptuous one shown to her online confidants. The defense answered, as it answered the rest of the case, that this was ordinary venting. People say things in private about their relatives, particularly in the middle of a bitter separation, that bear no relation to their real intentions. The messages were the harmless release of frustration, not the blueprint of a murder. Whether the private voice revealed hidden malice or merely ordinary human bile was, like so much else, left to the jury. From sleuth to subject. There is a final, vertiginous irony in Erin Patterson's online life. She had been a member of a community devoted to dissecting the crimes of others, to following trials, weighing evidence, and forming verdicts from a distance. When her own case came before the courts, it became the object of exactly that kind of attention, magnified 1,000-fold. Podcasts, documentaries, online forums, and daily commentary, an international audience following every development. The amateur student of true crime had become its most famous subject. The very impulse that had drawn Erin to that Facebook group in 2019, the fascination with crime, guilt, and the secrets of ordinary-seeming people, was now trained, relentlessly, upon her. It would be a mistake to read too much into this. An interest in true crime is shared by millions of entirely innocent people, and it proves nothing about anyone's capacity for violence. The prosecution did not suggest that Erin's hobby made her a murderer. But her online life mattered to the case in concrete ways. It produced witnesses who knew her, it produced messages that revealed her private feelings, and, most damningly, it produced contemporaneous boasts about powdering mushrooms in a dehydrator and hiding them in food, evidence that sat in the record long before any accident could have prompted a cover-up. Chapter 6. The Death Cap. At the physical center of the case was a mushroom. Everything else, the lunch, the illness, the deaths, the investigation, the trial, flowed from the presence in the beef Wellington of Amanita phalloides, the death cap, one of the most poisonous fungi known to science. To understand how 4 healthy people could be served a family lunch and be dead or dying within a week, and to understand why the case turns so heavily on questions of foraging, drying, and concealment, it is necessary to understand the mushroom itself. A beautiful, deadly fungus. The death cap is not a rare or exotic species. It is common across much of the world, including in temperate parts of Australia, where it tends to fruit in autumn as the weather turns cool and wet. It is, to the untrained eye, unremarkable, a pale greenish or yellowish cap, white gills beneath, a ring around the stem, and a cup-like sac, the vulva, at the base where it emerges from the ground. It often grows in association with oak trees, with which it forms a symbiotic relationship. It does not look sinister. It does not taste foul. People who have eaten it have reported that it is pleasant. That ordinariness is exactly what makes it lethal. The death cap is responsible for the overwhelming majority of fatal mushroom poisonings worldwide. Its danger lies in a group of toxins called amatoxins, and amatoxins are formidable in a particular and cruel way. They are not destroyed by cooking, by drying, by freezing, or by peeling. A death cap that has been simmered, baked, dehydrated, or ground to powder remains just as deadly as one freshly pulled from the soil. There is no kitchen process that renders it safe. The dose required to kill is small. Authorities warn that eating even a single death cap can be fatal to an adult. And there is no reliable way for a forager to tell a death cap from an edible mushroom by sight, smell, or taste. The species as lookalikes, and confident amateurs have died believing they knew what they were picking. Victorian public health authorities issue warnings every autumn precisely because the mushroom is both common and routinely mistaken for harmless varieties. How amatoxin kills. What makes amatoxin poisoning so dangerous is not only its potency, but its timing. The poison works slowly and deceptively, in a pattern that lulls its victims and confounds the doctors trying to treat them. After a person eats death cap mushrooms, there is typically a long delay, often 6 to 24 hours, before any symptoms appear at all. When they come, the first phase looks like an ordinary, if severe, gastrointestinal illness. Stomach pain, nausea, violent vomiting, and diarrhea. This phase can be ferocious. One of the Leongatha victims told a doctor he had vomited some 30 times in the space of a few hours. But to anyone who does not know what they're dealing with, it can resemble a bad case of gastroenteritis or food poisoning, and that is part of the trap. Then, frequently, there is a deceptive lull. After a day or so, the gastrointestinal symptoms may ease, and the patient can appear to be recovering. They are not. During this apparent improvement, the amatoxin is doing its real work, deep in the cells of the liver. The toxin attacks the liver cell's ability to manufacture proteins, and without that machinery, the cells begin to die. 2 to 4 days after the meal, the consequences surface. The liver begins to fail. As the intensive care specialist who treated the Leongatha victims would later put it, once the liver fails, it tends to drag down all the other organs with it. Kidney failure follows, then circulatory collapse, then a broader metabolic catastrophe. By the time the damage is visible, it is often too late. The only definitive treatment for a failing liver is a transplant, and a transplant is not always possible. A patient may be too unstable to survive the surgery, or no organ may be available in time. Supportive treatments exist. Some, such as the drug N-acetylcysteine, are given to protect the liver, and others aim to limit the toxin's absorption. But there is no simple antidote that reverses amatoxin poisoning once it has taken hold, and the delayed, deceptive course of the illness means that treatment frequently begins too late to save the patient. This biology, the long silent delay, the false recovery, the sudden organ failure, explains the terrible arc of what happened to the 4 guests at Leongatha, and it explains why the doctors who treated them were initially working in the dark. Death caps in Gippsland. For the trial, the most important fact about death caps was a local and specific one. They had been growing and had been seen and recorded in the very district where Erin Patterson lived in the weeks before the lunch. This was established at trial through the evidence of Dr. Tom May, a mycologist, an expert in fungi, who is also an enthusiastic contributor to a citizen science website called iNaturalist, where naturalists post records, photographs, and locations of the plants and fungi they encounter. Dr. May told the court that death cap mushrooms had been recorded near Leongatha in April and May 2023. He himself had spotted the fungi while out walking in the areas of Loch and Outram, towns near Leongatha, and on May 21, 2023, he had posted about the sightings on iNaturalist, under the username Funky Tom, with photographs and the locations where the death caps could be found. The significance of this evidence lay in what the prosecution said about Erin Patterson's movements. The Crown told the jury that her phone records placed her at Loch on April 28, 2023, and at Outtrim on May 22, 2023, in other words, at the very places where death caps had been seen, around the times they were there. The prosecution's case was that Erin had used iNaturalist to find where death caps were growing and had then traveled to those locations to gather them. The defense contested both the reliability of the phone location evidence and the inference drawn from it, arguing that cell tower data is imprecise and cannot place a person at a specific spot. But the existence of death caps in the district, publicly logged and mapped only weeks before the lunch, was not in dispute. The poison that killed 3 people had been within reach of anyone who knew where to look. The poison and its history. The death cap that killed 3 people at Leongatha was not a freak of the Gippsland Hills. It was a member of a species with a long and well-documented history of killing people, in Australia and around the world, and with a biochemistry that science understands in considerable detail. To place the Patterson case in its proper context, it is worth stepping back from the courtroom and looking at the poison itself. What it is, how it kills, where it grows in this country, and the grim record of deaths it has caused before. None of this was disputed at the trial. It is the settled background against which the deliberate use of a death cap had to be judged. A poison understood at the molecular level. The lethality of the death cap comes from a family of toxins called amatoxins, and modern science can describe with precision how they work. The principal toxin, alpha-amanitin, is among the most potent hepatotoxins, liver poisons, known. It acts by binding, irreversibly, to an enzyme called RNA polymerase II, which cells use to transcribe their DNA into the messenger molecules from which proteins are built. By shutting down this enzyme, the toxin halts the cell's ability to make new proteins. Cells that cannot make proteins die, and the cells most vulnerable are those that work hardest and turn over fastest, above all, the cells of the liver and also of the kidneys. Because the binding is irreversible, there is no simple way to flush the toxin out or to switch the process back on once it has begun. This is why amatoxin poisoning is so resistant to treatment, and why, as the doctors at the Austin hospital told the Patterson jury, the failure of the liver tends to drag the other organs down with it. The toxin is also extraordinarily stable. It is not broken down by heat, so cooking does not help. It is not destroyed by drying or freezing, and it survives the digestive process well enough to be absorbed and carried to the liver. A death cap is as dangerous baked into a pastry or dried into a powder as it is fresh from the soil. The dose required is frighteningly small. Authorities consistently warn that a single death cap can deliver enough amatoxin to cause fulminant hepatic failure, sudden, catastrophic liver failure, and death in a healthy adult. There is no safe way to eat one, and no amount of culinary skill that can make one safe. The deceptive clinical course. The clinical pattern of amatoxin poisoning has been described in the medical literature for decades, and it follows the cruel, staged course that played out at Leongatha. After ingestion, there is a latent period, commonly 6 to 24 hours, during which the victim feels nothing. Then comes a phase of severe gastrointestinal illness, violent vomiting, diarrhea, and abdominal pain, which can be mistaken for ordinary food poisoning or gastroenteritis. This is often followed by a deceptive period of apparent improvement, during which the patient seems to be recovering even as the toxin destroys the liver from within. Finally, 2 to 4 days after the meal, the liver fails, and with it the kidneys and the circulation, in a cascade that is frequently fatal. The delay is the killer's accomplice. Because the most effective interventions work best when started early, before the liver is destroyed. And because the early symptoms are non-specific, treatment is often delayed until the damage is done. Compounding this in Australia, the medical literature has noted that blood tests to confirm the presence of amatoxin have not generally been available domestically, so diagnosis has depended on the history of mushroom ingestion and the characteristic pattern of illness. At Leongatha, the doctors did not at first know that they were dealing with death cap poisoning, and the one person who could have told them, on the prosecution's case, did not. What treatment exists? There is no antidote that reliably reverses amatoxin poisoning. Treatment is a combination of supportive care and measures aimed at limiting absorption and protecting the liver. Patients are given intravenous fluids and intensive support. Their kidneys may be supported with dialysis, and their breathing with ventilation, as the Leongatha victims were. Drugs used in the attempt to protect the liver include N-acetylcysteine, the same agent administered to Erin Patterson when she was assessed, and silibinin, a compound derived from milk thistle that has been used in Australian and overseas cases of suspected death cap poisoning. Activated charcoal may be used to reduce absorption. But when these measures fail, the only definitive treatment for a destroyed liver is transplantation, and transplantation requires both a patient stable enough to survive the surgery and a donor organ available in time. For Gail Patterson and Heather Wilkinson, the poisoning had progressed too far for a transplant to be attempted. Don Patterson received one and did not survive. Ian Wilkinson received one and did. A foreign species in Australian soil. The death cap is not native to Australia. Amanita phalloides is a European species, and the leading explanation for its presence here is that it arrived with imported trees. In particular, the oaks brought from Europe to line streets and fill gardens in colonial-era plantings. The death cap forms a symbiotic relationship with the roots of certain trees, oaks chief among them, and where those trees were planted, the fungus eventually followed. The result is that, in Australia, death caps grow in particular places associated with those introduced trees. The species is most notoriously established in the Australian Capital Territory, where it is common in the older oak-lined suburbs of Canberra, attributed to the European oaks planted in the capital's early decades. It also occurs in Victoria, including in Melbourne suburbs and country districts, and it has been recorded in Tasmania. The mushrooms tend to fruit in the cooler, wetter months, autumn especially, which is why public health authorities, particularly in the ACT, run warning campaigns each year as mushroom season arrives. That the death cap had been recorded near Leongatha in April and May 2023, as the mycologist Dr. Tom May testified, was entirely consistent with the species' known behaviour. Cool, damp autumn weather in a district where the fungus could grow. A history of death. The Patterson case was the most notorious Australian death cap poisoning, but it was far from the first. The mushroom has a long record of killing here, and the pattern of those earlier deaths throws the Leongatha case into sharp relief, because almost all of them were accidents. Over the decades, the Australian Capital Territory has recorded multiple poisonings and several deaths from death caps, with public hospitals in Canberra and the National Liver Transplant Unit in Sydney treating the most serious cases. A particularly well-known tragedy occurred over the New Year period of 2011 to 2012, when a group who had eaten death caps at a Canberra gathering fell critically ill. Among them was a chef who, it was reported, had foraged the mushrooms. He and another of the diners died awaiting liver transplants at Royal Prince Alfred Hospital in Sydney, while another guest, who had eaten less, survived. A recurring and heartbreaking feature of Australian death cap poisonings has been the mistaking of the fungus for the edible straw mushrooms used in some Asian cuisines, a confusion that has claimed the lives of several people of Chinese background in particular. The death cap's reputation, indeed, reaches back into antiquity. It has long been associated, in popular history, with the deaths of prominent figures, including the Roman Emperor Claudius, who is widely said to have been poisoned with Amanita mushrooms. Whether or not such ancient attributions are reliable, they reflect a truth that is held for 2,000 years. The death cap has been an instrument of both accident and intent for as long as people have eaten wild mushrooms. This is the crucial context for the Patterson case. The overwhelming majority of death cap deaths are accidents, foragers and cooks who mistake the fungus for something safe and pay with their lives. That is precisely the story Erin Patterson told, a forager's catastrophic error. The prosecution's task was to persuade a jury that this case, unlike almost every other, was not an accident at all, that a woman who knew where death caps grew, who had researched their locations, gathered them, dried them, and concealed them, had used one of nature's most reliable poisons deliberately. The history of the death cap made the accident plausible. The evidence, the jury concluded, made the accident impossible. A public health message written in the case. For all its singularity as a crime, the Leongatha case also served, grimly, as a public health lesson, reinforcing what Australian health authorities have said for years. Death caps can grow anywhere in the regions where they are established at any time the conditions suit. All parts of the mushroom are poisonous. Cooking does not make them safe, and even a small amount can kill. The official advice is unambiguous. Anyone who suspects they may have eaten a death cap should go to a hospital emergency department immediately, without waiting for symptoms, because survival improves the earlier treatment begins, and should take any remaining mushroom for identification. It is advice that, on the prosecution's case, the one person at Leongatha who knew what had been served chose not to follow as her guests began to die. The invitation. Every account of the lunch has to reckon with the invitation that preceded it, because the invitation was unusual. Erin Patterson did not often host her estranged husband's family at her home. The Wilkinsons had never been there before. The guests, looking back, were struck by how out of the ordinary it was for her to gather them around her table. The prosecution argued that the invitation was the first deliberate step in a plan. The defense argued that it was an ordinary act of family that took on a sinister color only in hindsight. Either way, the way the lunch was arranged and the reasons given for it became central to the case. An unusual gathering. By July 2023, Erin and Simon Patterson had been separated for 8 years, and the warmth of the early separation had given way to the friction of the child support dispute. It was against that background surprising that Erin should invite Simon's parents, aunt and uncle, to lunch. Simon himself told the court that it was rare for his estranged wife to host such an event. Ian Wilkinson said that he and Heather had never previously been to Erin's house. Several of those asked to the lunch were, the trial heard, surprised by the invitation. That surprise mattered because it bore on the question of why the lunch was held at all. If the gathering was, as the defense said, simply an attempt by Erin to reconnect with the family from which she felt increasingly estranged, then the invitation was innocent. If, as the prosecution said, it was the means of bringing the intended victims to a table where they could be poisoned, then the invitation was the opening move of a murder. The same act, a daughter-in-law asking her husband's family to lunch, could be read either way, and the reading depended on what one made of the reason Erin gave for wanting them there. The cancer story. The reason she gave was that she had cancer, and that she wanted the family's help and advice. This was the thread that the prosecution would later describe as one of the starkest deceptions in the case, and it was false. Erin did not have cancer. Even her own defense team conceded the point. The cancer claim had a function in the architecture of the lunch. According to the evidence, Erin told her guests that she had received a diagnosis and wanted guidance on how to break the news to her 2 children. It was a confidence calculated to draw concern and sympathy, and to give the gathering a serious, intimate purpose. The 2 older couples responded as decent people would. They offered her advice on how to tell her children. The conversation about the cancer took place after the meal, over Gail's orange cake, and it was one of the last substantial exchanges of the afternoon. Why Erin told this lie became one of the most fiercely contested questions of the trial. The prosecution's case was that the cancer story was a lure, a way to ensure that the family came, and a cover for the strangeness of the invitation. At sentencing, the trial judge accepted that Erin had used the false cancer diagnosis as a pretext to gather the relatives together. The defense offered a different and more sympathetic explanation. Erin, they said, had in fact been contemplating weight loss surgery, a gastric band, and was embarrassed about it. The talk of cancer was a clumsy cover for that, not a murderer's bait. Erin herself would tell the jury that she had been too ashamed to admit to the family that she was considering surgery for her weight, and had reached instead for the lie about cancer. The prosecution attacked this explanation hard. To support her claim that she really had been planning gastric band surgery, Erin said that she had made an appointment at a clinic in Melbourne. But the prosecutor told the jury that the clinic Erin named did not even offer that procedure. The cancer cover story, in other words, was propped up by a further claim that did not hold together. Perhaps the starkest of Erin's lies, the prosecutor said, was this attempt to explain away the cancer fib with a story about surgery that the evidence contradicted. Simon's withdrawal. The final feature of the invitation was the guest who did not come. Simon Patterson had been invited to the lunch along with his parents and the Wilkinsons, and he had accepted. The evening before, he changed his mind. He sent Erin a message saying that he felt too uncomfortable to attend, given the strained state of their separation. Before turning to the consequences of that withdrawal, it is worth lingering on what the invitation meant to those who received it, because the surprise of the guests was itself evidence. This was not a routine gathering that everyone expected. Simon told the court that it was rare for his estranged wife to host such an event. Ian Wilkinson said that he and Heather had never been to Erin's house before. The very unusualness of the occasion was part of why the cancer story mattered. An out-of-the-ordinary invitation needed an out-of-the-ordinary reason, and a confided cancer diagnosis, with a request for the family's counsel about the children, supplied one. The prosecution's argument was that the rarity of the gathering and the gravity of the pretext worked together, that an ordinary lunch invitation might have been declined or postponed, but an appeal for support in the face of a serious illness would draw a loving family to the table. The defense answered that a woman feeling isolated from her husband's family might naturally reach out, and might clumsily dress up that reaching out in a more dramatic story than the truth. Either way, the combination of an unusual invitation and a false and serious reason for it was, the jury was invited to conclude, no coincidence. Erin's reaction was preserved in a text message that was read to the jury. She wrote that she was disappointed, and noted that she had gone to considerable trouble and expense preparing individual beef Wellingtons for the lunch. On its face, this was the ordinary irritation of a host whose careful preparations had been partly wasted. The prosecution, however, placed Simon's withdrawal in a darker context. There had been allegations, withdrawn before trial and never heard by the jury, that Simon too had been an intended target. With those allegations excluded, the jury was left to consider only the lunch as it actually happened, with Simon absent. A sixth beef Wellington, prepared in case he changed his mind and came, was placed in the refrigerator and left uneaten. Simon's absence had a practical consequence that ran through the rest of the case. Because he did not eat the meal, he did not fall ill, and he lived to give evidence, days of it, about the marriage, the family, the money, and the events surrounding the lunch. Of the people closest to the center of the case, he was both a grieving son and the prosecution's witness, a man describing in a courtroom the deaths of his parents and the alleged crime of the woman to whom he was still, in law, married. Chapter 7. The Beef Wellington. The meal itself occupied a strange place in the trial. There was, in the end, no dispute that the beef Wellington served at Leongatha contained death-cap mushrooms, or that it was this meal that poisoned the 4 guests. What was in dispute was everything around that fact. How the mushrooms came to be in the food, who had prepared which portions, why the host ate from a different plate, and what all of it revealed about intent. The dish became a piece of evidence, examined for what its preparation and serving could show about the mind of the woman who cooked it. The dish. Beef Wellington is a dish of some ceremony. In its classic form, it is a whole fillet of beef, coated in a finely chopped mushroom mixture known as a duxelle, sometimes wrapped in ham or pancakes, and then encased in puff pastry and baked, so that the meat is cooked inside a golden pastry shell. It is not weeknight food. It signals effort and occasion. Erin Patterson had adapted a recipe from one of Australia's most popular home cooks. The crucial adaptation, on the evidence, was that she made the dish not as a single large joint to be carved at the table, but as individual parcels, 1 beef Wellington for each person. This detail became significant to the prosecution's case, because individual portions are, by their nature, separable. A single large Wellington shared among guests would deliver the same food to everyone who ate it. Individual parcels can be made to differ from one another, and can be served to particular people. The prosecution's case was that the death-cap mushrooms had been concealed in the duxelle of the parcels served to the guests, while the host's own portion was free of them. The mushroom paste was, in this sense, the perfect hiding place. Duxelle is a dark, finely chopped, intensely flavored mixture, in which the appearance and taste of one mushroom is lost among many. Dried mushrooms, reduced to powder, could be folded into such a paste without any guest being able to detect, by sight or taste, that anything was wrong. And amatoxin, as the science makes plain, would survive the baking entirely. A guest eating a beautifully cooked individual beef Wellington would have no way of knowing that the savory paste against the meat carried a lethal dose. The plates. The single most discussed physical detail of the lunch was the plates. Ian Wilkinson, the surviving guest, told the jury that the 4 guests had been served their beef Wellington on 4 large gray plates, while Erin ate from a plate of a different color, smaller, and orange or tan. At the time, he said, no one made anything of it. It was only afterwards that the detail acquired significance. In hospital, as the guests sickened, Heather Wilkinson raised the plates with Simon Patterson. Simon recounted her words to the court. Heather had said she had noticed that Erin served her own food on a colored plate, different from the rest, and she puzzled over it. Is Erin short of crockery? She wondered, according to a witness account of the conversation. It was the observation of a woman beginning, dimly, to sense that something about the lunch had been wrong. The prosecution made the plates a cornerstone of its case. If the guests' parcels were poisoned and the host's was not, then the host needed a way to be sure she did not eat from the wrong plate. A different colored plate for herself was, on the prosecution's argument, exactly such a device, a simple means of keeping the safe portion separate from the deadly ones. The trial judge, in sentencing, accepted Ian Wilkinson's evidence about the plates and treated it as part of the substantial premeditation that had gone into the lunch. The defense resisted this reading. The plates, they argued, proved nothing on their own. People use mismatched crockery for all sorts of innocent reasons, and to build a murder around the color of a dinner plate was to read sinister intent into a triviality. But the image was a powerful one, and it lodged in the public imagination as firmly as it did in the courtroom. 4 gray plates for the guests, and 1 orange plate for the host. The meal as it happened. It is worth reconstructing the meal itself as the surviving guest described it, because the ordinariness of the occasion is part of what makes it so chilling. The guests arrived a little after midday. They were served their individual beef Wellingtons on 4 gray plates, with mashed potato, green beans, and gravy. The host ate from a plate of a different color. The group said grace before eating, a natural act for a gathering of devout people, and then ate, exchanging what Ian Wilkinson recalled as friendly banter about the size of the portions and how much they were managing to eat, with talk of husbands helping their wives finish. Don Patterson, who would later tell a doctor he had vomited some 30 times in a few hours, ate his own portion, and roughly half of his wife's. After the main course came Gail's orange cake, and with it the announcement that Erin had cancer. The false confidence that even the defense accepted was untrue. The two older couples responded with concern and practical kindness, offering advice on how Erin might tell her young children such news. The meal ended as it had begun, with a prayer. Ian Wilkinson, who had never met his host more than slightly, said she'd seemed to him like a normal person, and that things had been friendly throughout. There was, in the moment, nothing to suggest that anything was wrong. That is precisely the point the prosecution pressed. A meal of such complete and trusting normality, ending in 3 deaths, was not the residue of an accident, but the achievement of a careful deception. The leftovers. A final feature of the meal mattered to the investigation. The food did not entirely vanish. Leftovers of the beef Wellington were recovered from Erin Patterson's home, and they became important physical evidence. When tested, the leftover food was found to contain death cap toxins. The meal was not merely suspected, on the basis of the victim's symptoms, to have contained the poison. The poison was found in what remained of it. This forensic confirmation closed off one avenue of doubt. Whatever else was contested, it could not seriously be argued that the guests had been poisoned by something other than the lunch, or that the death caps were a figment of the doctor's suspicions. The toxin was in the victims' bodies, established by the analysis of their blood and tissue, which showed massive concentrations of amatoxin, and it was in the food that Erin had cooked and served. The question was never whether the beef Wellington had been poisoned. It was how the poison had got there, and whether the woman who made the dish had put it there on purpose. Chapter 8. The Kitchen and the Recipe. If the beef Wellington was the instrument of the crime, then the recipe behind it, and the way Erin Patterson prepared the dish, became evidence in their own right. The trial heard a surprising amount about the cooking, where the recipe came from, how it was altered, what was bought, and what was found in the kitchen afterwards, because the prosecution argued that the very design of the meal revealed the plan. The cooking, in other words, was not incidental to the case, it was part of the case. A recipe from a trusted source. The recipe Erin Patterson used was not an obscure one. It came from Recipe Tin Eats, the enormously popular cooking website created by the Australian food writer Nagi Maihashi, and specifically from her best-selling cookbook, Dinner. Maihashi, who built Recipe Tin Eats into one of the country's most trusted culinary brands after leaving a long career in finance, had no connection whatever to the case beyond the fact that one of her recipes had been used. When the case made her name a part of the story, she found it, understandably, distressing to have her work entangled in a tragic situation, and after the verdict she asked that journalists stop contacting her. Her beef Wellington, one of her more elaborate creations, had become, through no fault of her own, the template for a murder. The recipe's role was established by physical evidence as much as by testimony. When police searched Erin Patterson's home on August 5, 2023, they found a copy of the cookbook, open or accessible to the beef Wellington recipe, and the page bore the marks, spattered, as it was described, of having actually been cooked from. This was no abstract claim that Erin had used a recipe. Here was the book, in her kitchen, showing the stains of the very dish she had served. Erin herself confirmed in court that she had followed the recipe, while maintaining that she had made changes to it. The crucial modification. The most important fact about Erin Patterson's use of the recipe was the way she changed it, because the change went to the heart of the prosecution's case. Maihashi's recipe, like the classic dish, is built around a single large piece of beef, a log of filet, wrapped whole in mushroom, duxelle, and pastry, to be cooked as one and then sliced. Erin did not make it that way. She made individual beef Wellingtons, separate, self-contained parcels, one for each diner. Erin's explanation, given in evidence, was practical. She told the court that she had never made beef Wellington before, and that her modifications arose largely because she could not source the large log of steak the recipe specified, and so had to buy individual steaks instead. Making individual portions, she said, meant she needed more mushrooms for the duxelle and more pastry than the original recipe required. On this account, the individual format was the innocent consequence of what was available at the butcher. The prosecution drew a very different conclusion from the same facts. A single large Wellington, shared among the diners, would deliver the same food to everyone who ate a slice, including the cook. Individual parcels, by contrast, can be made to differ from one another, and each can be assigned to a particular person. The prosecution argued that Erin had modified the recipe into individual servings precisely so that she could prepare portions that excluded herself, so that she could be certain of not eating the poison she had put in the other's parcels. The differently colored plate, on this reading, was the serving counterpart of the individual portions. separate food, separately plated, to keep the safe meal apart from the deadly ones. What Erin presented as a forced improvisation at the butcher's counter, the prosecution presented as the deliberate engineering of a meal in which only the guests would be poisoned. The shopping and the preparation. The cooking left other traces. Erin had sourced the recipe on the evidence around May 2023, some weeks before the lunch, and had shopped for its ingredients, buying the individual steaks she said she had to substitute for the unavailable log. She prepared the dish on the morning of the lunch, spending much of it in the kitchen assembling the parcels. The duxelle, the finely chopped, intensely flavored mushroom paste that coats the meat, was, on the prosecution's case, the hiding place for the powder death caps, a dark and savory mixture in which a measured quantity of dried, ground mushroom would be invisible to the eye and undetectable on the tongue. This is where the cooking evidence joined the rest of the circumstantial case. The death caps, the prosecution said, had been foraged, dried in the dehydrator, and reduced to powder. The photographs recovered from Erin's devices showed what appeared to be death caps being weighed on kitchen scales, and the powder was then folded into the duxelle of the individual Wellingtons served to the guests. The recipe explained the dish. The modification explained the individual portions. The duxelle explained the concealment. And the leftovers, recovered and tested, confirmed that the food had indeed contained death cap toxin. An innocent cook, or a careful one. As with every other strand of the case, the cooking evidence supported two readings. To the defense, it showed a woman attempting an ambitious dish she had never cooked before, improvising around the limits of what she could buy, and producing, by terrible accident, a meal contaminated with foraged mushrooms she had not realized were deadly. To the prosecution, it showed a woman who had researched and gathered a poison, processed it into an undetectable powder, designed her meal so that she alone would be spared, and then served death to her guests on plates she had taken care to keep separate from her own. The dish itself could not resolve the question. A beef Wellington is innocent until something is hidden inside it. But the care with which this one had been adapted, and the trail of preparation that the investigation uncovered, made the cooking one of the more telling parts of the case. The jury had to decide whether the individual parcels were the mark of an improvising amateur or the signature of a careful poisoner. It concluded that they were the latter. Chapter 9. Hours of Grace, the onset of illness. The death cap does its worst in slow motion. For a few hours after the lunch at Leongatha, nothing happened. The guests drove home to Corumburra. Erin cleaned up her kitchen. The afternoon passed like any other. And then, one by one, the four people who had eaten the beef Wellington began to fall ill, beginning a descent that the medical science of amatoxin poisoning had, in a sense, already written. That evening. By the evening of July 29th, the guests were unwell. The first symptoms were the classic opening phase of amatoxin poisoning: nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea, growing rapidly in severity. What might, in another context, have been mistaken for a shared bout of food poisoning was in fact the toxin announcing itself after its long initial silence. The illness was violent. Don Patterson would later tell a doctor that he had vomited around 30 times in the space of a few hours. The four guests, two couples in their late 60s and 70s, were being hollowed out by a poison that none of them yet understood. They had eaten the same meal. They assumed, reasonably, that they had contracted the same illness from it. What none of them knew was that the cause was not a passing contamination, but one of the deadliest toxins in nature, and that the apparent gastric upset was only the first act of a far graver process already underway in their livers. The next morning. By the following day, July 30th, the guests were seriously ill and seeking help. Don and Gail Patterson telephoned their son Simon to tell him they were gravely unwell. They traveled by ambulance to Dandenong Hospital. Simon went to the Wilkinsons, collected Heather and Ian, and drove them first to Corumburra Hospital and then to Leongatha Hospital as the scale of their illness became clear. For people who had sat down together to a family lunch were now being funneled into the regional hospital system, their symptoms severe enough to alarm the staff who received them. The early medical response was hampered by the very feature that makes the death cap so dangerous. At first, no one knew what they were dealing with. The patients presented with severe gastrointestinal symptoms that could have had many causes. The specific antidote-like and supportive treatments for amatoxin poisoning are most effective when started early, but they were not immediately administered, because there was not yet enough evidence to confirm that the patients had eaten death cap mushrooms. The clock that mattered most, the hours in which intervention can limit the damage to the liver, was running before anyone could be sure what the enemy was. A race already lost. What none of those rushing the guests to hospital could yet appreciate was that the most important window had, in all likelihood, already closed. Amatoxin poisoning is most treatable when intervention begins early, ideally before the toxin has done its irreversible work on the liver. But the toxin's long latent period and its non-specific early symptoms mean that, by the time a victim is unmistakably, dangerously ill, the damage is often already advanced. The guests had eaten the meal at lunchtime on July 29th. By the time they reached hospital on July 30th and were transferred to the specialist care of the Austin, a day or more had passed, and the amatoxin had had its head start. This is why the question of what Erin knew, and when she revealed it, would matter so much at sentencing. On the prosecution's case, Erin knew that the meal had contained foraged mushrooms, and could have told the treating doctor so, even without admitting that she had used them deliberately, information that might have focused the diagnosis and the treatment earlier. She did not. The trial judge would later observe that it could never be known whether revealing the use of foraged mushrooms would have made a difference. The toxin's brutal head start may have made the outcome inevitable regardless. But the failure to disclose what she knew, as her relatives lay dying, was part of what the judge would describe as a one of pity. The race to save the guests may have been lost before the ambulances were called, but on the findings made against her, Erin Patterson did nothing to try to win it. Erin's own account of that day. Erin Patterson's movements on July 30th, the day after the lunch, became a subject of intense scrutiny, because her conduct stood in stark contrast to the collapse of her guests. By her own account, she had felt unwell, and she said she told one of her children that she was not feeling right. But she did not present to a hospital that day in the condition her guests were in. Instead, the evidence was that she spent the day running errands with her children, and that she served them a meal which she described as leftovers from the lunch. This account would later become a battleground. The prosecution pointed to the gulf between the guests, who were being rushed to hospital and into intensive care, and the host, who was going about ordinary errands. The defense answered that Erin had indeed been ill, but less severely than the others, and offered an explanation, rooted in Erin's own troubled history, for why that might be so. That explanation, and the days that followed, belonged to the next stage of the story. The hospitals, the failing organs, and the dawning suspicion that what had happened at the lunch was no accident at all. The hospitals. The medical chapter of the Patterson case is, in its way, the most harrowing. It is the record of doctors fighting a poison that gives its victims a head start, watching 4 people deteriorate despite everything modern intensive care could do, and slowly realizing that they were not dealing with an accident of nature, but with something that would soon become a homicide investigation. The clinical evidence at trial came from the doctors who lived through those days, and it established both the cause of the deaths and the timeline against which Erin Patterson's conduct would be measured. From regional hospitals to the Austin. On July 30th, the day after the lunch, the 4 guests arrived at hospital gravely ill. Dawn and Gail Patterson had been taken by ambulance to Dandenong Hospital. Heather and Ian Wilkinson had been driven by Simon to Korumburra and then Leongatha. As the severity of their condition became clear, and as doctors at the regional hospitals conferred about what they were seeing, the patients were transferred to the Austin Hospital in Melbourne, a major center with the intensive care and liver expertise that amatoxin poisoning demands. The recognition that this was mushroom poisoning, and very probably death cap poisoning, transformed the response. But it came against the clock. Because the patients had not been able to tell doctors at the outset that they had eaten foraged mushrooms, and because, on the prosecution case, the one person who knew the truth did not reveal it, the most effective window for treatment was narrowing even as the diagnosis came into focus. The diagnosis against the clock. The early hours of the medical response were shaped by uncertainty, and that uncertainty cost time the patients could not spare. For people had presented with severe gastrointestinal illness after a shared meal, a picture that, without more, is consistent with any number of causes, from ordinary food poisoning to viral gastroenteritis. The specific deadly possibility of death cap poisoning was not immediately obvious, and the treatments that work best against amatoxin work best when started early, before the liver is destroyed. As the doctors and the court would later note, the patients were not given the most targeted treatment at the very outset, because there was not yet sufficient evidence to confirm that they had eaten death cap mushrooms. This is the cruel arithmetic of amatoxin poisoning. The toxin's long latent period and non-specific early symptoms mean that, by the time the diagnosis is secure, the damage may already be done. Once the regional hospitals recognized the gravity of what they were seeing and conferred, and once the patients were transferred to the specialist intensive care of the Austin, the full resources of modern medicine were brought to bear. But the head start the poison had been given, measured in the hours and days between the lunch and the secure diagnosis, was, for 3 of the 4, decisive. The prosecution's case included the contention that this head start had been lengthened by the silence of the one person who knew that foraged mushrooms had been used. the sickest patients. The clinical picture was devastating. Dr. Stephen Warlow, the director of intensive care at Austin Health, told the court that the 4 patients who had eaten the beef Wellington were among the sickest he had ever seen. He described the characteristic, merciless progression of amatoxin poisoning. The toxin first attacks the liver, and the damage spreads from there. Once the liver fails, it tends to drag down all the other organs with it, he explained. Liver failure is followed by kidney failure, by circulatory collapse, and by a wider metabolic breakdown that the body cannot survive. The patients were placed in induced comas. They were put on mechanical ventilators to breathe for them, and on dialysis machines to do the work their failing kidneys could no longer do. They were given supportive treatments, including, for the liver, the drug N-acetylcysteine. The same drug, the court heard, had been administered to Erin Patterson when she was assessed. An emergency physician at Monash Health, Dr. Varuna Ruggu, told the court that she had given Erin intravenous fluids and N-acetylcysteine for potential liver issues on August 1, 2023, though she noted that Erin appeared clinically well, in a normal mood and affect, 2 days after the lunch. For the 4 who had been poisoned, the only definitive treatment for catastrophic liver failure was a transplant. But a transplant requires a patient stable enough to survive major surgery and an organ available in time, and for some of the Leongatha victims neither condition could be met. Gail Patterson and Heather Wilkinson, Dr. Warlow's evidence indicated, became too sick even to be considered for liver transplants. The poison had simply moved too far, too fast. The fight to treat the poison. The treatment of amatoxin poisoning is a desperate, multi-pronged effort against a toxin for which there is no certain cure, and the doctors at the Austin deployed everything available to them. Beyond the induced comas, the ventilation, and the dialysis, the patients were given supportive drug treatment. N-acetylcysteine, the agent used to protect the liver in cases of certain poisonings, was administered. Salibanin, a compound derived from milk thistle that has been used in Australian and overseas cases of suspected death cap poisoning in an effort to limit the toxin's uptake by liver cells, is among the treatments available for this kind of poisoning. Measures to limit ongoing absorption of the toxin from the gut may also be employed. But all of these are adjuncts. None reverses the damage once the liver has begun to fail, and the definitive treatment for a destroyed liver is transplantation. The grim reality, conveyed to the jury through the medical evidence, was that for several of the patients none of this was enough. Gail Patterson and Heather Wilkinson deteriorated to the point where they were too unwell even to be considered for the transplants that offer the only real hope. Don Patterson received a transplant and did not survive it. Only Ian Wilkinson, of the 4, came through, and only after weeks of intensive treatment culminating in a transplant of his own. The medical witnesses left the jury in no doubt that the doctors had done everything that could be done against a poison that had simply moved too far before its nature was understood. The doctors' evidence also charted the growth of clinical suspicion. As the picture clarified, for people, 1 meal, the unmistakable signature of amatoxin poisoning, and a host who had supposedly eaten the same food yet was not gravely ill. The medical staff moved from treating a baffling illness to recognizing that they might be witnessing the aftermath of a crime. That dawning recognition, shared between the regional hospitals and the specialists in Melbourne, was part of what turned a medical emergency into a homicide investigation, and several of the doctors who treated the victims would later give evidence at the trial. Dr. Webster and the alarm at Leongatha. One doctor's evidence stood out, both for what it revealed about the medical response and for what it revealed about Erin Patterson's conduct. Dr. Chris Webster was a visiting doctor at Leongatha Hospital. On July 31, 2023, 2 days after the lunch, Erin presented there, reporting that she felt unwell. Dr. Webster, who knew by then that other people who had eaten at Erin's house were desperately ill with suspected death cap poisoning, was alarmed. He wanted Erin admitted for treatment, and he wanted her children, who, she had said, had eaten leftovers, brought in and checked as a matter of urgency. But Erin, on his account, declined a full examination and discharged herself a very short time after arriving. Dr. Webster was so concerned for her welfare, and that of the children, that he made a 000 emergency call to police asking for help in locating her. His evidence about her sudden departure, in the face of a warning that she might have been exposed to a deadly poison, became one of the memorable moments of the trial. When Erin and her children were eventually checked, the results pointed away from poisoning in their case. Neither she nor the children showed the symptoms that were overwhelming the 4 guests, and tests did not reveal the death cap poisoning that was killing the others. After a precautionary period of around 24 hours, Erin was discharged. The contrast between her condition and that of her guests, all of whom had, supposedly, eaten the same meal, would become one of the prosecution's central themes. Chapter 10. 3 Deaths and 1 Survivor. The week after the lunch was a week of deaths. Despite the full resources of one of Victoria's major hospitals, the amatoxin in the beef Wellington proved, for 3 of the 4 guests, impossible to overcome. The deaths, and the single survival, are the human heart of the case, and the dates form the grim spine of the timeline that the trial would examine in such detail. The deaths of Gail and Heather. On August 4, 2023, 6 days after the lunch, Gail Patterson and Heather Wilkinson died. The 2 sisters, who had come to the lunch together, died on the same day of multi-organ failure, their bodies overwhelmed by the cascade of organ damage that follows liver failure in amatoxin poisoning. They had been too unwell, the evidence indicated, to be candidates for the liver transplants that offered the only real hope of survival. Modern intensive care, ventilation, dialysis, every supportive measure available had not been enough. The death of Don. Don Patterson, Gail's husband of 50 years, outlived his wife by a single day. He died on August 5, 2023. In his case, unlike those of Gail and Heather, a liver transplant had been attempted. It was not enough. He did not respond to the transplant, and he died. He had eaten his own portion of the beef Wellington and about half of his wife's, and the dose had been more than even surgery could overcome. In the space of 2 days, then, 3 members of one extended family were dead, a husband and wife of 50 years, and the wife's sister. 4 children lost their parents, a congregation lost members it had known for decades, and Erin and Simon Patterson's 2 children lost the grandparents who had, on all the evidence, loved them and been present in their lives. The survival of Ian. Ian Wilkinson alone survived, and his survival was neither quick nor certain. He had eaten the poisoned meal like the others, and had fallen as gravely ill. He spent weeks in hospital, including around 3 weeks in intensive care at the Austin Hospital, in an induced coma, on the same machines that had failed to save his wife and her sister and brother-in-law. In his case, the medical battle was eventually won, but only just, and only with the most drastic intervention. Ian received a liver transplant. He was extubated, taken off the ventilator that had been breathing for him, on August 14, 2023. He continued to recover slowly, and was moved to a rehabilitation ward, his discharge to rehabilitation recorded as September 11, 2023. All told, he spent close to 2 months in hospital before he could begin to rebuild a life that had been shattered. Ian Wilkinson emerged from that ordeal as the only person, apart from Erin Patterson herself, who had been at the table and could speak to what happened. He had lost his wife. He had lost his sister-in-law and her husband. He had nearly died. And he would, in time, walk into a courtroom in Morwell and give the evidence that only a survivor could give. At a hearing before the sentencing, he would tell the court that he felt half alive, without Heather, and yet he would also offer Erin Patterson forgiveness and say that he bore her no ill will. Words the trial judge would later urge her to take up. What the deaths established. The deaths and the single survival did more than mark the human toll. They established facts that would anchor the trial. The timing of the deaths, Gail and Heather on August 4th, Don on August 5th, 6 and 7 days after the lunch, matched precisely the known course of amatoxin poisoning, in which liver failure and multi-organ collapse arrived several days after ingestion. The fact that Don received a liver transplant and still died, and that Gail and Heather were too unwell even to be considered for one, demonstrated the overwhelming dose the victims had absorbed. And Ian Wilkinson's survival, achieved only through a transplant and weeks of intensive care, showed both how narrow the margin of survival was and how much medical effort it took to win it. These facts framed the central asymmetry of the case. 4 people had eaten the beef Wellington. 3 had died, and 1 had nearly died, all from a dose of amatoxin so large that transplantation was the only hope, and for 3 of them, not enough. The 5th person at the meal, the host, who had cooked and served it, had walked away. That a meal could be so lethal to those who ate the guests' portions, and so harmless to the one who served herself separately, was the fact that demanded an explanation, and it was the fact around which the entire prosecution case was built. Chapter 11. Suspicion. Suspicion did not arrive all at once. It accumulated, in the way that suspicion does in a poisoning case, from a series of small wrongnesses that each, on its own, might be explained away, but that together began to point in one direction. The people who first felt it were the doctors and the dying guests themselves, asking, in their hospital beds, why their host was not as sick as they were. The detectives would ask the same question a few days later in an interview room, and they would put it to Erin Patterson almost in those words. The question in the ward. The first flickers of unease came from the guests. They had all eaten the same meal, or so they believed. Why, then, were they on the brink of death while their host was not? Lying in the Leongatha hospital, Erin's ailing guests asked whether she, too, was sick. It was a natural question, and a reasonable one, and it had no comfortable answer. Heather Wilkinson, puzzling over the lunch, raised with Simon the detail of the differently colored plate, wondering why Erin had served herself on crockery unlike the rest. These were the first, faltering attempts of poisoned people to make sense of what had been done to them. Why are you not that ill? When the police became involved, they asked the same question more pointedly. In an interview that was recorded and later played to the jury, detectives put it to Erin directly. They were trying, they explained, to understand what had made her guests so ill, and, just as much, to understand why she was not. We're trying to understand what has made them so ill, they said. Conversely, we're trying to understand why you're not that ill. It was the central oddity of the case, and Erin's answer to it became one of the defining features of her defense. She maintained that she had been ill, that she had suffered diarrhea for several days, beginning within hours of the lunch, but that she had been less severely affected than the others. Her accounts of just how ill she had been, and when, varied somewhat in the telling, which the prosecution would later use against her. But the core of her explanation was striking and intimate, and she gave it from the witness box. Bulimia and the orange cake. Erin's explanation for why she had not been as sick as her guests reached back into a private struggle she said had shadowed her since adolescence. She told the jury that after the guests left she had cleaned the kitchen, and then, as a reward, eaten a slice of the orange cake Gail had brought. One slice became another, and then another, until the cake was gone and she felt overfull. So I went to the toilet and brought it back up again, she told the court. After I'd done that, I felt better. She described a long-standing secret battle with bulimia, an eating disorder in which binge eating is followed by purging. She had been binge eating and purging, she said, since her teens. Her defense team advanced this as the explanation for the crucial difference between her and her guests. If she had vomited up much of what she had eaten, then she would have absorbed far less of any toxin in the food, which could account for her surviving while the others died. It was an explanation that, if accepted, made innocent sense of the very fact that the prosecution found most incriminating. The children and the leftovers. Woven through this part of the story was the most delicate strand of all. Erin's 2 children. They had not been at the lunch. But Erin told doctors that they had eaten leftovers of the beef Wellington, which was why, when Dr. Webster raised the alarm, there was urgent concern that the children too might have been poisoned. Erin's account of the leftovers carried its own significance. She said that when the children ate the leftover beef Wellington, she had scraped off the pastry and the mushroom paste, because the children did not like that part of the dish. The mushrooms, on this account, never reached the children, which would explain why they did not become ill. The prosecution would note the convenience of this detail. The defense would present it as the ordinary behavior of a mother feeding fussy children. Doctors recalled that Erin became emotional when asked to bring the children in for checks, saying that they had no symptoms and that she did not want to take them out of school. The children themselves did not become unwell, and they are not figures to be dwelt upon. But the question of what they had and had not eaten formed part of the early, anxious effort to understand who had been exposed to the poison, and how. By the time the 3 guests had died and Ian Wilkinson lay in his coma, the matter had passed beyond the doctors. What had begun as a baffling medical emergency was now a homicide investigation, and the investigators would soon be turning their attention to a food dehydrator, a set of mobile phones, and a browsing history that included a website mapping the locations of death cap mushrooms. How suspicion hardened. It is worth tracing how the early, formless unease hardened into a concrete suspicion of murder, because the process illustrates the difference between a hunch and a case. The first unease was simply the asymmetry. For guests gravely ill, one host barely affected. On its own, that was strange but not damning. People do react differently to the same exposure, and Erin had an explanation. The second layer was the host's account of the mushroom source, which, when probed, dissolved into an unverifiable story about an unremembered shop. The third was her conduct, a hospital presentation cut short against urgent medical advice, prompting a doctor to call police. And then, as the guests lay dying, a trip to the tip to dispose of a food dehydrator, captured on camera. The fourth was the false denial. She told police she had never owned a dehydrator, a claim contradicted by the manual in her kitchen and her own online boasts. And the fifth was what the investigation would uncover. The foraging research, the location data, the recovered photographs, the wiped and missing phones. No single one of these compelled a conclusion. But suspicion in a poisoning case grows by accumulation, and as each new fact arrived it narrowed the field of innocent explanations. The doctor's instinct that something was wrong became the detective's working theory, that this was deliberate, and the working theory became, in time, a brief of evidence. The transition from a medical mystery to a murder investigation was not a single moment of revelation, but a steady hardening, fact upon fact, of the sense that the asymmetry at the heart of the case, everyone poisoned but the cook, was not an accident of biology, but the signature of design. The investigation begins. Once it was clear that 3 people had died of death cap poisoning after a single meal, the matter became a homicide investigation, and the methodical machinery of a modern police inquiry began to turn. The investigation would, over the following months, assemble the circumstantial case that the prosecution eventually put to the jury. It is worth pausing on how such a case is built, because the Patterson investigation was, in the end, a study in the way physical objects and digital traces can be made to speak when the people involved disagree about what happened. A poisoning is investigated backwards. A poisoning case has a peculiar shape. In most homicides, the violence is the visible event, and the question is who did it. In a poisoning, the harm is hidden inside the body and reveals itself only after the fact, often days later, by which time the meal is eaten, the kitchen is cleaned, and the evidence is scattered. Investigators must work backwards from the dying to the dinner, reconstructing from leftovers, receipts, devices, and memory what was prepared, by whom, from what, and with what intent. That is what Victoria Police set out to do. They had a meal, served at a known place and time, that had demonstrably contained death cap mushrooms. The leftovers proved it. They had 4 victims, 3 dead, and 1 fighting for his life. They had a host who had not fallen as ill as her guests, who had given an account of buying some of the mushrooms from an Asian grocer, and who had served herself, the survivor said, from a different colored plate. The task was to determine whether the death caps had entered the meal by accident or by design, and that meant examining everything Erin Patterson had done in the days before and after the lunch. The searches. The investigation moved quickly to Erin Patterson's home in Leongatha, which became a crime scene. Police searched the property and interviewed Erin on August 5, 2023, the day Dawn Patterson died. They would search the home again later. From these searches, and from the material they seized, the strands of the circumstantial case began to emerge. A food dehydrator that Erin would deny ever owning. Mobile phones that had been wiped and, in 2 cases, had vanished. A computer whose browsing history touched on death cap mushrooms, and physical traces, including fingerprints and toxin residue, that tied objects to the poison. Crucially, the investigators also drew on records that exist outside any one person's control. They obtained Erin's mobile phone records, which carry location information derived from the cell towers a phone connects to. They obtained closed-circuit television footage from public and commercial cameras. They worked with experts, the mycologist Dr. Tom May on the mushrooms and their local distribution, intensive care and emergency doctors on the medical course of the poisoning, and digital forensic specialists on the devices. Brick by brick, from objects and data and expert analysis, they built the structure of a case. The logic of a circumstantial case. It is important to be clear about the kind of case this became. There was no confession to murder. On the contrary, Erin Patterson consistently denied any intention to harm anyone. There was no single, decisive piece of evidence, no eyewitness to the lacing of the food, no document in which Erin set out a plan. The case was circumstantial, a structure built from many individual pieces, no one of which proved murder on its own, but which the prosecution argued could only sensibly be explained, taken together, by deliberate poisoning. Before turning to how the pieces fit, it is worth dwelling on the way the physical scene and the evidence were preserved, because a circumstantial case is only as good as the integrity of the material it rests on. Erin Patterson's home became a crime scene, searched and documented. Items were seized, catalogued, and subjected to forensic examination. The leftover food was recovered and tested, establishing the presence of death cap toxin. The cookbook, with its telltale stains, was found and retained. The dehydrator, once recovered from the refuse facility, was examined for fingerprints and toxin traces. Devices were seized for forensic imaging and analysis. Phone and internet records were obtained from the relevant providers. Expert witnesses, in toxicology, in mycology, in digital forensics, in telecommunications, were engaged to interpret the material. Each of these steps had to be done carefully, because each piece of evidence would, in due course, be tested in cross-examination, and the defense would probe any weakness in how it had been gathered or analyzed. Circumstantial reasoning is often misunderstood as weak, but it is the ordinary stuff of criminal trials, and the law treats it as capable of proving guilt beyond reasonable doubt. The strength of such a case lies in the way the pieces fit. A single odd fact, a wiped phone, a dumped appliance, a strange plate, might have an innocent explanation. But when many such facts accumulate, and when the innocent explanations for each begin to strain and contradict one another, a jury may conclude that the only reasonable explanation for the whole is guilt. The prosecution's task in the Patterson case was to assemble enough pieces, and to show that the alternative explanations failed together. The defense's task was to show that the pieces did not fit as tightly as the Crown claimed, and that reasonable doubt survived. The next chapters take the principal pieces in turn. Chapter 12, The Homicide Squad. Behind the evidence that was eventually laid before the jury stood months of police work, conducted by the Homicide Squad of Victoria Police. The investigation of the Leongatha poisonings was, by the account of the detectives who led it, one of the most complex they had undertaken, and its methods, patient, technical, and methodical, are worth understanding, because the circumstantial case that convicted Erin Patterson was the product of that work. A poisoning leaves no obvious assailant. The case had to be built, piece by piece, from objects, records, and expert analysis. A complex and methodical inquiry. The investigation was led by the Homicide Squad, with Detective Inspector Dean Thomas among those directing it. When charges were eventually laid, Detective Inspector Thomas described the case as the next step in what had been, in his words, an incredibly complex, methodical, and thorough investigation. That description was not mere rhetoric. The detectives were confronting a death that announced itself only days after the event, with the meal eaten, the kitchen cleaned, and the most important physical evidence either consumed, discarded, or hidden. Everything had to be reconstructed. The work proceeded on several fronts at once. There was the medical front, in which detectives worked with the doctors treating the victims to establish that this was death cap poisoning and to chart its course. There was the scientific front, in which mycologists and toxicologists were engaged to identify the poison, to establish where death caps grew in the district, and to test the leftovers and the victim samples. There was the forensic front, in which the home was searched and physical items. The dehydrator, the cookbook, the plates, were seized and examined for fingerprints and toxin traces. And there was the digital front, in which phones, computers, and online accounts were analyzed for location data, search history, photographs, and messages. Each front produced a strand of evidence. The art of the investigation was to weave them together. Searches and the hunt for hidden devices. The police searches of Erin Patterson's home were central to the investigation, and they reflected an awareness that the most valuable evidence in a modern case is often digital and easily concealed. Police searched the property and interviewed Erin on August 5, 2023, the day Dawn Patterson died, and returned to search again later in the inquiry. One detail of the searches revealed how seriously the investigators took the possibility of hidden electronic evidence. Police used specially trained technology detection dogs, animals trained to sniff out the chemical signatures of small electronic devices such as USB drives and SIM cards, items easily hidden in a house. The deployment of such dogs underlines a point that would become important at trial. This was a case in which devices and the data on them mattered enormously, and in which the investigators feared that crucial digital evidence might be concealed. It was against this background that the wiping of Erin's surrendered phone, and the disappearance of two others, took on such significance. Building a circumstantial brief. The brief that the Homicide Squad assembled was, by its nature, circumstantial. There was no confession to murder and no eyewitness to the lacing of the food. What there was, instead, was a large number of individual facts, each established by its own evidence. The medical proof of death cap poisoning, the toxin in the leftovers and the victims' bodies, the dehydrator with its fingerprints and traces, the recovered photographs of mushrooms on scales, the iNaturalist browsing history, the phone location data placing Erin near the recorded sightings, the wiped and missing phones, the false denial about the dehydrator, the unverifiable Asian grocer story, the differently colored plate, the false cancer claim. No single item proved murder. The investigators' task was to assemble enough of them, and to test the innocent explanations for each, so that the only reasonable explanation for the whole would be deliberate poisoning. This is the ordinary and demanding work of a homicide investigation in a case without a smoking gun, and it took months. From the lunch on July 29th to the arrest on November 2nd, 2023 was a little over 3 months of such work. Interviews, searches, forensic testing, expert consultation, and the painstaking analysis of digital records. The result was a brief of evidence substantial enough to support charges of murder, and ultimately substantial enough to persuade a jury beyond reasonable doubt. The breadth of the original allegations. When charges were finally laid, they were broader than the case that eventually went to the jury, and the breadth tells us something about how the investigators had come to see the matter. Erin Patterson was charged not only with the 3 murders and with the attempted murder of Ian Wilkinson, but with further counts of attempted murder. As initially framed, the attempted murder allegations included counts relating to the July 2023 lunch and 3 counts relating to separate earlier incidents, in 2021 and 2022, in which Simon Patterson was said to have fallen seriously ill after meals. In other words, the investigators had come to suspect not a single event but a pattern, stretching back well before the fatal lunch. Those wider allegations would not survive to trial. As described elsewhere in this book, the charges relating to Simon were separated out and then dropped before the trial of the lunch began, and the jury heard nothing of them. But at the moment of arrest, in November 2023, the case as the homicide squad had assembled it was a case about a course of conduct, and Erin Patterson, then 49, was remanded in custody to face it. The narrowing to the lunch alone came later in the pre-trial process, and it is the lunch alone on which she was convicted. Chapter 13. The Dehydrator. Of all the physical objects in the case, none did more work for the prosecution than a food dehydrator. A dehydrator is a domestic appliance that dries food by circulating warm air over it, used by home cooks to make dried fruit, jerky, herbs and, as it happens, dried mushrooms. The dehydrator in the Patterson case became, in the prosecution's hands, a small machine that connected the foraging of death caps to the cooking of the fatal meal, and Erin Patterson's conduct in relation to it, her denials, and her disposal of it, became some of the most damaging evidence against her. A purchase and a use. The evidence was that Erin Patterson purchased a food dehydrator in April 2023, some months before the lunch. The timing mattered. April was also the period in which, the prosecution alleged, death caps were available and being recorded in the district, and in which Erin's phone records suggested she had traveled to a location where they had been seen. The prosecution's case was that she bought the dehydrator on her way home from one such trip, that the foraging and the acquisition of the means to dry the harvest were part of a single sequence. There was evidence that Erin used the dehydrator, and that she was not shy about it at the time. In the true crime Facebook group of which she was a member, she had written about using a dehydrator to process mushrooms. In one message that was put before the jury she wrote, "I've been hiding powdered mushrooms in everything. Mixed into chocolate brownies yesterday. The kids had no idea." There was, in addition, an instruction manual for the dehydrator found in a drawer in her kitchen. The appliance was, in other words, a normal part of her domestic life, bought, used, and discussed. The forensic link. When investigators recovered the dehydrator, forensic examination tied it directly to the poison and to Erin. The appliance was found to carry traces of death cap mushrooms. It also carried Erin Patterson's fingerprints. Here was a physical object that connected the deadliest material in the case, the death caps, to the hands of the person who had cooked the meal. The dehydrator was not a neutral kitchen tool. It was an item that had, on the forensic evidence, been used to process the very kind of mushroom that killed 3 people, and that bore the marks of the accused. The prosecution's narrative drew these threads together. Death caps were sighted and mapped near Leongatha in April and May 2023. Erin's phone placed her at those locations. She bought a dehydrator in April. She used it to dry and powder mushrooms, as she had boasted online. Digital forensics, as will be seen, recovered images of what appeared to be death caps being weighed on kitchen scales. And the meal she cooked contained death cap toxin. The dehydrator sat at the junction of all of this. The denial and the dump. What made the dehydrator so damaging, however, was not only what it had been used for, but what Erin did with it, and what she said about it. She disposed of it. And she lied about ever having owned it. The disposal was captured on camera. The day after Erin was discharged from her precautionary stay in hospital, while her guests were still alive but deteriorating towards death in intensive care, closed-circuit television recorded her traveling to a local refuse facility and getting rid of the food dehydrator. The appliance was later recovered, and it was the dumped dehydrator, with its death cap traces and fingerprints, that became evidence. The timing was, on the prosecution's case, deeply incriminating. At the very moment her relatives were dying of mushroom poisoning, Erin was disposing of the device that, the Crown said, she had used to prepare the poison. The lie compounded the disposal. When asked about a dehydrator, Erin told police that she had never owned such an appliance, this despite the instruction manual in her kitchen drawer and her own boastful posts about using one in the Facebook group. The denial was demonstrably false, and its falsity was easy to prove. For the prosecution, the dehydrator was close to a perfect piece of circumstantial evidence, an object used to prepare the poison, bearing the accused fingerprints and traces of the toxin, disposed of in secret while the victims lay dying, and then lied about to police. The defense's answer was the same answer it gave to much of the case, that this was the conduct not of a murderer, but of a terrified woman. Erin, the defense said, had come to fear that she had accidentally poisoned her family with foraged mushrooms, and in her panic she had got rid of the dehydrator and lied about it because she was afraid of being blamed for a terrible accident. The disposal and the lie were real. The question, as so often in the case, was what they meant. The timing that condemned it. What elevated the dehydrator from suspicious to damning was the timing of its disposal, set against what was happening to the guests. The sequence, as the prosecution laid it out, was this. On July 29th, the guests ate the meal. By July 30th, they were in hospital, gravely ill. On July 31st, Erin presented at Leongatha Hospital and discharged herself. Around August 1st, she was assessed and appeared clinically well. And it was around this period, while Dawn, Gail, Heather, and Ian lay in induced comas, fighting for their lives, before any of them had died, that closed-circuit television recorded Erin traveling to a refuse facility to dispose of the dehydrator. To dispose of the appliance at that precise moment was, the prosecution argued, the conduct of someone who knew it was dangerous to her, who understood, while her relatives were still alive in intensive care, that the device used to prepare the poison had to be got rid of. An innocent person who feared she had caused an accidental poisoning might, conceivably, have panicked. But the prosecution argued that the cool, deliberate act of driving the dehydrator to the tip, while the victims were dying and the cause of their illness was still being established, fitted the profile of a guilty woman destroying evidence far better than that of an innocent one. Combined with the false denial that she had ever owned such a device, a denial contradicted by the manual in her own kitchen and her own online boasts, the disposal made the dehydrator one of the most powerful single threads in the circumstantial case. Chapter 14. The phones and the data. If the dehydrator was the most damaging object in the case, the mobile phones were the most revealing and the most mysterious. The story of Erin Patterson's phones in the days around the lunch is a story of devices that were wiped, devices that disappeared, and location data that placed her, the prosecution said, exactly where the death caps had been seen. It is also a story that goes to the heart of the dispute about her conduct after the poisoning. Was she covering her tracks or panicking? 3 phones. The evidence was that Erin Patterson was using 3 mobile phones around the time of the lunch. This in itself was unusual, and it became more so given what happened to the devices. 2 of the 3 phones disappeared shortly after the lunch and were never recovered. The third, the one Erin eventually handed over to police, had been repeatedly wiped. The wiping of a surrendered phone was, on the evidence, not a single event but a pattern, and one instance of it was extraordinary in its timing. The phone was factory reset, returned to its blank, out-of-the-box state, erasing the data on it, more than once, including on the prosecution's case, while detectives were physically searching Erin's house. A factory reset performed during a police search is not the act one would expect of an innocent person with nothing to hide. The prosecution presented it as a deliberate destruction of evidence at the most sensitive possible moment. The defense again reached for panic and fear of blame as their explanation, but the conduct was difficult to reconcile with innocence, and it formed part of what the trial judge would later describe as an elaborate cover-up. Location data. The second contribution of the phones was their location data. Mobile phones connect to cell towers, and the records of those connections can indicate, within limits, where a phone has been. The prosecution used this data to place Erin Patterson at the locations where death caps had been recorded. Specifically, the Crown told the jury that Erin's phone records showed her traveling to Loch on April 28, 2023, and to Outram on May 22, 2023. These were the very areas where the mycologist Dr. Tom May had seen and photographed death cap mushrooms, and where, on May 21st, he had posted their locations to the iNaturalist website. The prosecution's argument was direct. Erin had used iNaturalist to find where death caps were growing, and her phone showed her going to those places, around the times the mushrooms were there, to gather them. The prosecution further linked one of these trips to the dehydrator, telling the jury that Erin had bought the appliance on her way home from one of the foraging excursions. The defense attacked the location evidence at its foundation. Cell tower data, they argued, is not precise. A phone connecting to a particular tower shows only that the phone was somewhere in that tower's coverage area, which can be large. It cannot pinpoint a person at a specific paddock or roadside where mushrooms might grow. On this basis, the defense contended that there was no real evidence that Erin had actually visited the precise spots where death caps had been sighted, and that the prosecution was overreaching when it treated the data as proof of a foraging trip. The reliability and interpretation of the phone location evidence would later become one of the grounds of Erin's appeal against her conviction. What the data and the silence meant. The phones thus cut two ways at once. Their location data, if accepted, helped place Erin at the source of the poison. Their wiping and disappearance, harder to explain innocently, suggested an effort to destroy whatever they contained. Together they formed one of the strongest strands of the circumstantial case, and one of the most contested. It is worth pausing on the factory resets. Because of all the conduct in the case, they are among the hardest to reconcile with innocence. A factory reset returns a phone to its blank, out-of-the-box condition, deliberately erasing the data stored on it. This is not something done by accident, nor in the ordinary course of using a phone. On the prosecution's case, the surrendered phone was reset more than once, including at a moment of extraordinary sensitivity, while detectives were physically present, searching Erin's home. To wipe a phone of its contents during a police search is conduct that speaks loudly of an intention to destroy evidence at the very point at which it is being sought. The defense again offered panic and fear of blame, but a deliberate, technical act of erasure, performed under the noses of investigating police, is difficult to square with the floundering of an innocent person, and the prosecution placed it near the center of its account of a cover-up. The prosecution wove the phones into its larger narrative of concealment. A woman who had gathered death caps, dried them, cooked them into individual parcels, served them to her guests, and then, as those guests lay dying, set about destroying the evidence, dumping the dehydrator, and wiping and discarding the phones that might reveal where she had been and what she had done. The defense answered, as it answered throughout, that destruction is not the same as guilt of murder, that a frightened, secretive woman who feared she had caused a catastrophic accident might wipe her phones and dump an appliance out of panic and shame, not out of consciousness of having committed a deliberate crime. The jury would have to decide which account of the phones, and of all the conduct that surrounded them, was the true one. The digital trail. Beyond the phones themselves lay a wider digital record, and it proved to be one of the richest seams of evidence in the case. Erin Patterson lived a substantial part of her life online, in a true crime Facebook group, on her computer, and across the devices that recorded her searches and stored her photographs. Modern lives leave digital sediment, and the investigation sifted that sediment carefully. What it found included a browsing history that touched on death cap mushrooms, recovered images of mushrooms being weighed, and a trove of messages that revealed a private voice very different from the warm daughter-in-law the family thought they knew. iNaturalist and the search history. The first digital thread led back to the death caps. The prosecution's case was not only that death caps had been recorded near Leongatha, and not only that Erin's phone placed her at those locations, but that she had used the very website on which the sightings were posted. Erin's internet history, the court heard, showed that she had used iNaturalist, the citizen science platform on which Dr. Tom May had posted the death cap locations under the name Funky Tom, to view death cap mushroom sightings on at least one occasion before the lunch. This closed an important gap in the prosecution's narrative. It was one thing to show that death caps were available in the district and that Erin had been near them. It was another to show that she had the knowledge of where to find them. The iNaturalist history suggested that she had not stumbled upon the mushrooms by chance, but had looked them up, that she knew or could have known exactly where death caps were growing. The defense contested the weight of this, as it contested the location data, pointing out that a single visit to a website is a slender thing on which to hang an allegation of deliberate foraging. But the search history fitted the prosecution's pattern, and the pattern was what mattered. The recovered photographs. The second digital thread was more vivid. When digital forensic experts examined Erin's devices, they were able to recover material that had been deleted or partially erased. Among what they recovered were photographs. The images, the court heard, showed what appeared to be death cap mushrooms being weighed on a set of kitchen scales. The significance of weighing was not lost on anyone. One does not casually weigh a poisonous mushroom. Weighing suggests measurement, and measurement suggests dosage, the careful preparation of a quantity of something. To the prosecution, photographs of suspected death caps on kitchen scales, recovered from the accused's own devices, were powerful evidence of deliberate preparation. A person handling, measuring, and recording the very poison that would kill 3 people. The defense again sought to limit the inference, but images of death caps being weighed were not easy to explain as the byproduct of an innocent foraging accident. The Facebook group and the private voice. The third digital thread revealed character rather than chemistry, and it was used by both sides. Since 2019, Erin Patterson had been an active member of an online true crime community, a Facebook group that had formed around the case of the convicted killer Kelly Lane, where members discussed crimes and evidence, and also, more mundanely, cooking and daily life. Within that group, Erin was a known and regular presence, posting under her own name and under variants of it. One fellow member testified that Erin used several online names, including Erin Patterson, Erin, and Erin. The group's evidence cut in several directions. Members recalled that Erin seemed to really like mushrooms, and that she had asked the group for advice on how to cook beef Wellington in the period before the lunch, a detail the prosecution used to show her interest in, and preparation of, the very dish she would serve. And it was in this group that Erin had boasted about hiding powdered mushrooms in her family's food, writing that she had mixed them into chocolate brownies without her children noticing. A witness from the group, Daniela Barkley, gave evidence about these discussions. Another, Christine Hunt, spoke about Erin's online identities. But the most striking use of the Facebook material concerned not mushrooms, but Erin's feelings towards the Patterson family. The group was a place where Erin spoke freely, and freely she had spoken. The prosecutor, Nanette Rogers, required Erin to read aloud in the witness box a series of expletive-laden messages she had sent about Simon and his parents. In them, Erin had called Simon a deadbeat and described his parents as a lost cause. Having made Erin read her own words to the court, the prosecutor put to her the conclusion she wanted the jury to draw. You had two faces. Here was the warm daughter-in-law of the family's belief, and here, in her own messages, was a woman venting contempt for the very people she would later invite to lunch. The defense's response was that this proved nothing about murder. Private venting about one's in-laws, however crude, is something a great many people do. It is the pressure valve of a difficult separation, not a confession of homicidal intent. The messages, the defense argued, were harmless venting, and to treat ordinary frustration as evidence of a plan to kill was to mistake the ugliness of private speech for the gravity of a crime. The jury was left, once more, with two readings of the same material, a glimpse of hidden malice, or the unremarkable bile of a frustrated woman. Evidence that predated the lunch. There was one feature of the digital evidence that made it especially difficult for the defense to absorb into its theory of an accident followed by panic. A great deal of the digital material predated the lunch. The defense's explanation for Erin's incriminating conduct, the dumped dehydrator, the wiped phones, the lies, was that it all flowed from her terror, after the lunch, that she would be blamed for an accident. That explanation, whatever its force, can only account for conduct that came after the guests fell ill. It cannot account for what Erin did before. And the digital record contained a good deal that came before. The iNaturalist browsing of death cap sightings, the Facebook boast about hiding powder mushrooms in her family's food, the request to her online group for advice on cooking beef Wellington, the interest in mushrooms her online acquaintances recalled. On the prosecution's case, the phone location data placing her near the recorded sightings, and the photographs of mushrooms being weighed. These were artifacts of the period leading up to the lunch, not of the panicked aftermath. A woman who had not yet poisoned anyone, and had nothing to be frightened of, had no reason of fear or shame to be researching death cap locations, or weighing mushrooms. The prosecution pressed exactly this point. The pre-lunch digital trail could not be waved away as the conduct of the innocent but frightened, because there was, as yet, nothing to be frightened about. It was this body of evidence, sitting before the lunch in the timeline, that did much of the work in turning the case from a question of suspicious aftermath into a case of premeditation. A life reconstructed from data. Taken together, the digital evidence allowed the prosecution to reconstruct a version of Erin Patterson that the family had never seen. A woman who researched death cap locations online, who traveled to those places with her phone in her pocket, who bought a dehydrator and used it to dry and powder mushrooms, who photographed mushrooms on her kitchen scales, who hid powder mushrooms in her family's food and joked about it online, who asked an internet group how to cook beef Wellington, and who, behind the affectionate face she showed the Pattersons, described them in private with contempt. Then, after the lunch, she wiped and discarded her phones and dumped the dehydrator. The defense did not so much dispute the individual pieces of digital evidence as dispute the conclusion the prosecution drew from them. Each piece, they argued, had an innocent or limited explanation. The prosecution had assembled a jigsaw puzzle by stretching interpretations and ignoring alternative explanations. But the digital trail was, cumulatively, among the most powerful parts of the case, precisely because it could not all be dismissed as the panic of an innocent woman. Some of it, the foraging research, the weighing photographs, the boasts about hidden powdered mushrooms, predated the lunch, and therefore predated any accident she could have been panicking about. Chapter 15. The Asian Grocer and the Source Question. Behind the whole case lay a single, stubborn question. Where had the death cap mushrooms come from? The prosecution had an answer, that Erin Patterson had foraged them herself from locations she had researched online. Erin had a different answer, and it became one of the most scrutinized of all her claims, that some of the mushrooms in the meal had been bought, dried, from an Asian grocery store in Melbourne. The fate of that claim, under examination, tells much about why the jury reached the verdict it did. The store that could not be found. When questioned about the mushrooms, Erin told police that some of them had come not from any foraging expedition, but from an Asian grocer in Melbourne, bought already dried. It was on its face a plausible story. Dried mushrooms are a staple of many cuisines and are widely sold in such shops. If true, it offered an innocent route by which unexpected and dangerous mushrooms might have entered the meal. A mix-up of packaged dried mushrooms, perhaps contaminated, rather than a deliberate harvest of death caps. The difficulty was that the claim could not be substantiated, and the harder it was pressed, the vaguer it became. Erin could not say which suburb the shop was in. She could not name a brand. She said the mushrooms had come in plain packaging. She said she must have paid cash, so there was no transaction record. Every detail that might have allowed police to find the shop, identify the product, or verify the purchase was, in the event, missing. A specific, checkable claim dissolved into a series of things that could not be checked. Why the source question mattered. The source of the mushrooms was not a side issue. It went to the very heart of the case. If the death caps had been bought, dried and anonymous, from a shop Erin could not quite remember, then an accident became conceivable. She might have used dangerous mushrooms without knowing what they were. If, on the other hand, the death caps had been deliberately foraged from known locations, then the meal could not have been an accident, because no one gathers death cap mushrooms by mistake from a paddock they have traveled to after looking up the location online. The prosecution's whole foraging narrative, the iNaturalist history, the phone locations at Lock and Outram, the dehydrator bought on the way home, the photographs of mushrooms on the scales, was, in effect, an answer to the source question that excluded the Asian grocer. The Crown's case was that Erin knew exactly what the mushrooms were and where they had come from, because she had sought them out. The unverifiable grocer story, on this view, was not a true account of an innocent purchase but a fabricated alternative source, invented to explain away mushrooms that had in fact been foraged on purpose. Erin's evolving account. Complicating matters further, Erin's own account of the mushrooms shifted over time. In her evidence at trial, she accepted that toxic fungi had been in the dish she served on July 29, 2023, that was, by then, beyond dispute. Her explanation was that she had foraged wild mushrooms and had, by terrible mistake, mixed the foraged mushrooms into a container with store-bought ones, so that death caps ended up in the meal without her realizing it. She said she had come to this realization only in the days after the lunch, when the guests fell ill, and that she had then been too frightened to tell anyone. It was this stupid knee-jerk reaction to dig deeper and keep lying, she told the court. This account asked the jury to accept a particular and demanding version of events, that Erin foraged wild mushrooms without knowing they included death caps, that she stored them carelessly with safe, shop-bought mushrooms, that she then cooked the mixture into the meal, and that the entire catastrophe was the product of accident compounded by panic. The prosecution's response was that this narrative had been carefully constructed after the fact to fit the evidence. Almost. The grocer story, the foraging and mix-up story, the cancer-as cover for surgery story. Each, the prosecution said, was a lie told to paper over the truth, and the lies had multiplied because, as the prosecutor put it, Erin knew the truth would implicate her. The source of the mushrooms, never satisfactorily explained by the defense, was where the prosecution's case and Erin's case collided most directly. A claim that could not be tested. There is a particular reason the Asian grocer claimed damaged Erin Patterson's credibility so badly, beyond the simple fact that it could not be verified. A genuine account of an innocent purchase would ordinarily leave some trace that could be followed, a shop one could name or find again, a product with a brand, a receipt, a bank record, a recollection precise enough to be checked. Erin's account had none of these. Every feature that might have allowed police to confirm the purchase was, as she told it, absent. The suburb forgotten, the brand unknown, the packaging plain, the payment in cash. An account constructed in just such a way, detailed enough to sound plausible, vague enough to be unfalsifiable, is exactly what one would expect of a fabrication, and the prosecution invited the jury to see it as one. This is the deeper logic of why the source question was fatal to the defense. The defense needed the death caps to have entered the meal innocently. The two innocent routes were a contaminated shop purchase or an accidental mix-up of foraged and bought mushrooms. The shop purchase could not be substantiated and dissolved under questioning. The accidental mix-up required the jury to accept that a careful cook had been catastrophically careless with deadly fungi, and it sat against a mass of evidence, much of it predating the lunch, that Erin had researched, gathered, dried, powdered and photographed death caps on purpose. With both innocent routes blocked, the only remaining explanation for how the death caps reached the table was that someone had put them there deliberately. The source question, never answered by the defense, was the hinge on which the whole case turned. Chapter 16. Arrest and Charge. By the late winter and spring of 2023, the investigation had gathered enough to move from inquiry to charge. The progression from the lunch in July to Erin Patterson's arrest in November traces the steady accumulation of the case, and the original charges, some of which would never reach the jury, reveal how much wider the prosecution's initial allegations were than the case on which Erin was finally tried. From interview to arrest. Police had interviewed Erin Patterson on August 5, 2023, the day Dawn Patterson died, and the recording of that interview was later played to the jury. They searched her home, seized her devices, and over the following months assembled the forensic, digital, and medical evidence. The dehydrator was recovered and examined. The phones were analyzed. The location data was obtained. The mushroom and medical experts gave their opinions. And on November 2, 2023, a little over 3 months after the lunch, Victoria Police arrested Erin Patterson and charged her with murder. The arrest brought the case into the formal criminal process. Erin was charged with the murders of Dawn Patterson, Gail Patterson, and Heather Wilkinson, and with the attempted murder of Ian Wilkinson. She would, from that point, be a defendant in the Supreme Court of Victoria, and the question of what had happened at Leongatha would be transferred from the realm of investigation and rumor into the disciplined and contested arena of a criminal trial. The wider original allegations. What is striking, looking back, is how much broader the original set of charges was. When Erin was first charged, the allegations extended beyond the 4 people at the lunch to Simon Patterson himself. She was initially accused of attempting to murder Simon by inviting him to the very lunch of July 2023, the invitation he had accepted and then cancelled. And she was charged, in addition, with attempting to murder him on 3 separate earlier occasions, said to have occurred at various places in Victoria between November 2021 and September 2022. These were grave allegations, and they painted a picture of a campaign rather than a single event. A series of attempts on Simon's life over many months, culminating in a lunch that, on the original theory, was intended to kill not only his parents and the Wilkinsons, but Simon as well. The allegations were supported, in the pre-trial material later made public, by Simon's own accounts of episodes of severe and unexplained illness. He described, for instance, falling violently ill after eating a chicken curry, becoming so sick that he was, he said, temporarily paralyzed and ultimately had part of his bowel removed. Doctors, he said, had been unable to determine the cause. He told of suspecting, over time, that his estranged wife had poisoned him, and of raising those suspicions with his doctor and his family, including his father, Don. He had, by the time of the lunch, stopped eating food that Erin prepared. He would later say that he believed there was a risk she would poison him if he attended the lunch. What happened to those charges? None of this reached the jury that convicted Erin Patterson, and it is essential to be clear about why. Before the trial, Justice Christopher Beale ruled that the charges should be dealt with in 2 separate trials, in effect, separating the allegations concerning Simon from the allegations concerning the lunch that killed 3 people. Then, before the trial began in April 2025, the prosecution dropped the charges relating to Simon altogether. The alleged attempts on his life in 2021 and 2022, and the allegation that the lunch had been intended to kill him too, were withdrawn and never put to the jury. Evidence found on a computer seized from Erin's home, said to show searches for other kinds of poisons, was also excluded from the trial. This means that the case on which Erin Patterson was convicted was narrower than the case originally alleged. The jury decided the lunch, and only the lunch, the murders of Dawn, Gail, and Heather, and the attempted murder of Ian. The allegations about Simon were not evidence in that trial and were suppressed during it. They became public only after the verdict, when the trial judge lifted the suppression orders. They are described here because they are part of the public record and the history of the prosecution, but they must not be mistaken for part of the proof of guilt. Erin Patterson was not convicted of anything to do with Simon. She was convicted of what happened at the table on July 29, 2023. Remand and the long wait. From her arrest on November 2, 2023, Erin Patterson was held in custody, remanded to await the resolution of the charges against her. She would remain in custody throughout the long pre-trial period, the committal process, and the trial itself, the 676 days of pre-sentence detention that Justice Beale would later formally declare. For a woman who had, until that point, lived an ordinary suburban life, the arrest marked an abrupt and total transformation. From a homemaker and mother in a Gippsland town to a remand prisoner at the center of a case followed around the world. The period between charge and trial was occupied by the machinery of the criminal justice system, the committal process, by which the case was tested and sent up to the Supreme Court, the pretrial argument over what would and would not be put to a jury, and the practical preparations for a long and complex trial. Throughout, Erin maintained her innocence and her plea of not guilty. The presumption of innocence remained with her, as it remains with every accused person until a verdict, and the prosecution carried the burden of proving its case. That she was in custody during this time was a function of the gravity of the charges and the ordinary operation of the bail laws for such offenses, not a finding of guilt. The finding of guilt would come only at the end of the trial, in July 2025, almost 20 months after the arrest. The road to trial. Between Erin Patterson's arrest in November 2023 and the opening of her trial in April 2025 lay a year and a half of pretrial process. To the public impatient for answers, this period can look like delay. In truth, it is where a great deal of the most consequential work of a criminal case is done. The narrowing of charges, the resolution of what evidence the jury may and may not hear, the choice of where and how the trial will be conducted. The decisions made in this period shaped the trial decisively, and they explain why the case the jury eventually heard had the particular shape it did. Committal and the shape of the case. After being charged, Erin Patterson went through the ordinary preliminary stages of a serious criminal prosecution in Victoria. She maintained her innocence from the outset, and she would formally plead not guilty to all charges. The prosecution, conducted by the Office of Public Prosecutions, assembled its brief. The defense prepared its response. The case was committed to the Supreme Court of Victoria, the court that hears the state's most serious crimes, and Justice Christopher Beale was assigned to preside. A great deal turned on the pretrial rulings. As described, the most important of these concerned the charges relating to Simon Patterson. Justice Beale ruled that the matter should be split into two separate trials, and the prosecution then elected to drop the Simon-related charges before the trial of the lunch began. The effect was to confine the trial to the events of July 29, 2023, and their aftermath. Other evidence was excluded too, including material from a computer said to contain searches for poisons. These rulings were not technicalities. They determined the universe of facts within which the jury would have to reach its verdict, and they reflect a principle at the center of the criminal law, that an accused is tried on specific charges on admissible evidence, and not on the sum of everything that might be suspected about them. The lawyers and the jury. The trial brought together some of the most senior advocates in the state. The prosecution was led by Nanette Rogers SC, a Crown prosecutor of long-standing and considerable reputation. The defense was led by Colin Mandy SC, an experienced senior counsel. Justice Christopher Beale, who would preside, was an experienced Supreme Court judge. The caliber of the legal teams reflected the gravity of the charges and the complexity of a long circumstantial case. The selection of a jury for so notorious a trial was itself a delicate exercise. By the time the trial began in April 2025, the case had already been the subject of extensive coverage. Finding jurors who could set aside what they had absorbed and decide solely on the evidence was a real challenge, and one the system took seriously through the empanelment process. The jurors who were chosen would commit to months of service, sitting through harrowing and technical evidence, and would ultimately be sequestered, kept together, and shielded from outside influence during their deliberations. The arrangements for that sequestration would, after the verdict, become one of the principal grounds of Erin Patterson's appeal, a reminder that protecting a jury from the pressures of a sensational case is as difficult as it is essential. Why Morwell? One distinctive feature of the case was its location. Although the Supreme Court of Victoria is based in Melbourne, Erin Patterson's trial was held at the Latrobe Valley Law Courts in Morwell, a regional town in Gippsland, the broader region in which the crime had occurred. The Supreme Court can sit in regional centres, and a decision was taken for the trial to be held in the Latrobe Valley. The choice had practical and human dimensions. The crime had convulsed the small communities of South Gippsland, Leongatha, Korumburra, and the surrounding district, and holding the trial in the region kept it, in a sense, close to the places and people most affected. But Morwell was an unlikely host for a spectacle. A modest town better known, as one report wryly noted, for its roses than for global media attention, it found itself for more than 2 months at the center of an international story, as journalists, podcasters, and documentary makers descended on its courthouse. The contrast between the quiet regional setting and the worldwide fascination with the case became one of its recurring motifs. A not guilty plea and a defined issue. Erin Patterson pleaded not guilty to 3 counts of murder and 1 count of attempted murder. Her plea framed the trial. She did not dispute that the people had died, nor, in the end, that the meal had contained death-cap toxin. What she disputed was intent. The pre-trial period had, by the time of the plea, already determined a great deal about the shape that contest would take. The decision to separate the charges concerning Simon, and the prosecution's subsequent decision to drop them, meant that the jury would consider the lunch in isolation, undistracted by allegations of a wider campaign. The exclusion of the computer poison search material meant that one potentially powerful strand would not be before them. These rulings narrowed the case, and the narrowing favored neither side simply. It confined the trial to the strongest, most directly relevant evidence about the lunch itself. The defense would later argue on appeal that other evidentiary rulings, admitting the phone location data and the online messages, had gone the wrong way. But the overall effect of the pre-trial process was to define, with some precision, the battlefield on which the trial would be fought. The events of July 29, 2023, and their aftermath, the question of intent, and the mass of circumstantial evidence bearing upon it. Her case was that the poisoning had been a tragic accident, and that her subsequent lies and the destruction of evidence reflected panic and fear of blame, not consciousness of a deliberate crime. The trial judge would distill the question for the jury into its essential legal form. The central issue, he told them, was whether Erin Patterson had intended to kill or to cause very serious injury when she prepared and served the meal. Everything the jury heard over the following weeks, the medical evidence, the forensic evidence, the digital evidence, the testimony of Simon and Ian, and Erin's own days in the witness box, was directed, ultimately, at that single question of intent. The trial began on April 29, 2025. Chapter 17, The Law of the Case. A criminal trial is not a search for the whole truth in some unlimited sense. It is a structured contest, governed by rules that determine what must be proved, by whom, to what standard, and on what evidence. To understand why the Patterson trial unfolded as it did, why the prosecution could decline to prove a motive, why the case could be built entirely on circumstances, why the jury was repeatedly warned about how to reason, it helps to set out the legal framework within which everything happened. The law shaped the trial as surely as the evidence did. Murder, intent, and the charges. Erin Patterson was charged with 3 counts of murder and 1 count of attempted murder. In Victoria, murder requires the prosecution to prove that the accused caused the death of the victim and did so with murderous intent, that is, with an intention either to kill or to cause really serious injury. Attempted murder requires proof of an intention to kill, together with an act that goes beyond mere preparation towards carrying that intention out. In Victoria, the maximum penalty for murder is life imprisonment, and the maximum penalty for attempted murder is 25 years imprisonment. The significance of the intent requirement was that it defined the real battleground of the trial. By the end of the case, it was not seriously disputed that the 4 guests had eaten death-cap mushrooms in the beef Wellington, that this had caused the 3 deaths and Ian Wilkinson's grave illness, or that Erin Patterson had cooked and served the meal. What was disputed was intent. Had Erin intended to kill or to cause really serious injury when she prepared and served the food? If she had, the murders were made out. If the poisoning was an accident, if she had served the death caps without knowing they were there, then there was no murderous intent and no murder. The trial judge distilled this for the jury, telling them that the central issue was whether Erin Patterson had intended to kill or cause very serious injury through the meal she prepared. The presumption of innocence and the burden of proof. 2 principles sat above the whole trial. The first is the presumption of innocence. Erin Patterson was presumed innocent unless and until the prosecution proved her guilt. The second is the burden and standard of proof. It was for the prosecution to prove its case, and to prove it beyond reasonable doubt, the highest standard known to the law. This burden never shifted. Erin did not have to prove that the poisoning was an accident. She did not have to prove anything at all. It was enough for the defense to raise a reasonable doubt about the prosecution's case. If, at the end of the trial, the jury was left with a reasonable doubt about whether Erin had intended to kill, they were bound to acquit, however suspicious her conduct might appear. This is why the defense could run the case it did. Colin Mandy SC did not have to explain exactly how the death caps got into the food, or to prove that Erin's account was true. He had only to persuade the jury that the prosecution had not excluded the reasonable possibility of an accident. The prosecution, conversely, had to do more than show that Erin had probably poisoned her guests, or that she was the most likely culprit. It had to exclude every reasonable hypothesis consistent with innocence, until deliberate poisoning was the only reasonable explanation left. The right to silence and the decision to testify. A further principle is the right to silence. An accused person in Australia cannot be compelled to give evidence, and no adverse inference of guilt may be drawn merely from a decision to remain silent. The prosecution must prove its case from its own evidence, not from the accused's failure to answer. Erin Patterson nonetheless chose to give evidence over 8 days. This was a significant tactical decision. By testifying, she was able to put her account of an accident directly to the jury, to explain her lies as the product of panic and shame, and to present herself as a grieving, frightened woman rather than a calculating killer. But the decision also exposed her to extended cross-examination, in which the prosecution could test her credibility and confront her with the inconsistencies in her account. A defendant who testifies stakes a great deal on being believed. Given the catalogue of lies Erin had already admitted, that was a heavy stake. Circumstantial evidence, and the only reasonable inference rule. The Patterson case was, as has been said, a circumstantial case. The law has a settled and careful approach to such cases, and the trial judge directed the jury upon it. Circumstantial evidence is evidence of facts from which the jury is asked to infer other facts. Here, to infer Erin's intention from the surrounding circumstances. The law permits a jury to convict on circumstantial evidence, but it imposes an important discipline. Before the jury may find guilt proved, they must be satisfied that guilt is not merely a reasonable inference from the proven facts, but the only reasonable inference. If there is some other inference reasonably open that is consistent with innocence, the jury cannot convict. This is the rule the two sides fought over. The prosecution argued that, taken together, the proven facts, the foraging research, the location data, the dehydrator, the weighing photographs, the individual portions, the differently colored plate, the cancer lie, the feigned illness, the destruction of evidence, and the lies to police, admitted of only one reasonable explanation: deliberate poisoning. The defense argued that innocent inferences remained reasonably open at every point, and that the prosecution had reached its conclusion only by stretching interpretations and ignoring alternative explanations. The jury's verdict meant that they were satisfied guilt was the only reasonable inference. Why motive did not have to be proved. One of the most discussed features of the trial was the prosecution's decision not to advance a motive. In law, this was unremarkable. Motive is not an element of murder. The prosecution must prove the act and the intent, not the reason. A killing with an inexplicable motive, or none that can be identified, is still a killing. As the trial judge would observe at sentencing, some murders happen for no apparent reason. Motive can, of course, help a jury. Evidence of a reason to kill can make an allegation of intentional killing easier to accept, and the absence of any apparent reason can make it harder. The defense pressed exactly this point, asking why Erin would murder a family that had loved and supported her. But the judge directed the jury that the prosecution did not have to prove motive, and that its absence was not, by itself, a barrier to conviction if the evidence otherwise established intent beyond reasonable doubt. The jury was entitled to be sure that Erin had deliberately poisoned her guests even if they could not say why. Lies, and the danger of reasoning from them. Because Erin Patterson had admittedly told many lies, the law's treatment of lies became important. A lie told by an accused is not, in itself, proof of guilt. People lie for many reasons that have nothing to do with the crime charged, out of shame, panic, embarrassment, or a desire to avoid suspicion they fear they cannot rebut. The defense relied on this directly. Erin's lies, Mr. Mandy said, were the conduct of a woman terrified of being blamed for an accident, and she's not on trial for lying. The law guards against the obvious danger, that a jury will reason, crudely, that because the accused lied, she must be guilty. A trial judge in such a case will typically direct the jury that they must not reason in that way, and that a lie can be used against an accused only in limited circumstances. Where the jury is satisfied that the accused lied deliberately, that the lie concerns a material issue, and that the accused told it because the truth would implicate them in the offense, in other words, that the lie reveals a consciousness of guilt rather than some innocent motive. The prosecution's case was that Erin's lies were exactly of this kind, that she had told lies upon lies because she knew the truth would implicate her. The defense's case was that they were innocent lies of panic and shame. The jury had to decide which, applying the careful framework the law provides. The jury. Finally, the decision belonged to the jury, 12 ordinary citizens, randomly selected, who alone determined the facts. The judge decided questions of law and directed the jury upon them. The jury decided the facts and returned the verdict. Their verdict had to be unanimous on each count. They were required to decide the case only on the evidence given in the courtroom, putting aside the saturation of media coverage that surrounded the trial, a demanding instruction in a case of such notoriety, and one whose practical observance would later be questioned on appeal. They were not required to explain their reasoning, and they did not. A jury's verdict is delivered as a bare conclusion of guilty or not guilty, the deliberations behind it forever private. It was within this framework, intent, the presumption of innocence, proof beyond reasonable doubt, the only reasonable inference rule, the limited use of lies, and the unanimous verdict of 12, that the prosecution and defense cases were fought. Chapter 18, The Crown Case. The prosecution case was opened and run by Nanette Rogers SC, one of the state's most senior and respected Crown prosecutors. Over roughly the first month of the trial, the prosecution called its witnesses, more than 50 in all, and tendered its exhibits, of which there were more than 120. The case the Crown built was cumulative and circumstantial, and it was organized around a simple, devastating proposition: that Erin Patterson had told lie upon lie because the truth would have implicated her in deliberate murder. A case built on lies. The spine of the prosecution case was deception. Rogers argued that Erin Patterson had told so many lies, across so many subjects, that they were difficult even to keep track of, and that the lies were not random or innocent, but were all directed at concealing what she had done. She has told lies upon lies because she knew the truth would implicate her, Rogers told the jury. When she knew her lies had been uncovered, she came up with a carefully constructed narrative to fit with the evidence, almost. The qualification, almost, was the point. The prosecution's case was that Erin's explanations very nearly hung together, but not quite, and that the gaps revealed the fabrication beneath. The prosecution identified a series of major deceptions that, taken together, formed the structure of its case. There was the meal itself. Individual beef Wellingtons that, the Crown said, had been deliberately laced with death cap mushrooms and served to the guests while the host ate from a safe, differently colored plate. There was the cancer claim, a false diagnosis used as a pretext to gather the family. There was the apparent feigning of illness, the host who had supposedly eaten the same meal yet was never as sick as her guests, and who, the prosecution said, had pretended to be ill to deflect suspicion. And there was the conduct after the lunch, the disposal of the dehydrator, the wiping and discarding of phones, and the lies to police, including the false denial of ever having owned a dehydrator and the unverifiable story of the Asian grocer. Each deception, the Crown argued, made sense only if Erin had something to hide. The structure of the deceptions. The prosecution organized its case around a sequence of deceptions, each tied to a stage of the events, so that the lies told a story even without a stated motive. The first was the invitation and the cancer claim, the gathering of the family under a false pretext, which the Crown said brought the intended victims to the table. The second was the meal itself, individual portions, the host's food kept separate on a differently colored plate, which the Crown said was engineered so that only the guests would be poisoned. The third was the feigning of illness, the host who had supposedly eaten the same food yet was never as sick as those who died, and who, the Crown said, presented a performance of illness to deflect the obvious suspicion. And the fourth was the cover-up, the disposal of the dehydrator, the wiping and discarding of phones, the false denial of owning a dehydrator, and the unverifiable story of the Asian grocer, which the Crown said was the conduct of a guilty woman destroying the evidence of her crime. Arranged this way, the deceptions formed a chronological arc: lure, method, concealment of complicity, and destruction of evidence. The prosecution's argument was that each stage made sense only as part of a deliberate poisoning, and that no innocent narrative could account for all of them together. An accidental forager might have made a tragic mistake with the mushrooms. She would not have needed a false cancer story to gather the family, a differently colored plate to keep her own food separate, or a performance of illness to explain her survival. It was the combination, lure, method, performance, and cover-up, that the Crown said pointed unavoidably to murder. The foraging narrative. Underpinning the deceptions was the prosecution's account of how the poison had been obtained: deliberate foraging. The Crown told the jury that death cap mushrooms had been sighted and recorded near Leongatha in April and May 2023, that Erin had used the iNaturalist website to view death cap sightings, that her phone records placed her at Loch on April 28th and Outram on May 22nd, where the mushrooms had been seen, that she had bought a food dehydrator in April on the way home from one such trip, that she had used it to dry and powder mushrooms, as she had boasted in her Facebook group, and that digital forensics had recovered photographs of what appeared to be death caps being weighed on kitchen scales. The mushrooms, the prosecution said, were then dehydrated, blitzed into powder, and concealed in the individual beef Wellingtons served to the guests. This narrative was the prosecution's answer to the source question, and it was incompatible with accident. One does not, the Crown argued, research the locations of death caps, travel to them, gather them, dry them, powder them, photograph them on scales, and conceal them in individual portions of food by mistake. The foraging narrative, if the jury accepted it, did not merely make murder possible. It made accident impossible. No motive and why did not matter. The most striking strategic choice the prosecution made was to advance no specific motive. Rogers did not tell the jury why Erin Patterson had killed. She acknowledged, with unusual candor, that the jury might leave the trial still wondering what had driven the accused. The Crown's position was that motive, while it can help a jury understand a case, is not an element of the offense and need not be proved. What had to be proved was that Erin had caused the deaths and had intended to kill or cause really serious injury, and the prosecution maintained that the evidence proved exactly that, whatever the reason behind it. This was a calculated decision. To advance a specific motive, money, revenge for the child support dispute, resentment at her treatment and separation, would have been to invite the jury to test that motive and, perhaps, to find it wanting. By declining to nominate one, the prosecution kept the focus on conduct and concealment, on the physical and digital evidence that it said demonstrated deliberate poisoning regardless of motive. The risk was that the jury would find the absence of a reason troubling. The defense would press exactly that point. But the prosecution backed its evidence, and told the jury that they should have no difficulty rejecting the suggestion that the whole thing had been a horrible foraging accident. The closing proposition. By the time the prosecution closed its case, it had laid before the jury a dense, interlocking body of evidence. The medical proof that the guests had died of amatoxin poisoning from the meal. The forensic proof that the leftovers and the victims' bodies contained death cap toxin, and that the dehydrator bore the toxin and Erin's fingerprints. The digital proof of foraging research, location, weighing photographs and incriminating messages. The eyewitness proof of the differently colored plate. And the long catalogue of lies. The Crown's proposition was that all of this could be explained in only one way. The pattern of evidence, Rogers argued, was inconsistent with accident. The next stage of the case belonged to the witnesses who had brought that evidence to life, and then to the woman who would step into the witness box to answer it. No difficulty. The prosecution's confidence was distilled into a single instruction it pressed upon the jury, that they should have no difficulty rejecting the suggestion that the deaths were a horrible foraging accident. The phrase captured the Crown's whole approach. It was not asking the jury to choose between two finely balanced possibilities. It was asking them to recognize that, once all the evidence was assembled, the accident hypothesis simply could not survive. The strength of that submission lay in the convergence of independent strands. The accident theory had to explain, all at once, why Erin had researched death cap locations before the lunch, why her phone, on the Crown's case, had traveled to those locations, why she had bought and used a dehydrator she then denied owning, why she had photographed mushrooms on her kitchen scales, why she had told the family she had cancer, why she had served herself from a different plate, why she had not been as ill as her guests, why she had dumped the dehydrator while they lay dying, why she had wiped her phones, including during the police search, and why she had given an unverifiable account of the mushroom source. Each of these, the prosecution argued, might just conceivably have an innocent explanation. But the accident theory had to make all of them innocent simultaneously, and at some point the accumulation of coincidences became, in the Crown's submission, an impossibility. That was the meaning of no difficulty. Not that the case was simple, but that the weight of converging evidence left only one reasonable conclusion. Chapter 19. The Witnesses. A trial is, above all, a procession of witnesses, and the Patterson trial heard from more than 50 called by the prosecution alone. They ranged from the intimate to the technical, the estranged husband and the surviving guest, the doctors who had fought to save the victims, the forensic and digital experts who had examined the objects and the data, the mycologist who had mapped the mushrooms, and the online acquaintances who had glimpsed a private Erin Patterson. Each added a piece to the structure, and together they constituted the case that Erin would have to answer. Simon Patterson. Simon Patterson's evidence was among the most painful of the trial. He was, at once, the son of two of the murdered victims, the nephew of a third, the husband of the accused, and a witness for the prosecution. He gave evidence over several days, describing the long arc of his marriage to Erin and its slow decline. He told the court of meeting Erin at the Monash City Council, of being drawn to her intelligence and wit, of marrying in 2007, and of the repeated separations that followed, culminating in the final split in 2015. He described a relationship that had remained friendly most of the time after the separation, with shared care of the children, attendance at the same church, and even family trips together. And he described the change in 2022, when his recording of himself as separated on his tax return altered the couple's finances and the chatty nature of their relationship pretty much stopped. He spoke of his parents' enduring love for Erin, and, his voice faltering, of the bond between Erin and his father, Don, and of his belief that Erin had loved Don's gentle nature. He recounted Heather's puzzled observation, in hospital, about the differently colored plate. He explained why he had withdrawn from the lunch the day before, that he had felt uncomfortable attending. Of all the witnesses, Simon embodied most fully the tragedy at the case's core, a man giving evidence, in a courtroom, about the deaths of his parents and the alleged guilt of the woman he had married. The peculiar agony of Simon Patterson's position deserves acknowledgement. He had lost both his parents and his aunt. He was still, in law, married to the woman accused of killing them, and he was called by the prosecution to give evidence that would help convict her. He had also withdrawn from the lunch at which they died, a decision that spared his life and left him to grieve and to testify. His evidence was measured and, at times, visibly painful, and it provided the jury with much of the human and relational background of the case. The history of the marriage, the cooling of relations in 2022, the enduring love between Erin and his parents, and the small, haunting details, such as Heather's puzzlement in hospital over the differently colored plate. He did not present as a witness driven by vengeance. If anything, his evidence about his parents' affection for Erin cut against the picture of a family at war. That a grieving son should have to give such evidence, about such a crime, against the mother of his children, was among the quiet cruelties of the case. Ian Wilkinson, the sole surviving guest, was the prosecution's irreplaceable eyewitness. No one else who had sat at the table and eaten the meal could speak. From the witness box he described the lunch in detail. The warmth of the invitation, the gladness with which he and Heather had come, the grace set over the table, the food served on 4 gray plates with the host's portion on a different plate, the banter about how much they were eating, the cancer announcement over the orange cake, the advice the couples gave about telling the children, and the prayer that ended the meal. He also described the aftermath that he, uniquely, had survived. The onset of the illness, the descent into critical condition, the loss of his wife. He told a pre-sentence hearing that he felt half alive without Heather. And in a moment that would echo through the sentencing, he offered Erin Patterson forgiveness and said he bore her no ill will, even as he asked her to confess and repent. His evidence carried a particular authority precisely because he had lived through what the others had not, and because his account of the lunch was that of a guest who, at the time, had noticed nothing sinister. Erin, he said, had seemed to him like a normal person. The medical witnesses. The doctors established the cause of the deaths and the timeline of the illness, and they conveyed the horror of what they had witnessed. Dr. Stephen Warlow, the director of intensive care at the Austin Hospital, told the court that the 4 patients were among the sickest he had ever seen, and explained the merciless progression of amatoxin poisoning from liver failure to multi-organ collapse. Dr. Chris Webster, the Leongatha doctor, described Erin's brief presentation at his hospital on July 31st, his alarm at her sudden departure, and the 000 call he made out of concern for her and her children. Dr. Varuna Ruggu, an emergency physician at Monash Health, described assessing Erin and administering fluids and N-acetylcysteine, and recalled that Erin had appeared clinically well, in a normal mood and affect, 2 days after the lunch. Through the medical witnesses, the jury learned both the science of the poison and the stark contrast between the condition of the guests and that of their host. The forensic and expert witnesses. A second body of witnesses dealt with the physical and scientific evidence. Toxicologists established that the victim's blood and tissue contained massive concentrations of amatoxin, and that the leftover beef Wellington recovered from Erin's home tested positive for death cap toxin. Forensic examiners established that the recovered dehydrator carried death cap traces and Erin's fingerprints. Digital forensic experts described the state of Erin's phones, the wiping, the factory resets, and the recovery of deleted material, including the photographs of mushrooms being weighed on kitchen scales, and the iNaturalist browsing history. Telecommunications evidence was used to advance the location data, placing Erin's phone at lock and out trim. The mycologist Dr. Tom May explained the death cap mushroom itself, its lethality, and its presence in the district. He told the court of the sightings at lock and out trim in April and May 2023, and of his own iNaturalist post of May 21, 2023, made under the username Funky Tom, recording where the dangerous fungi could be found. His evidence connected the abstract danger of the death cap to a specific time and place within reach of the accused. How the experts proved the unseen. It is worth pausing on the expert evidence, because in a poisoning case the experts do something a lay witness cannot. They make the unseen visible. No one watched Erin Patterson gather or prepare death caps. The proof that she had done so depended on specialists translating physical and digital traces into evidence a jury could weigh. The toxicologists established the presence and the lethal concentration of amatoxin in the victims and confirmed the poison in the recovered leftovers, the scientific foundation on which the whole case rested. The forensic examiners linked the dehydrator to both the toxin and the accused through trace analysis and fingerprinting. The digital forensic specialists explained the state of the devices, the factory resets, the deleted material, and recovered the photographs of mushrooms on the kitchen scales, demonstrating that data a person believes destroyed can often be retrieved. The telecommunications experts interpreted the cell tower records that the prosecution used to chart Erin's movements, while the defense pressed them on the inherent imprecision of such data. And the mycologist, Dr. Tom May, supplied the expertise that tied the abstract danger of the death cap to a specific time and place, explaining the fungus, its lethality, and its recorded presence at lock and out trim in the weeks before the lunch. The cumulative effect of the expert evidence was to convert a set of objects and records, a dehydrator, some phones, a browsing history, a few photographs, a set of mushroom sightings, into a coherent account of how the poison had been sourced, prepared, and concealed. The defense's task with these witnesses was to contest not their honesty, but the strength of the inferences drawn from their findings, above all the reliability of the phone location data. But the science that established the cause of death, and that linked the poison to the accused's own kitchen and devices, was not seriously shaken, and it formed the bedrock beneath the rest of the case. The online acquaintances and the child protection worker. Finally, a set of witnesses illuminated Erin's character and state of mind. Members of the true crime Facebook group described her online life. Her interest in mushrooms, her request for advice on cooking beef Wellington, her boast about hiding powdered mushrooms in her children's food, and the several names under which she posted. Daniela Barkley and Christine Hunt were among those who gave this evidence. And the child protection worker, Katrina Cripps, recounted Erin, describing Simon as controlling and emotionally abusive, and tracing the deterioration of the relationship to the dispute over child support. These witnesses did not speak to the mechanics of the poisoning, but they gave the jury a fuller, and in places darker, portrait of the woman at the center of the case, the private voice behind the public face. The police interview. Among the most compelling pieces of evidence the prosecution placed before the jury was not a live witness at all, but a recording. Erin Patterson had been interviewed by detectives on August 5, 2023, the day Dawn Patterson died, and the recording of that interview was played to the jury during the trial. In it, the jury could hear Erin's own account, given before she had the benefit of seeing the evidence against her, and could measure it against what the investigation later revealed. The interview captured the central oddity of the case in the detectives' own words. They told Erin they were trying to understand what had made her guests so ill and, just as much, why she was not as ill as them. They pressed her on the source of the mushrooms, on her movements, on the dehydrator. In the interview, Erin made statements that the prosecution would later show to be false, including her denial that she had ever owned a dehydrator, and she professed her love for the Patterson family and her lack of any intention to harm anyone. "My parents are both gone. My grandparents are all gone," she told them. "They're the only family that I've got. I love them a lot." The recording allowed the jury to assess, in Erin's own voice and manner, an account that they would later hear her expand and revise from the witness box. The contrast between what she told police in August 2023 and what she told the jury in June 2025 became part of the prosecution's argument that her narrative had evolved to fit the evidence, the toxicology, and the certainty of the cause. A further body of evidence, technical but foundational, established beyond argument what had killed the guests. Toxicological analysis of the victims demonstrated the presence of amatoxin, the death cap's poison, in their blood and tissue. And analysis of the leftover beef Wellington recovered from Erin's home showed that the food itself contained death cap toxin. This evidence did two things. It removed any possibility that the deaths had some other, unrelated cause, and it tied the poison directly to the meal Erin had cooked and served. Whatever was disputed about intent and source, the chain from the dish to the deaths was, by the end of the medical and toxicological evidence, beyond reasonable dispute. The remaining question, the only real question, was how the death caps had come to be in that food, and whether the woman who made it had put them there deliberately. By the time the prosecution closed, after roughly a month of evidence, the jury had heard from the family, the doctors, the scientists, and the online acquaintances. The structure of the case stood complete. What remained was to hear from the one witness who could speak to what had actually happened in that kitchen, Erin Patterson herself. The defense case. When the prosecution closed, after roughly a month of evidence, the trial turned to the defense. In a criminal trial, the defense carries no burden. It need prove nothing, and so a defense case is often less a positive story than a sustained attack on the prosecution's. But Erin Patterson's defense was more than a bare denial. It advanced a coherent alternative account of what had happened, anchored in a single proposition: that the deaths were a tragic accident, and that everything the prosecution presented as evidence of murder was, in truth, consistent with the conduct of an innocent but frightened and flawed woman. Led by Colin Mandy SC, the defense ran that case with discipline, and it is worth setting out as a whole because it was the lens through which the jury was invited to see all the evidence. A tragedy and a terrible accident. The foundation of the defense was the characterization of the poisoning as, in the phrase used throughout, a tragedy and a terrible accident. On this account, Erin Patterson was a genuine amateur forager and mushroom enthusiast who had, at some point, gathered wild mushrooms that unknowingly included death caps, and who had then, by catastrophic mistake, allowed those foraged mushrooms to mingle with store-bought ones and find their way into the beef Wellington. She had not known the mushrooms were deadly. She had not intended to harm anyone. The deaths of 3 people she loved, and the near death of a 4th, were the result of an error, not a plan. This account had the considerable advantage of fitting the well-known pattern of death cap poisonings, the overwhelming majority of which are exactly such accidents. It asked the jury to place Erin in the long line of foragers and cooks who have mistaken the death cap for something harmless, a line that includes experienced cooks and confident amateurs who have died of their mistakes. If that was a reasonable possibility, then the prosecution had not excluded innocence, and the law required an acquittal. The lies explained. The greatest obstacle for the defense was the catalogue of Erin's lies and her destruction of evidence. The defense did not deny these. Denial would have been hopeless. Instead, it sought to detach them from any inference of murderous intent. Lying, Mr. Mandy reminded the jury, was not the offense charged. She's not on trial for lying. This is not a court of moral judgment. People lie and destroy things for many reasons that have nothing to do with murder, among them fear, shame, and panic. On the defense account, Erin had come to realize, in the days after the lunch, that the meal might have contained foraged mushrooms and had been overwhelmed by terror that she would be blamed for the deaths of her family. From that terror flowed the lies and the disposal. She dumped the dehydrator and denied owning it, wiped her phones, and invented stories because she was a secretive, easily shamed person facing what she feared was an unsurvivable accusation. The same disposition, the defense argued, explained her other deceptions. The cancer claim that masked an embarrassing plan for weight loss surgery, the long-concealed eating disorder. Erin was, on this view, a woman who lied and hid out of fear and shame, not out of consciousness of having committed deliberate murder. Her conduct after the lunch was the panicked floundering of the innocent but frightened, not the cool cover-up of the guilty. Dismantling the circumstantial case. The defense's second great task was to attack the prosecution's circumstantial structure piece by piece, and to argue that the Crown had built its case by force. Mr. Mandy accused the prosecution of assembling a jigsaw puzzle by stretching interpretations and ignoring alternative explanations that did not fit its narrative. Each individual piece, the defense argued, had an innocent reading. The phone location data was imprecise. Cell tower records could not place Erin at the specific spots where death caps had been seen, so there was no real proof she had visited them to forage. The differently colored plate proved nothing. People use mismatched crockery for innocent reasons, and to build a murder on the color of a dish was absurd. Her relative lack of illness had an innocent, medical explanation in her bulimia and her purging after the meal. The hostile Facebook messages were ordinary venting, not evidence of intent. The recipe modification to individual portions was forced on her by what she could buy, not designed to exclude herself. Taken one by one, the defense argued, none of the prosecution's pieces compelled the conclusion of murder, and the law forbade conviction unless guilt was the only reasonable inference from the whole. The argument from love, and from no motive. Underlying all of this was the defense's most emotionally powerful argument: the absence of any motive, and the presence of genuine love. Why, the defense asked again and again, would Erin Patterson murder the people who had embraced her for 20 years? The grandparents of her own children, the pastor who had helped bring her to faith, in-laws who had loved and supported her and to whom she had been generous with her own money. She had described them as the only family she had left. The prosecution offered no answer, declining to advance any motive at all. To the defense, that silence was not a clever tactic, but a fatal weakness. A case that could not say why a woman would commit so monstrous a crime against those she loved had not truly explained the crime at all. The defense thus asked the jury to weigh two improbabilities against each other. On one side was the prosecution's theory that a woman of means, beloved by her victims, had for no demonstrated reason gathered a deadly poison and murdered 3 relatives and tried to kill a 4th, then bungled an obvious cover-up. On the other was the defense's theory that a keen forager had made the same kind of fatal mistake that has killed many before her, and had then, out of fear and shame, lied and destroyed evidence in a way that made her look guilty. The defense's case was that the second was at least a reasonable possibility, and that a reasonable possibility of innocence was all the law required for acquittal. The jury was not persuaded. But the defense case was a real and serious one, and understanding it is essential to understanding what the jury rejected when it convicted. Chapter 20. Erin in the witness box. An accused person is never obliged to give evidence. The burden of proof rests entirely on the prosecution, and a defendant may sit silent and require the Crown to prove its case. Erin Patterson chose otherwise. She entered the witness box and gave evidence over 8 days, becoming, in effect, the centerpiece of her own defense. It was a high-risk decision. It allowed her to tell the jury, in her own words, that the poisoning had been an accident and that she had never meant to harm anyone. But it also exposed her to days of cross-examination by one of the state's most formidable prosecutors, and it put her credibility, already strained by a trail of admitted lies, directly before the jury. Her account of the marriage and the family. Erin began, in early June 2025, by describing her life with Simon and her place in the wider Patterson family. She told the court that the marriage had been troubled almost from the start. Married in 2007, the couple had struggled within a couple of years, and that the central problem had been an inability to resolve conflict. "We could never communicate in a way that would make each of us feel heard and understood," she said. She described the traumatic birth of her son in 2009, and the brief separation around that time, insisting that whatever the difficulties between her and Simon, they had never fought over the care of their child. She spoke of feeling increasingly distant from the Patterson family in the period before the deaths. "I had felt for some months that my relationship with the wider Patterson family, particularly Dawn and Gail, had a bit more distance or space put between us," she said. "We saw each other less." She said she had come to feel that Simon did not want her too involved with the family anymore. And yet she insisted, through tears, on the depth of her love for her parents-in-law. "They had never stopped treating her as their daughter-in-law," she said. "They just continued to love me." She told police, in words played to the jury, that the Pattersons were the only family that I've got. "I love them a lot," her own parents and grandparents having died. The lunch and the lies she admitted. On the lunch itself, Erin's evidence was an extended attempt to recast as innocent the very facts the prosecution had presented as sinister. She admitted a great deal. She admitted that she had lied about having cancer. She admitted that she had lied to police about owning a dehydrator. She admitted that she had disposed of the dehydrator after the lunch. She admitted that the meal she served had, in fact, contained toxic mushrooms. What she denied, steadfastly, was that any of it had been deliberate. Her explanation for the cancer lie was that she had in fact been planning to have weight loss surgery, a gastric band, and had been too embarrassed to tell the family, reaching instead for a lie about cancer to explain why she wanted to gather them and seek their counsel about her children. Her explanation for the mushrooms was that she was a keen amateur forager and mushroom lover, and that she had accidentally mixed foraged wild mushrooms, which, unbeknown to her, included death caps, into a container with store-bought dried mushrooms, so that the deadly fungi found their way into the Duke's cell without her knowledge. The perfect dish for them, she had once described the beef Wellington. Now she explained that the dried mushrooms had gone into it by mistake. Her explanation for everything that followed, the disposal of the dehydrator, the lies to police, the wiped phones, was fear. She said she had realized, in the days after the lunch, that the meal might have included the foraged mushrooms, and that she had been terrified of being blamed for what she came to see as a catastrophic accident. Rather than tell the truth, she had panicked and concealed. It was this stupid knee-jerk reaction to dig deeper and keep lying, she told the court. The lies on her account were the spiraling errors of a frightened, ashamed woman, not the cover-up of a murderer. The bulimia and the missing illness. Erin also addressed the question that hung over the case from the beginning. why she had not been as sick as her guests. Her answer was intimate and, her defense argued, exculpatory. She told the jury of a long-concealed eating disorder, binge eating, and purging since her teens. On the afternoon of the lunch, she said, after the guests had gone, she had eaten slice after slice of Gale's orange cake until it was gone, felt overfull, and made herself vomit. After I'd done that, I felt better, she said. The implication, which her defense drew out, was that habitual purging and her vomiting that day could explain why she had absorbed far less of any toxin than her guests, and so survived where they died. It was, for Erin, a deeply personal disclosure to make in a public courtroom watched around the world, and it was central to her case. If the jury accepted that her relative lack of symptoms had an innocent medical explanation rooted in a genuine disorder, then the prosecution lost one of its most powerful points: the strange spectacle of a host who walked away from a meal that killed everyone else who ate it. The forager and the perfect dish. A significant part of Erin's evidence was devoted to establishing herself as a genuine and enthusiastic amateur forager and mushroom lover, a self-portrait that was essential to her defense, because it made the idea of an accidental poisoning credible. She described a real interest in wild mushrooms and in foraging, the kind of interest that might lead a person to gather fungi from the countryside and bring them into the kitchen. If the jury accepted that she was a true forager, then the catastrophic mistake she described, foraged mushrooms mingling with shop-bought ones, became at least possible. She also gave evidence about why she had included dried mushrooms in the beef Wellington at all. By her account, the recipe and her improvisations called for a substantial quantity of mushroom for the duxelle, and dried mushrooms were part of how she made it up. In explaining her choices, she used a phrase that it was, in effect, the perfect dish for the occasion, that the prosecution would seize upon, given what the dish turned out to contain. To the defense, this was simply a cook describing her thinking about a recipe. To the prosecution, the language of a perfect dish for these particular guests carried a darker resonance, coming from a woman the jury had been invited to see as a deliberate poisoner. As with everything else, the same words admitted of innocent and sinister readings. The children and the leftovers. Erin also gave evidence about her children and the leftovers, a delicate subject, since it bore on whether anyone other than the 4 guests had been exposed to the poison. She told the court that her children had eaten leftovers of the beef Wellington in the days after the lunch, but that she had scraped off the pastry and the mushroom paste before giving the food to them, because they did not like that part of the dish. On this account, the children never consumed the mushroom component, which explained why they had not become ill. The same explanation accounted for the urgency, at the hospital, about checking the children, and for Erin's emotional reaction when asked to bring them in. She had said they had no symptoms and she did not want to disrupt their schooling. The defense presented all of this as the ordinary, protective behavior of a mother. The prosecution noted how neatly the detail of the scraped-off mushrooms fitted the rest of Erin's account, and treated it as one more element of a narrative shaped to the evidence. The children themselves did not fall ill, and they are not figures to be dwelt upon, but their place in the evidence underlined how completely the question of who had eaten the mushroom paste and who had not sat at the center of the case. The gamble of the witness box. A defendant who gives evidence makes a calculated gamble, and it is worth understanding the stakes of Erin Patterson's. Because she bore no burden of proof, she could have remained silent and required the prosecution to prove its case from its own evidence, with no adverse inference permitted from her silence. By choosing to testify over 8 days, she gained the chance to humanize herself, to give an innocent account of an accident, and to explain her admitted lies as the products of panic and shame rather than guilt. For a defense whose central difficulty was the sheer weight of incriminating conduct, putting a sympathetic, articulate woman before the jury to tell her own story had obvious appeal. But the gamble was severe, and for one reason above all: credibility. Erin Patterson came to the witness box having already admitted that she had lied repeatedly and seriously about having cancer, about owning a dehydrator, and more. To accept her defense, the jury had to believe that this same woman, who had lied so readily about so much, was telling the truth about the single most important matter in the case: that she had not meant to kill. Every admitted lie eroded the foundation on which her testimony stood. And by testifying, she exposed every part of her account to the forensic pressure of cross-examination, in which each inconsistency could be exposed and each improbable explanation tested to destruction. The decision to give evidence was, in the end, an expression of the defense's only real path to acquittal, that the jury might believe her account of an accident, and the prosecution's cross-examination was designed precisely to make that belief impossible. A composed and contested witness. Through her 8 days in the box, Erin Patterson was, by most accounts, composed, articulate, and at times emotional, weeping as she spoke of her love for the Pattersons. She presented as the intelligent, capable woman others had described. But she was also a witness who had, on her own admission, lied repeatedly about cancer, about the dehydrator, and, the prosecution said, about much else. The jury was being asked to believe that this woman, who had lied so often and so readily, was now telling the truth about the one thing that mattered most, that she had not meant to kill. Whether she could carry that burden of credibility would be tested, mercilessly, in cross-examination. Chapter 21. The Cross-Examination. Cross-examination is the crucible of an adversarial trial, and Erin Patterson's was its most dramatic phase. Day after day, the Crown Prosecutor Nanette Rogers pressed Erin on the inconsistencies, improbabilities, and admitted falsehoods in her account, building towards a single conclusion: that Erin had told lie upon lie because she was guilty, and that her innocent explanations were a narrative constructed after the fact to fit evidence she could not deny. The catalogue of lies. Rogers's method was to make the jury see the sheer accumulation of Erin's untruths. There was the cancer lie, which Erin admitted. There was the dehydrator lie, which Erin admitted. There was the unverifiable claim about the Asian grocer, a shop in an unremembered suburb, an unbranded product in plain packaging, paid for in cash, leaving no trace. There was the shifting account of her own illness. There was the foraging and mix-up story, advanced to explain the presence of death caps in the food. The prosecution's argument was that no innocent person needed this many explanations, and that the explanations did not cohere. Erin, Rogers told the jury, had told lies upon lies because she knew the truth would implicate her. The most pointed example concerned the cancer story and its supposed cover. Erin had said the talk of cancer concealed a real plan to have gastric band weight loss surgery, and that she had booked an appointment at a Melbourne clinic to that end. Rogers told the jury that the clinic Erin had named did not even offer the procedure. The cover story, in other words, was itself propped up by a falsehood. This, Rogers said, was perhaps the starkest of Erin's lies, a lie told to explain a lie, collapsing under examination. Reading her own words aloud. One of the most powerful moments of the cross-examination came when Rogers required Erin to read aloud, to the court, the messages she sent about the Patterson family in her online group. In her own voice, Erin had to recite the crude and contemptuous things she had written, calling Simon a deadbeat, describing his parents as a lost cause, in messages laced with expletives. The effect was to confront the jury, and Erin herself, with the gap between the loving daughter-in-law of her tearful testimony and the resentful woman of her private messages. Having made Erin read her own words, Rogers put the conclusion to her: "You had two faces." It was a charge not merely about the messages, but about the whole of Erin's self-presentation. The suggestion that the warmth she displayed to the family, and now to the jury, masked a different and colder reality. Erin's answer was that the messages were venting, the ordinary release of frustration in a hard separation. The defense would argue the same. But the image of the accused reading aloud her own, contemptuous words about the people she was charged with murdering was among the trial's most arresting. The pressure on the explanations. Beyond the cancer cover story, the cross-examination pressed every one of Erin's explanations to its breaking point, and the prosecution's method was to show that each, examined closely, either could not be verified or did not fit the surrounding facts. The Asian grocer account was pressed until it collapsed into a series of things that could not be checked: a shop in an unremembered suburb, an unbranded product in plain packaging, a cash payment leaving no record. The foraging and mix-up explanation was pressed on its inherent improbability, that a careful enough cook to attempt an elaborate dish had been careless enough to let deadly foraged mushrooms mingle with safe ones, and then cook them into a meal for guests she loved. Her shifting accounts of her own illness were pressed for their inconsistency. And throughout, the prosecution returned to the conduct that no innocent explanation easily covered. The disposal of the dehydrator while her guests lay dying, the repeated wiping of her phone, including during the police search, and the photographs of mushrooms on the kitchen scales recovered from her own devices. The cumulative effect, which was the prosecution's purpose, was to present the jury not with a single lie to be explained but with a dense web of falsehoods, evasions, and incriminating conduct, each requiring its own innocent account, and the innocent accounts straining against one another. Rogers' summary of the position was unsparing. Erin had told lies upon lies because she knew the truth would implicate her, and when her lies were exposed she had built a narrative to fit the evidence, almost. The qualification was the whole of the prosecution's case in a single word: the defense's framing of the lies. The defense did not deny that Erin had lied. Its position was more subtle, that lying is not the crime charged, and that a person may lie for reasons that have nothing to do with murder. Erin's barrister, Colin Mandy SC, told the jury bluntly, "She's not on trial for lying. This is not a court of moral judgment." The lies, on the defense account, flowed from Erin's panic and shame after she came to fear she had caused an accidental tragedy, and from a personality given to concealment and embarrassment. The same impulses that had led her to hide her eating disorder and to invent a cancer story rather than admit she was contemplating weight loss surgery. The cross-examination, then, did not turn on whether Erin had lied. That was common ground. It turned on what the lies meant. The prosecution said they were the conduct of a guilty woman concealing deliberate murder. The defense said they were the conduct of a frightened, ashamed woman concealing an accident she feared she would be blamed for. After days in the box, Erin Patterson had admitted the lies and held to her account that the deaths were an accident. It would be for the jury to decide whether a woman who had lied so much could be believed about the thing that mattered most. What the cross-examination settled. By the time Erin Patterson left the witness box, the cross-examination had reframed the central question of the trial. The defense had hoped that her testimony would establish a reasonable possibility of innocence, that the jury, having heard her, might accept that an accident, compounded by panic, could explain the deaths and her conduct. The cross-examination was designed to make that acceptance impossible, and its method was to show that believing Erin's account required believing a woman who had lied, repeatedly and on her own admission, about matters large and small, and whose innocent explanations either could not be verified or did not withstand scrutiny. This did not, in law, shift any burden onto Erin. The prosecution still had to prove its case beyond reasonable doubt. But as a practical matter, once she chose to testify, the trial came to turn substantially on whether she could be believed, and the cross-examination was a sustained demonstration that she could not. The jury's verdict suggests that the demonstration succeeded. It is one of the recognized risks of the witness box. A defendant who testifies in the hope of being believed stakes the case on her credibility, and a credibility already damaged by admitted lies is a perilous foundation on which to stand. Erin Patterson's 8 days of evidence, and the days of cross-examination that followed, may in the end have done less to raise a reasonable doubt than to confirm, in the jury's mind, the prosecution's central charge, that this was a woman whose word could not be trusted, and whose account of an accident was the last and largest of her lies. Chapter 22. Closing Addresses and the Judge's Charge. After roughly 7 weeks of evidence, the trial moved to its final phase, the closing addresses of counsel and the directions of the judge. These are not mere formalities. The closing addresses are the last opportunity for each side to draw the threads of the evidence into a coherent argument, and the judge's charge is the framework of law within which the jury must reach its verdict. Together they set the terms on which Erin Patterson's fate would be decided. The prosecution's close. Nanette Rogers closed for the Crown by returning to the theme that had organized the entire prosecution case: lies. Erin Patterson, she argued, had told so many lies that they were hard to keep track of, and the lies were not innocent, but were directed at concealing deliberate murder. She has told lies upon lies, because she knew the truth would implicate her, Rogers said. When she knew her lies had been uncovered, she came up with a carefully constructed narrative to fit with the evidence, almost. The qualification carried the weight of the argument. Erin's explanations had been built, after the fact, to fit evidence she could not escape, and they did not quite fit. Rogers urged the jury to view the evidence as a pattern rather than as a series of isolated points. The foraging research, the location data, the dehydrator with its toxin and fingerprints, the weighing photographs, the differently colored plate, the cancer lie, the feigned illness, the disposal of evidence and the lies to police, taken together, she argued, these were inconsistent with accident. She told the jury they should have no difficulty rejecting the suggestion that this had all been a horrible foraging accident. And she met the absence of motive head-on, acknowledging that the jury might never know why Erin had done it, while insisting that they could be sure she had. The defense is close. Colin Mandy SC closed for the defense by attacking the prosecution's method, and by pressing the question the Crown had declined to answer. The prosecution, he argued, had assembled a jigsaw puzzle by force, stretching interpretations, ignoring alternative explanations because they don't align perfectly with the narrative. Each piece of circumstantial evidence, he said, had an innocent explanation, and the Crown had simply chosen the sinister reading at every turn. He pressed the lack of motive relentlessly. Why would Erin Patterson murder the people who had loved and supported her for 20 years, the grandparents of her own children, people she had described as her only remaining family? The absence of any reason, he argued, was not a detail to be brushed aside, but a hole at the center of the case. He reminded the jury that lying is not the charge, she's not on trial for lying. This is not a court of moral judgment. And that Erin's lies and her disposal of evidence were the actions of a woman terrified of being blamed for an accident, not proof of intent. He pointed to the imprecision of the cell tower data, to the innocent explanations for the plate and the illness, and to the fundamental implausibility of the prosecution's theory in light of the love that had existed within the family. The defense did not have to prove how the death caps got into the meal. It had only to leave the jury with a reasonable doubt. The judge's charge. Justice Christopher Beale then delivered his charge to the jury, the directions of law and the summary of evidence that would guide their deliberations. The charge in a long and complex trial is itself a substantial undertaking. In this case, the summing up occupied several days. The judge's task was to remind the jury of the legal principles within which they had to work. He directed them on the presumption of innocence and on the prosecution's burden of proving guilt beyond reasonable doubt, a burden that never shifts to the accused. He explained the elements of murder and attempted murder, and he framed the central issue for them. The question they had to decide was whether Erin Patterson had intended to kill or to cause very serious injury when she prepared and served the meal. He directed them on how to approach circumstantial evidence, that they could convict on circumstantial evidence, but only if guilt was the only reasonable inference available from the proven facts. He reminded them that lying by an accused does not, by itself, prove guilt, and that they must not reason that because Erin had lied, she must be a murderer. Lies can have many explanations. And he instructed them, as judges must, to decide the case only on the evidence they had heard in the courtroom, and to put aside the enormous publicity that surrounded the trial. The length and weight of the charge. It is worth dwelling on the scale of the judge's task, because it reflects the complexity of what the jury was being asked to do. In a long circumstantial trial, the charge is not a brief set of instructions, but an extended exercise, occupying several days, in which the judge must fairly summarize the evidence of both sides and explain the law that governs its use. Justice Beale had to take the jury through the elements of murder and attempted murder, the presumption of innocence and the burden and standard of proof, the proper approach to circumstantial evidence and the requirement that guilt be the only reasonable inference, the limited and careful use that could be made of Erin's admitted lies, the irrelevance of motive as an element of the offenses, and the duty to decide only on the evidence, setting aside the pervasive publicity. He also had to put the defense case fairly, even as he summarized the prosecution's, to remind the jury of the innocent explanations advanced for each piece of evidence, of the absence of any proven motive, and of the fundamental point that the defense had to prove nothing. A charge that failed to put the defense case adequately, or that misdirected the jury on the law, could itself become a ground of appeal. The care a trial judge must take is, in part, a guard against later challenge. The very length of the summing up was a measure of how much the jury had to hold in mind, and of how high the stakes were for getting the directions right. With the charge complete, the case passed out of the hands of the lawyers and the judge, and into the hands of 12 citizens. After weeks of evidence and days of argument and direction, the jury retired to consider its verdict. The decision was now theirs alone. The verdict. A jury's deliberation is the one part of a criminal trial that happens in private and is never explained. 12 people who have sat through weeks of evidence retire to a room, and what passes between them stays there. The public sees only the silence of waiting, and at the end, the words of the foreperson. In Erin Patterson's case, the wait was long, and the words, when they came, were unequivocal. The deliberation. After the judge's charge, the jury that would decide Erin Patterson's fate retired to consider its verdict. They had heard roughly 7 weeks of evidence and several days of legal direction. They now had to work through it all. The medical evidence, the forensic and digital evidence, the testimony of Simon and Ian, and Erin's own 8 days in the box, and to decide, beyond reasonable doubt, whether she had intended to kill. They took their time. The deliberation ran across approximately 6.5 days. For those following the case, each day without a verdict deepened the suspense. In truth, a careful jury taking the better part of a week over 4 counts of the gravest kind, in a long circumstantial case, was doing exactly what a jury should. They reached, in the end, the unanimous verdicts that the law required. July 7, 2025. On July 7, 2025, the jury returned. Erin Patterson was found guilty on all 4 counts. Guilty of the murder of Don Patterson, guilty of the murder of Gail Patterson, guilty of the murder of Heather Wilkinson, and guilty of the attempted murder of Ian Wilkinson. The jury had rejected her account of a foraging accident and had accepted the prosecution's case that the poisoning was deliberate. Erin Patterson received the verdicts, by the accounts of those in the courtroom, with little visible emotion, her eyes on the jury as the foreperson spoke. In that moment, the long public argument about what had happened at Leongatha resolved, at law, into a single answer. The lunch was no longer a mystery to be debated. A jury of 12 had decided that it was murder. As legal commentators observed afterwards, few who had followed the strength of the prosecution case were surprised by the outcome. Though, as in any criminal case, the verdict would in due course be subject to the right of appeal. A verdict is not the same as a full account of the truth, and it does not restore what was lost. It is a legal conclusion, reached to a legal standard, by people sworn to decide on the evidence. But within its own domain it is decisive. Erin Patterson was now a convicted murderer, and the case moved to its next stage, the determination of how she would be punished. The response and the road to sentencing. The verdict landed with enormous force, not only in the courtroom, but across the country and beyond, where the case had been followed for 2 years. For the families of the victims, it was the end of one ordeal and the beginning of another. The conviction of a relative for the murder of relatives, a result that could bring a measure of justice, but no restoration of what had been lost. For the public, it resolved the central question that had gripped them. A jury of 12, having heard everything, had concluded that the lunch was murder. A guilty verdict does not, however, end a case. It moves it to its next phase. Erin Patterson, now convicted, would be remanded to await sentencing, which Justice Beale set down for a later date. In the event, September 8, 2025. Between verdict and sentence would come the plea hearing, at which the court would receive victim impact statements and submissions on penalty. And beyond the sentence lay the prospect of appeal, which the defense signaled it would pursue. The verdict was decisive at the level of the trial, but it was the beginning, not the end, of the legal road that the case would travel. It is worth restating, even at this point of apparent finality, what a verdict is and is not. It is the considered conclusion of 12 citizens, reached unanimously, to the standard of beyond reasonable doubt, on the admissible evidence placed before them. It is the law's answer to the question of guilt. It is not a transcript of exactly what happened in that kitchen, nor an explanation of why. The jury found that Erin Patterson had deliberately poisoned her guests, but it did not, and could not, supply a motive. And, like every verdict, it was subject to the right of appeal, a right Erin Patterson would exercise. With that qualification firmly in mind, the case moved to the determination of punishment. Chapter 23. The plea hearing and the victims' voices. Between the verdict in July and the sentence in September lay a stage of the process that is easily overlooked but profoundly important. The plea hearing, sometimes called the pre-sentence hearing. This is the proceeding at which, after a finding of guilt, the court hears submissions on how the offender should be punished, and at which the victims of the crime are given a formal opportunity to tell the court, and the offender, what the crime has done to them. For the Patterson case, the plea hearing in late August 2025 was the moment at which the human cost of the lunch was spoken aloud in the courtroom, and at which the surviving victim made a statement of such grace that it would echo through the sentence and beyond. The purpose of the hearing. A plea hearing serves several functions. It allows the prosecution and the defense to make submissions about the appropriate sentence, to point to the features of the offending that aggravate or mitigate it, to relevant sentencing law, and to comparable cases. It allows the court to receive material about the offender's circumstances. And it allows victims and the families of those who have died to place before the court victim impact statements, accounts, in their own words, of the harm the crime has caused. These statements do not determine the sentence, but they form part of what the court must weigh, and they give the proceeding its human dimension. In Erin Patterson's case, the plea hearing took place on August 25, 2025, before Justice Christopher Beale, who had presided over the trial. By then Erin stood convicted of 3 murders and 1 attempted murder, and the only question was punishment. Ian Wilkinson's statement. The most powerful voice at the hearing was that of Ian Wilkinson, the sole survivor of the lunch. He had lost his wife of many years, Heather. He had lost his sister-in-law, Gail, and her husband, Dawn. And he had himself nearly died, surviving only after weeks in hospital and a liver transplant. He came to court to speak about what had been done to him and to those he loved. His statement was, by the accounts of those present, devastating in its restraint. He spoke of the loss of his wife, and of living on without her, of feeling, as he put it, only half alive. And yet, in the same statement, he did something extraordinary. He offered Erin Patterson forgiveness for the harm done to him, said that he bore her no ill will, and expressed the wish that she would confess and repent. It was an act of mercy from a man with every reason for bitterness, rooted in the Christian faith that had been at the center of his life and his ministry. The trial judge would refer to it directly in his sentencing remarks, telling Erin that the offer of forgiveness presented her with an opportunity she would do well to embrace. Simon Patterson and the family. The hearing also gave voice to the wider devastation. Simon Patterson, Erin's estranged husband, the son of 2 of the murdered victims and nephew of a third, addressed the impact of the crime on the family, and in particular on the couple's 2 children, who had lost their grandparents and whose mother now stood convicted of murdering them. The phrase used to describe what they faced was the grim reality of the impact on the children. A family not only bereaved but fractured at its root, with the surviving parent the person responsible for the deaths of the other's beloved grandparents. The extended Patterson and Wilkinson families had been, in the judge's later words, devastated. These statements established for the court and the public that the lunch was not an abstract legal puzzle, but an event that had hollowed out 2 families. 3 people were dead. A husband had lost his wife. 4 children of the Wilkinsons and 4 children of the Pattersons had lost parents. Grandchildren had lost grandparents. And the children of the woman in the dock had been robbed of their grandparents by their own mother. The submissions on sentence. Alongside the victim statements, the lawyers made their submissions on punishment, and here the battle lines for the sentence, and for the later appeal, were drawn. There was, in fact, agreement on the central point. Both the prosecution and the defense accepted that the seriousness of the offending meant that the sentence could only be life imprisonment. Erin's own barrister acknowledged as much at the hearing. The gravity of 3 murders and an attempted murder left no other realistic outcome for the head sentence. The contest was over parole. The prosecution argued that Erin Patterson should never be eligible for release, that, given the horrendous nature of her crimes, she did not deserve the prospect of parole, and that the court should decline to fix any non-parole period at all, leaving her to serve life without the possibility of release. The defense, accepting the inevitability of a life sentence, argued for a non-parole period, submitting that Erin should become eligible to apply for parole after 30 years, and pointing to the harsh conditions in which she was being, and would be, held. It was this dispute, whether to fix a non-parole period, and if so how long, that Justice Beale would have to resolve, and that the Director of Public Prosecutions would later carry to the Court of Appeal. Chapter 24. The Sentence. Sentencing is where a verdict acquires its consequences. On September 8, 2025, 2 months after the jury's verdict, Justice Christopher Beale delivered his sentence in the Supreme Court of Victoria. The sentencing was extraordinary in one respect before a word was spoken. For the first time, the court permitted a television camera to broadcast the proceedings live, so intense was the public interest. What the camera captured was a careful, comprehensive, and at times searing judicial accounting of one of the worst crimes the state had seen. A broadcast sentencing. The decision to allow the sentencing to be filmed and live-streamed was itself a notable event. Justice Beale explained that, given the intense public interest in the case, the broadcast would provide an opportunity to inform the public of the reasons for the sentence promptly and completely. It was a recognition that the case had become a genuinely public matter, followed not only across Australia but around the world, and that the court's reasoning should be visible to all who had watched the story unfold. Erin Patterson, dressed plainly, sat largely with her eyes closed as the judge delivered his remarks, opening them as she was ordered to stand to receive her sentence. The judge's findings. Justice Beale's sentencing remarks set out, with care, the gravity of what Erin Patterson had done. He found that her offending involved an enormous betrayal of trust. Your victims were all your relatives by marriage, he told her. More than that, they had all been good to you and your children over many years, as you acknowledged in your testimony. He found that the offending fell into the worst category for the crimes of murder and attempted murder. I have no hesitation in finding that your offending falls into the worst category for the offenses of murder and attempted murder, he said, adding that the gravity of the offending warranted the maximum penalties. He found that there had been substantial premeditation. He accepted Ian Wilkinson's evidence that Erin had served the beef Wellingtons to her guests on plates different from her own, and treated the differently colored plate as part of the planning that had gone into the lunch. He catalogued the lengths to which Erin had gone to conceal her crime. Disposing of the food dehydrator that was found to contain mushroom residue, disposing of plates, wiping and discarding her phone, denying that she had ever foraged death cap mushrooms, and advancing the elaborate explanation, which the jury had rejected, that death caps had become mixed up with healthy mushrooms in her food containers. The jury rejected this elaborate explanation, the judge observed. He addressed her conduct towards her victims as they lay dying. Even when the lunch guests were in hospital, he said, Erin showed no pity for them. She could have told hospital staff that the meal had contained foraged mushrooms, even without admitting that she had picked toxic ones deliberately, so that doctors might have begun the right treatment earlier. We will never know whether revealing the use of foraged mushrooms would have made a difference, the judge said. Her failure to show any remorse, he said, pours salt into the victim's wounds. He spoke of the harm that radiated outwards from the deaths. Not only did you cut short 3 lives and cause lasting damage to Ian Wilkinson's health, thereby devastating the extended Patterson and Wilkinson families, he said, you inflicted untold suffering on your own children, whom you robbed of their beloved grandparents. And he referred to Ian Wilkinson's offer of forgiveness, made in his victim impact statement, urging Erin to take it up. That offer of forgiveness presents you with an opportunity. You do well to embrace it in the manner he suggests. On the question that had haunted the case from the beginning, why, the judge declined to speculate. Some murders happen for no apparent reason, he said. Only you know why you committed them. The mystery of motive, which the prosecution had never sought to resolve, the judge left, deliberately, unresolved. The purposes of the sentence. A sentence in a case of this gravity is not imposed at large. It is shaped by the recognized purposes of sentencing, the aims the law directs a judge to pursue. Several of those purposes pulled, in this case, in the same direction. There was just punishment or retribution. The principle that the penalty should reflect the seriousness of the crime, which for 3 murders and an attempted murder in the worst category, meant the maximum the law allows. There was denunciation. The public condemnation, on behalf of the community, of conduct it regards as abhorrent, and few crimes invite denunciation more than the poisoning of one's own family at one's own table. There was protection of the community. And there was general deterrence. The message to others that such conduct will be met with the gravest consequences. Justice Beale's remarks reflected these purposes. By placing the offending in the worst category, and imposing the maximum penalty of life imprisonment for each murder, he gave effect to just punishment and denunciation. By describing the offending as an enormous betrayal of trust, by emphasizing the premeditation and the absence of remorse, and by detailing the suffering inflicted on the victims, their families and Erin's own children, he articulated the community's condemnation in measured, but unsparing terms. The one purpose that pulled the other way, rehabilitation, the prospect of reform and reintegration, found little purchase in a case of this kind, where the judge found no remorse and offending of the worst category, though the very existence of a non-parole period preserves, in principle, the distant possibility of release. The notion of the worst category deserves a word, because it is sometimes misunderstood. It does not mean that no crime could ever be worse in the abstract. It is a sentencing classification indicating that the particular offending is so grave that it attracts the most severe penalties the law provides. Justice Beale's finding that Erin Patterson's crimes fell into that category made, he said, without hesitation, was the foundation for the maximum penalties he imposed, and it framed the only real question that remained. Not whether the head sentence would be life, which both sides accepted, but whether and how the prospect of eventual parole would be preserved. The sentence imposed. The penalties Justice Beale imposed reflected his findings. For each of the 3 murders he imposed a sentence of life imprisonment. For the attempted murder of Ian Wilkinson, he imposed a sentence of 25 years. The sentences were ordered to be served concurrently. He fixed a single non-parole period of 33 years, the minimum time Erin Patterson must serve before she can even apply to be released on parole. He declared that she had already served 676 days in pre-sentence detention, which counts towards that period. The practical effect is that Erin Patterson, 50 at the time of sentencing, will not be eligible to apply for parole until around 2056, when she will be in her early 80s. Even then, eligibility to apply is not a right to release. Whether she is ever freed will depend on a parole board decision far in the future. For all practical purposes, she was sentenced to spend the rest of her active life in prison. The fight over parole. The most legally contested aspect of the sentence concerned not the life terms, which both sides accepted as appropriate, but the non-parole period, and in particular, whether any non-parole period should have been fixed at all. Both the prosecution and the defense had agreed that life imprisonment was the appropriate penalty for the murders. The dispute was about parole. The prosecution had argued that Erin Patterson should never be eligible for parole, that, given the horrendous nature of her crimes, she did not deserve the prospect of release and should be sentenced to life without parole. The defense had asked that she be made eligible after 30 years. Justice Beale chose to fix a non-parole period rather than to deny parole altogether, and his reasons turned in significant part on the conditions of Erin Patterson's imprisonment. Her lawyers had submitted that she would endure harsher than usual prison conditions, likely to be confined alone in a cell for as much as 22 hours a day for the rest of her life, because her notoriety and the nature of her crimes made her a target. The judge accepted this. He noted that, because of the nature of her crimes and her notoriety, she had been assessed as being at significant risk from other prisoners, and that she had already been held in effective solitary confinement for around 15 months. He referred to international standards, the United Nations guidelines known as the Bangkok Rules, which provide that a prisoner should not be held in separation for more than 15 days at a time, against which her continuous separation stood in stark relief. The established principle, he noted, is that harsher than normal conditions of imprisonment can warrant some mitigation of penalty. It was on this basis that he fixed a non-parole period of 33 years rather than imposing life without the possibility of parole. The decision satisfied no one entirely. The prosecution considered it too lenient and would appeal it. But it reflected a judge attempting to balance the worst category of offending against the particular and severe conditions in which the offender would serve her time, a balance that would itself become the subject of the appeal to come. What the sentence said. Beyond its mechanics, the sentence was a statement. The considered judgment of the court about the gravity of what Erin Patterson had done and the response the community was entitled to demand. In placing the offending in the worst category, in imposing the maximum penalty of life imprisonment for each murder, and in fixing a minimum term that will keep her in prison into her 9th decade, Justice Beale gave the fullest expression the law allows to the seriousness of poisoning 3 trusting relatives at one's own table and attempting to poison a 4th. The careful language of the remarks, betrayal of trust, the worst category, substantial premeditation, an absence of remorse that pours salt into the victim's wounds, was the court's formal denunciation of the crime. At the same time, the sentence reflected the law's refusal to abandon principle even in the face of the worst offending. The mitigation Justice Beale allowed for the severity of Erin's custody, and his decision to preserve the bare possibility of parole rather than impose life without any prospect of release, demonstrated that even an offender in the worst category is sentenced according to law, with all the relevant factors weighed, rather than according to the public's understandable desire for the harshest possible punishment. That this balance would immediately be challenged by the prosecution as too lenient, and that Erin would challenge her convictions altogether, only underscored that the sentence, like the verdict, was a considered legal judgment, authoritative for now, but subject to the scrutiny of the appellate courts. Chapter 25. Custody and the meaning of the sentence. A sentence of life imprisonment with a non-parole period of 33 years is easily stated and less easily understood. What does such a sentence actually mean for the person who must serve it, and how does it sit within the law that governs imprisonment and parole in Victoria? And what are the conditions in which Erin Patterson is being held, conditions that, far from being a footnote, became one of the decisive factors in the sentence and one of the central issues on appeal? This chapter takes the sentence apart and explains what it entails. What life with a non-parole period means. Life imprisonment in Victoria means what it says, a sentence of imprisonment for the term of the offender's natural life. It does not, of itself, guarantee release at any point. Where a court imposes a life sentence, however, it may, and often must, fix a non-parole period, the minimum time the offender must serve before becoming eligible to apply for release on parole. Fixing a non-parole period does not entitle the prisoner to release at its expiry. It merely makes them eligible to be considered. Whether they are released, if and when that time comes, is a separate decision for the parole authorities, made in the future on the information then available. For Erin Patterson, the non-parole period was fixed at 33 years. Because she had already spent 676 days in custody before sentence, detention that Justice Beale formally declared and which counts towards the period, the clock had begun running well before the sentencing day. The practical effect, as the courts and commentators noted, is that she will not be eligible even to apply for parole until around 2056, when she will be in her early 80s. Eligibility at that age is, in any realistic sense, a remote prospect of release at the very end of life, not a meaningful expectation of freedom. For all practical purposes, Erin Patterson was sentenced to die in prison, with only the faint and distant possibility of supervised release as a very old woman. A sentence measured in decades. It is worth translating the figures into human terms, because that is how a sentence is actually lived. Erin Patterson was around 50 years old when she was sentenced. A non-parole period of 33 years, with the clock already running from her remand in November 2023, means that the earliest she could even apply for parole is in the mid-2050s, when she would be in her early 80s. The years she will spend in prison are not the years of an old woman winding down a life already lived. They are, in the ordinary span of a life, the bulk of what remained to her, her 50s, 60s and 70s, and very likely beyond. She will, in all probability, grow old and may well die in custody. This is what a life sentence with a long non-parole period means in practice, and it is worth stating plainly because public discussion sometimes treats parole eligibility as if it were release. It is not. Even should Erin Patterson live to her eligibility date, and even should she one day be granted parole, she would emerge, if at all, as a very old woman at the very end of life, having spent the whole of her remaining active years confined. The sentence is, in substance and in all likelihood in fact, a sentence to die in prison, softened only by the law's insistence on preserving, however remotely, the possibility of an end other than death behind bars. The statutory framework for multiple murder. The non-parole period did not emerge from nowhere. It was shaped by statute. Victorian sentencing law contains a specific provision for the worst cases. Where an offender is convicted of murdering more than one person, the legislation requires the court to fix a non-parole period of at least 30 years, unless it is not in the interests of justice to do so. Erin Patterson, convicted of 3 murders, fell squarely within this regime. The 30-year statutory floor explains why the debate at sentencing was not whether the minimum term would run to decades, but whether it would be slightly above the floor, set much higher, or dispensed with altogether in favor of life without any non-parole period. Justice Beale's choice, a non-parole period of 33 years, 3 years above the statutory minimum, reflected the gravity of the offending tempered by the single significant mitigating factor he identified. That factor was not remorse, of which he found none, nor any feature of the crime, which he placed in the worst category. It was the condition of her imprisonment. The conditions of imprisonment. Erin Patterson is held at the Dame Phyllis Frost Centre, the principal maximum security women's prison in Victoria. The conditions of her custody became a matter of evidence and submission because they were, the defense argued, far harsher than those an ordinary prisoner would endure, and Justice Beale agreed. The reason lies in her notoriety and the nature of her crimes. A prisoner convicted of poisoning her own family, whose case has been followed around the world, is a figure at risk within a prison. Erin had been assessed, the court heard, as being at significant risk from other prisoners, and for her own protection, she had been held in conditions of extreme isolation, effectively in solitary confinement. By the time of sentencing, she had been in such separation continuously for around 15 months, and the prospect was that she would face similarly restrictive conditions, potentially confined alone in a cell for as much as 22 hours a day, for a very long time to come. Justice Beale took this seriously, and the law required him to. It is a settled sentencing principle that conditions of imprisonment harsher than the norm can warrant some mitigation of penalty, because the punishment is, in real terms, heavier than the same nominal sentence served in ordinary conditions. He noted the contrast between Erin's prolonged isolation and international standards, the United Nations guidelines known as the Bangkok Rules, which provide that a prisoner should not be held in separation for more than 15 days at a time, against which her 15 months stood in stark relief. That reasoning explains why the sentence chapter dwells on custody. The isolation issue was not a footnote, but the point that made a future sentence appeal almost inevitable. A mitigation that became a battleground. This single act of mitigation, allowing the possibility of parole because of harsh custody, became the focus of the prosecution's appeal. The Director of Public Prosecutions would contend that it was inappropriate to fix any non-parole period at all for offending of this kind, and, in the alternative, that 33 years was manifestly inadequate. The appeal would take particular aim at the judge's finding about Erin's future conditions, arguing that the conclusion that she faced a substantial likelihood of solitary confinement for years to come was not properly open on the evidence, and that this flawed finding had improperly softened the sentence. There is a certain irony in the structure of the argument. The very harshness of Erin Patterson's punishment, the isolation imposed for her own safety, became the legal lever by which she retained a sliver of hope of eventual release, and that lever, in turn, became the prosecution's complaint. Whether Justice Beale struck the balance correctly is, at the time of writing, a question for the Court of Appeal. But the episode illustrates a truth about sentencing that is often missed in the public appetite for punishment, that the law is concerned not only with the crime, but with the real, lived weight of the penalty, and that even for an offender in the worst category, the conditions of confinement are part of the calculus the law requires a judge to make. Chapter 26. What was kept from the jury. A criminal trial is, by design, a deliberately narrowed inquiry. The jury hears only what the law permits it to hear, and what the law permits is far less than everything that is known or alleged. In the Patterson case, a substantial body of material, some of it highly prejudicial, some of it never tested, was kept from the jury and became public only after the verdict, when suppression orders were lifted. To understand the case honestly, one has to understand both what the jury decided and what it never knew, while being scrupulously clear that the latter formed no part of the conviction. The allegations concerning Simon. The most significant material kept from the jury concerned Simon Patterson. When Erin was first charged, the allegations against her had been far broader than the lunch. She had been charged with attempting to murder Simon by inviting him to the lunch of July 2023. The invitation he had accepted and then cancelled the night before. And she had been charged with 3 separate attempts on his life, said to have occurred at various places in Victoria between November 2021 and September 2022. The pre-trial material, made public after the verdict, set out the basis of these allegations. Simon had described episodes of severe and unexplained illness. On one occasion, he said, he had fallen gravely ill after eating a chicken curry. He felt suddenly hot, then nauseous, then began vomiting, and became so unwell that he was, he said, temporarily paralyzed and ultimately had part of his bowel removed. Doctors, he said, had been unable to determine the cause. He came to suspect that his estranged wife had poisoned him, and said he had raised those suspicions with his doctor and with members of his family, including his father, Don, who would later die after the lunch. By 2023, Simon said, he had stopped eating food that Erin prepared, and he came to believe there was a risk she would poison him if he attended the lunch, which is part of why he withdrew. Why the jury never heard it. None of this reached the jury, and the reasons matter. Justice Beale ruled before trial that the charges should be dealt with in 2 separate trials, separating the allegations concerning Simon from the allegations concerning the fatal lunch. The prosecution then dropped the Simon-related charges altogether before the trial began in April 2025. The alleged earlier attempts on Simon's life were therefore never put to the jury, and the suggestion that the lunch had been intended to kill Simon as well was not part of the case the jury decided. In addition, other material was excluded. Evidence said to have been found on a computer seized from Erin's home, showing searches for other kinds of poisons, was not admitted at trial. The principles behind these exclusions are fundamental to a fair trial. An accused is to be tried on specific charges, and the jury is not to be prejudiced by allegations that are not before it or by material whose prejudicial effect outweighs its probative value. The law's insistence on this narrowing is a protection, not a loophole. It is what prevents a trial from becoming a referendum on everything anyone has ever suspected about the accused. A sentencing finding to be kept distinct. There is one point at which the question of Simon re-enters the case, and it must be handled with precision to avoid confusion. In his sentencing remarks, that is, after the jury had convicted Erin of the lunch offenses, Justice Beale made a finding that Erin had also intended to kill Simon had he attended the lunch. This is not the same as the discontinued charges. The discontinued charges concerned alleged separate poisonings of Simon in 2021 and 2022, which were withdrawn and never proved. The sentencing finding concerned the charged events of the lunch itself. It was the judge's assessment on the evidence relevant to the offenses of which Erin had been convicted, of her intentions in relation to the meal she prepared, including the portion set aside for Simon. The two should not be run together. Erin was not convicted of any offense against Simon. The jury's verdicts concerned only Dawn, Gail, Heather, and Ian. The lifting of suppression. After the verdict, Justice Beale initially suppressed the pre-trial material concerning Simon in order to protect Erin Patterson's right to a fair appeal. Some days later, he lifted those restrictions, rejecting an argument by the defense that releasing the material, combined with the intense media interest, could jeopardize any future appeal. It was at that point that the allegations about Simon and the existence of the excluded poison search evidence entered the public domain. The result is a body of public knowledge that is wider than the case on which Erin Patterson was convicted. It is tempting, knowing of the discontinued allegations, to read them backwards into the verdict, to treat them as confirmation of guilt. That temptation must be resisted. The discontinued allegations were never tested before the jury, never proved, and never the basis of any conviction. Erin Patterson stands convicted of the murders of 3 people and the attempted murder of a 4th at a lunch on July 29, 2023. That is the case the jury decided, and it is the case on which everything that follows, including the appeals, turns. Why the law works this way. To some, the exclusion of so much material can seem like a flaw, as though the jury was kept from the full picture. In truth, it reflects a principle that protects every person who is ever accused of a crime. A trial is confined to specific charges so that the accused knows precisely what case they must meet and can prepare to meet it. Evidence of other alleged misconduct is approached with great caution, because of the obvious danger that a jury, told that an accused is alleged to have done bad things on other occasions, will reason that they are the kind of person who must be guilty of the charge at hand, a form of reasoning the law forbids. The rules of evidence exclude material whose tendency to prejudice outweighs its genuine probative value, and the power to order separate trials exists precisely to prevent unrelated allegations from contaminating one another. These protections cut both ways, and they are not a technicality that lets the guilty escape. They are the conditions of a fair trial for the innocent and guilty alike. In the Patterson case, they meant that the jury convicted on the evidence of a lunch alone, untainted by allegations that were withdrawn or excluded. That the convictions rest on that narrower foundation is a strength, not a weakness. Anyone assessing the case fairly, including the reader of this book, is bound by the same discipline the jury observed, to judge what happened at the lunch on the evidence about the lunch, and to set the rest aside. The appeals. A conviction and a sentence are not the end of a criminal case. The law provides for appeal, and in the Patterson case, both sides have exercised that right. Erin Patterson has appealed against her convictions, arguing that her trial miscarried. The Director of Public Prosecutions has appealed against her sentence, arguing that it was too lenient. As this book is completed, both appeals are listed to be heard together by the Court of Appeal of the Supreme Court of Victoria in August 2026. Until they are decided, the convictions and the sentence stand, but the case is, in the most literal sense, not over. The prosecution's appeal. The first appeal to be lodged came from a prosecution. In early October 2025, less than a month after the sentence was handed down, the Victorian Director of Public Prosecutions confirmed that it would appeal the sentence on the ground that it was manifestly inadequate. The substance of the DPP's complaint concerned parole. The prosecution had argued at sentencing that Erin Patterson should never be eligible for release, and Justice Beale had instead fixed a non-parole period of 33 years. The appeal challenges that choice. The prosecution's position, as set out in the court filings, is that it was inappropriate for the sentencing judge to fix any non-parole period at all, or alternatively, that a non-parole period of 33 years is manifestly inadequate for crimes of this gravity. The appeal takes particular aim at the judge's reasoning about Erin's prison conditions, the finding that she faced a substantial likelihood of harsh, isolated custody for years to come, which had been one of the bases for fixing a non-parole period rather than denying parole. The DPP contends that this finding was not properly open on the evidence, and that it improperly affected the judge's assessment. The legal background is technical, but important. Under the relevant Victorian sentencing legislation, where a person is convicted of the murder of more than one person, the court must fix a non-parole period of at least 30 years, unless it is not in the interests of justice to do so. The dispute on appeal is, in part, about how that framework should have been applied to a case in the worst category, and whether the mitigation the judge allowed for harsh prison conditions was justified. The DPP appeal raises a question of real legal interest, beyond the facts of this case. A sentence appeal by the prosecution on the ground of manifest inadequacy does not succeed merely because the appellate court might itself have imposed a heavier penalty. The court must be persuaded that the sentence fell outside the range reasonably open to the sentencing judge, or that it was affected by error. The prosecution's argument therefore has to engage closely with Justice Beale's reasoning, in particular, with his decision that it was in the interests of justice to fix a non-parole period despite the statutory regime for multiple victim murder, and with his finding about the severity of Erin's prison conditions, which underpin that decision. The appeal thus tests not only whether 33 years was enough, but the principled question of when, if ever, the harshness of an offender's custody should soften the penalty for offending of the worst category. Patterson's appeal against conviction. Erin Patterson's appeal against her convictions followed. Represented by new counsel, she lodged an application for leave to appeal in November 2025, alleging that a substantial miscarriage of justice had occurred at her trial. The Court of Appeal accepted the appeal for hearing. Her appeal is advanced on a number of grounds, reported to be 7 in all, and they range across several aspects of the trial. The most striking ground concerns the jury. Erin's lawyers allege a fundamental irregularity in the way the jury was managed during its sequestration, the period in which jurors are kept together and apart from the outside world to protect their deliberations. According to local reporting of the appeal material, the complaint is that the jurors were housed, for much of their deliberations, in the same hotel as people connected to the case, including a police witness and members of the prosecution team. The defense contends that this arrangement fatally undermined the integrity of the verdicts. The other grounds concern the evidence and the conduct of the trial. Erin's appeal challenges the admission of certain evidence, including the mobile phone cell tower location data, the material used to place her near the death cap sightings at Loch and Outram, and evidence drawn from messages exchanged with online acquaintances, on the basis that some of this material was either irrelevant or unfairly prejudicial. The appeal also complains that the prosecution's cross-examination of Erin was, in her lawyer's description, unfair and oppressive. The death cap sightings evidence and the phone data, central to the prosecution's foraging narrative, are thus squarely an issue. A joint hearing and what hangs on it. The two appeals, Erin Patterson's challenge to her convictions and the Director of Public Prosecution's challenge to her sentence, are to be heard together by the Court of Appeal of the Supreme Court of Victoria. After procedural steps through late 2025 and into 2026, the court confirmed in the first half of 2026 that the appeals would be dealt with at a single hearing, listed for August 2026. Hearing them together is efficient, since both arise from the same trial and sentence, but it also means that the full legal future of the case will be argued in one place at one time. A great deal hangs on the outcome, and the possibilities are stark. If Erin Patterson's conviction appeal succeeds, the Court of Appeal could quash some or all of the convictions. Depending on the basis, that could lead to acquittals or, more likely in a case of this kind, to an order for a retrial, in which the whole matter would be heard again before a new jury. If her appeal fails, the convictions stand. Independently, if the prosecution's sentence appeal succeeds, the Court of Appeal could increase the penalty, potentially by lengthening the non-parole period or by removing the prospect of parole altogether, as the Crown contends it should have. If the sentence appeal fails, the sentence stands as Justice Beale imposed it. The two appeals are not mutually exclusive. It is possible, in principle, for the convictions to be upheld and the sentence altered, or for the convictions to be disturbed and the sentence question to fall away. This is why any account written before the appeals are decided must be careful. As at the time of writing, Erin Patterson stands convicted and sentenced. That is the law's settled position. But the position is genuinely contingent, challenged from both directions, and the Court of Appeal's decision after the 19 to 20 August 2026 hearing may confirm it, soften it, harden it, or unravel it. The story of the case, in the courts at least, is not yet finished. What an appeal is and is not. It is worth being clear about what these appeals will and will not do, because public expectation often misunderstands the appellate process. An appeal is not a retrial. The Court of Appeal will not hear the witnesses again or reweigh the evidence as a jury would. Its task is to examine whether legal or procedural errors occurred at the trial, and whether any such errors were serious enough to render the convictions unsafe or the trial unfair, or, in the prosecution's appeal, whether the sentence was outside the range properly open to the judge. The focus is on the legal integrity of the process, not on a fresh determination of guilt. This creates the careful tension that runs through the present state of the case. Erin Patterson stands convicted of 3 murders and 1 attempted murder, and sentenced to life imprisonment. Those convictions and that sentence are the law's current answer. But that answer is under challenge from both directions at once. She says the convictions should be set aside. The prosecution says the sentence should be heavier. And the Court of Appeal's decision, expected after the August 2026 hearing, will determine whether the answer stands, changes, or is sent back to be decided again. Any responsible account of the case must hold both things in mind: the finality of the verdict at the level of the trial, and the genuine possibility that the appellate courts may yet alter the outcome. Chapter 27. The Phenomenon. It is impossible to give a complete account of the Patterson case without acknowledging what it became beyond the courtroom. A global phenomenon, one of the most closely followed criminal cases in recent Australian history, and a subject of fascination far out of proportion to its scale. 3 people died at a lunch in a small Victorian town. Yet the case drew audiences from around the world, filled a regional courthouse with international media, and turned the host of a family lunch into a figure known by a single grim epithet: the mushroom murderer. The phenomenon is itself a fact of the case, and worth understanding. Morwell besieged. The most visible sign of the case's reach was the transformation of Morwell during the trial. Morwell is a modest town in the Latrobe Valley, a place, as one report observed, better known for its prize-winning roses than for anything resembling international notoriety. For more than 2 months in 2025, it became the center of a media encampment. Journalists, podcasters, documentary makers, and true crime enthusiasts descended on the town and its courthouse. Audiences from New York to New Delhi followed each development. The contrast between the quiet regional setting and the worldwide attention became one of the defining images of the trial. The intensity of the coverage created its own pressures on the legal process. The trial judge repeatedly reminded the jury to decide the case only on the evidence they heard in court, and to put aside the saturation of media commentary and speculation surrounding them. The challenge of impaneling and protecting a jury in a case so heavily publicized was real, and as the appeal ground concerning jury sequestration shows, the management of that challenge would itself become a contested legal issue. The machinery of coverage. The scale of the coverage was without real precedent for an Australian criminal trial. National broadcasters and newspapers assigned dedicated teams to the case for its entire duration. Daily podcasts tracked each twist of the evidence, building large and devoted audiences who followed the trial almost as a serial. Documentary makers circled the story even before the verdict. International outlets, in Britain, the United States, across Asia and beyond, ran the case prominently, drawn by the combination of the domestic setting, the exotic poison, and the enigma of the accused. The mushroom murders became a shorthand recognized far from the dairy towns of South Gippsland. This appetite did not abate with the verdict. The conviction and the sentence generated fresh waves of coverage, analysis, and commentary, and the case entered the permanent repertoire of true crime storytelling, the subject of retrospectives, explainers, and dramatize treatments. A trial that had begun as a regional homicide prosecution had become a global media property, consumed by audiences who had never set foot in Gippsland and who knew the victims only as names in a story. The very thoroughness of the coverage created a paradox for the justice system. The more completely the public was informed, the harder it became to guarantee the conditions, an impartial jury, insulated from outside influence, on which a fair trial depends. Why this case? Why did this case, of all cases, capture the world's attention? Part of the answer lies in the collision at its heart between the utterly ordinary and the deeply sinister. The setting was the most domestic imaginable: a family lunch, a home-cooked meal, a cake, a prayer. The method was both ancient and intimate: poison, administered through food, by a host to her guests. The victims were not strangers but family, grandparents, a pastor, and his wife, people who had loved the woman accused of killing them. And at the center stood a figure who resisted easy understanding: intelligent, composed, religiously devout, a mother, a woman of means, who insisted it had all been a terrible accident. The case also touched something elemental. To eat what another person has prepared is an act of trust so basic that we rarely think about it. A meal at a family table is, almost by definition, a place of safety. The Patterson case turned that safety inside out, and in doing so it unsettled something in everyone who followed it. The fascination was not merely prurient. It reflected a genuine disturbance at the idea that the most ordinary form of care, feeding the people you are bound to, could be turned into a weapon. The decision to broadcast. The recognition that the case had become a genuinely public matter culminated in an unusual judicial decision: the broadcasting of the sentencing. For the first time, a camera was allowed into the Supreme Court of Victoria to broadcast a judge's sentencing remarks live. Justice Beale made the decision deliberately, reasoning that, given the intense public interest, a broadcast would inform the public of the reasons for the sentence promptly and completely, and would increase understanding of the work of the court. It was a notable moment in the relationship between the courts and the public. The same publicity that threatened the fairness of the trial, that had to be guarded against in the jury room, was, at the sentencing, harnessed in the service of transparency. The public that had followed every twist of the case could now watch, in full, the reasoning by which the state imposed its most serious punishment. Whatever one makes of the broader phenomenon of true crime fascination, the broadcast sentencing reflected an attempt to meet that fascination with openness rather than to shut it out. The ethics of fascination. The Patterson case sits within a wider culture of true crime consumption, a culture in which real deaths become entertainment, and the suffering of real families becomes content. There is an irony worth naming. Erin Patterson herself had been a member of an online true crime community, discussing the crimes of others, before becoming, in the most complete way imaginable, the subject of such discussion herself. The case became podcasts and documentaries even as it was being tried. This book is, unavoidably, part of that culture too. The justification for telling the story at length is the same justification that underlies the openness of the courts, that a case which ends in 3 deaths and a life sentence is a serious public matter, and that understanding it, the evidence, the law, the people, is worth the effort, provided it is done with care for the truth and respect for the dead. The fascination is a fact. The challenge, for anyone who writes about the case or reads about it, is to keep sight of the 4 real people at that table, and the 3 who never left it. Justice in the open. For all the unease the spectacle provoked, there is a serious principle buried within it. The administration of justice in Australia is, with limited exceptions, conducted in public. Trials are open, the press may report them, and the reasons for decisions are published. This openness is not incidental to the system, but fundamental to it. Justice must not only be done, but be seen to be done, so that the public can have confidence that the courts apply the law fairly, and so that the exercise of the state's most serious power, the power to imprison, is subject to scrutiny. The Patterson case tested, and in some ways, vindicated that principle. The decision to broadcast the sentencing live, unprecedented for the Supreme Court of Victoria, was a deliberate extension of open justice into a new medium, made on the reasoning that intense public interest was better met with full and prompt information than with secrecy. The detailed publication of the sentencing remarks allowed anyone to read the court's reasoning in full, and the appeal process, conducted in public, will subject the convictions and the sentence to the scrutiny of a higher court, in the open, with reasons given. The challenge the case poses is to distinguish this legitimate openness, the public's right to understand how justice is done, from the appetite for spectacle that grows up around it. The two are entangled, but they are not the same, and the difference matters. Chapter 28. The Cost of Fascination. The global fascination with the Patterson case had consequences that fell on real people, some of them entirely innocent of any connection to the crime beyond the accident of proximity. The case generated podcasts, documentaries, and saturation news coverage, and that attention had a cost. It is worth looking closely at a few of those caught in its glare, because their experiences illustrate the wider truth that a criminal case of this magnitude reaches far beyond the accused and the victims, drawing in cooks, doctors, jurors, and a whole town, and leaving marks on each. A cook whose recipe was used. Consider Nagi Maihashi, the food writer behind Recipe Tin Eats. She had no connection to Erin Patterson, no involvement in the crime, and no responsibility for what was done with her work. Yet because Erin had adapted Maihashi's beef Wellington recipe for the fatal lunch, a fact established when police found her cookbook in the kitchen, its pages bearing the marks of having been cooked from, Maihashi's name was drawn into a triple murder trial. Her recipe was discussed in court and reported around the world in connection with 3 deaths. Maihashi, by every indication a generous figure who'd used her success to feed healthcare workers and the vulnerable during the pandemic, found the association deeply distressing. She spoke of how upsetting it was to have her work entangled in a tragic situation, and after the verdict she asked journalists to stop contacting her. Her experience is a small but telling instance of the case's reach. An innocent creator, whose only link to the crime was that a murderer had once followed her instructions for pastry and beef, made to carry an unwanted and undeserved association with one of the country's most notorious killings. A doctor who raised the alarm. Consider, too, Dr. Chris Webster, the Leongatha doctor whose alarm helped bring the poisoning to light. His clinical instincts were sound. Confronted with a patient who discharged herself moments after arriving, in the shadow of a suspected death cap poisoning, he made a 000 call out of concern for her and her children. His evidence at trial about that episode was among the more striking moments of the case. But the attention that followed exacted its own price. After the verdict, Dr. Webster spoke to the media, and in doing so made remarks, described in reporting as characterizing Erin Patterson in stark, clinical terms, that drew the attention of the medical regulator. He was subsequently the subject of professional disciplinary action, required to undertake education in ethics, professionalism, communication, and patient confidentiality. He said he stood by his honest responses to the questions he had been asked, while accepting the conditions imposed on him. Whatever one makes of the rights and wrongs of it, his case illustrates how the gravitational pull of a sensational trial can draw even those who did their jobs well into difficulty, as the ordinary boundaries of professional conduct collide with an extraordinary public appetite for comment. A jury under pressure. Consider the jurors. 12 citizens were taken from their ordinary lives and required to sit through more than 2 months of harrowing evidence, to absorb complex scientific and legal material, and then to decide, in secret and under enormous implicit pressure, whether a woman would spend the rest of her life in prison. They did so amid a media frenzy that they were instructed to ignore, but could hardly have been unaware of. The management of the jury during its sequestration. The period in which jurors are kept together and shielded from outside influence, would become, on Erin Patterson's appeal, an allegation of fundamental irregularity, with the defense contending that the arrangements compromised the integrity of the verdicts. Whatever the appeal court makes of that ground, it is a reminder that the burden of a case like this falls heavily on the anonymous citizens asked to judge it. A town transformed. And consider Morwell itself, and the wider district of South Gippsland. Leongatha and Corumburra were real communities, where the victims and the accused were known, where the church and the school and the shops connected people who now found their towns named in dispatches around the world. Morwell, The modest Latrobe Valley town where the trial was held became for more than 2 months an international media encampment, its courthouse ringed by cameras, its name attached to a story it had not asked for. The communities that had actually suffered the loss, that had known Don and Gail Patterson and Heather and Ian Wilkinson, had to absorb that loss while the world watched. The ethics of watching. All of this raises a question that the case forces upon anyone who follows it, including the author of a book like this one. There is a genuine public interest in a crime that ends in 3 deaths and a life sentence. The openness of the courts, culminating in the unprecedented decision to broadcast the sentencing live, reflects a legitimate principle that justice should be seen to be done. But there is also a less defensible appetite, the consumption of real suffering as entertainment, the reduction of grieving families and dead human beings to characters in a drama. Erin Patterson had herself been a consumer of that culture, a member of a true crime group, before she became its subject. The line between legitimate public interest and prurient fascination is not always easy to draw. The honest course, for anyone telling this story, is to hold the two apart as far as possible, to treat the evidence and the law with the seriousness they deserve, to remember the real people at the center of the case, and to resist the gravitational pull towards spectacle. The cost of fascination is paid by the cook whose recipe was borrowed, the doctor who spoke too freely, the jurors who carried the weight of the decision, the town that lost its anonymity, and above all the families who lost their people. That cost is a reason for care, not a reason for silence. Chapter 29. What remains? Some questions a trial answers, and some it leaves open. The trial of Erin Patterson answered the question of fact that the law required it to answer. A jury found, beyond reasonable doubt, that she had deliberately poisoned her guests, murdering 3 of them and attempting to murder the 4th. But around that answer lie things the trial did not, and perhaps could not, settle, and there is the simple, irreducible fact of the harm, which no verdict can repair. The unanswered question. The largest unanswered question is the one the prosecution chose not to address and the judge declined to speculate upon. Why? The Crown advanced no motive. The judge at sentencing said that some murders happen for no apparent reason, and that only Erin Patterson knows why she did what the jury found she did. The defense built much of its case on the absence of a motive, asking how a woman could murder the family that had loved and supported her for 20 years. The result is a case with a determined verdict and an undetermined cause. There was friction. The soured marriage, the child support dispute, the private contempt in the Facebook messages. There was, perhaps, something harder to name. But none of it amounts to a reason proportionate to the crime, and the prosecution never claimed it did. Erin Patterson has maintained, throughout, that the deaths were a tragic accident. The jury rejected that account. What it did not, and could not, supply in its place was an explanation. The motive remains, as the trial judge said, known only to her. The candidates that do not satisfy. It is worth naming the candidate explanations that the case put on the table, if only to see why none of them satisfies. There was money, but Erin was the family member with means, the lender rather than the debtor, and she had been generous to the Pattersons. Financial gain offers no clean motive. There was the child support dispute and the friction of the separation, real enough, and reflected in the bitter private messages, but a chasm separates resentment over child support from the deliberate murder of 3 people, 2 of whom were not even parties to the dispute. There was the soured marriage and the feeling of being pushed out of the family, genuine on the evidence, but again wholly disproportionate to the crime. And there was, in the private Facebook messages, evidence of contempt, the deadbeat, the lost cause, but contempt expressed in venting is not, in any ordinary sense, a reason to kill. The truth is that none of these explanations is commensurate with what was done. That is precisely why the prosecution declined to nominate a motive, and why the trial judge said that some murders happen for no apparent reason. A jury can be sure beyond reasonable doubt that a person committed a deliberate act without being able to say why they did it. Certainty about the act does not require certainty about the reason. The Patterson case is an unusually pure example of this. A conviction founded on conduct and concealment, with the question of motive left, deliberately and honestly, unanswered. It is possible that there was a reason that the evidence never reached. It is possible that the reason, whatever it was, would seem to any outsider grotesquely out of proportion to the act. And it is possible that Erin Patterson herself could not fully articulate it. What the law could establish, it established. What it could not, it left alone. The harm that remains. Beyond the unanswered question lies the harm, which is not a question at all, but a fact. Don Patterson and Gail Patterson, married for 50 years, are dead. Heather Wilkinson, Gail's sister, is dead. 3 people who came to a family lunch on a winter Saturday did not survive the week. 4 children lost their parents. A congregation lost members it had known for decades. Erin and Simon's 2 children lost the grandparents who had loved them. Ian Wilkinson survived, but at great cost. He spent close to 2 months in hospital, weeks of it in intensive care and an induced coma, and he required a liver transplant to live. He lost his wife of many years. At a hearing before the sentencing, he told the court that he felt half alive without Heather. And yet, in one of the most extraordinary acts of the entire case, he offered Erin Patterson forgiveness, said he bore her no ill will, and asked her to confess and repent, an offer the trial judge urged her to accept. That capacity for grace, in a man so grievously wronged, stands at the moral opposite of the crime that was done to him. Where things stand. As this account is completed, Erin Patterson is a convicted murderer serving a sentence of life imprisonment with a non-parole period of 33 years, held in conditions of considerable severity. She has appealed against her convictions, alleging a substantial miscarriage of justice. The prosecution has appealed against her sentence, contending it is manifestly inadequate. Both appeals are to be heard together by the Court of Appeal of the Supreme Court of Victoria in August 2026. The convictions and the sentence stand, but they are under challenge from both sides, and the appellate courts may yet alter the outcome. The case will likely echo for a long time. In the law, in the culture, in the memory of 2 small Gippsland towns. But the heart of it is not the spectacle that grew up around it, nor even the legal questions still to be resolved. The heart of it is a table set for a family lunch in Leongatha on July 29, 2023, and the 4 people who trusted the food they were served. 3 of them died. 1 survived to forgive. That is what the evidence was always about, and it is where any honest account of the case must end. Appendix, a chronology of the case. The following chronology draws together the principal dates established in the public record, in the evidence at trial, the sentencing remarks, and contemporaneous reporting. Some dates relating to the foraging and preparation reflect the prosecution's case as put to the jury rather than matters Erin Patterson admitted. Background. 2004. Erin Scudder and Simon Patterson meet while working at the Monash City Council in Melbourne's eastern suburbs. 2006. Erin receives an inheritance from her grandmother, the first of several that leave her financially secure. 2007. Erin and Simon marry. Their relationship encounters difficulties within a couple of years, and the first of several separations follows. 2009. The couple's son is born, after a traumatic delivery requiring an emergency cesarean. 2015. Erin and Simon separate for the final time, when Erin moves out. They remain legally married, share the care of their 2 children, and for some years maintain friendly relations, attending the same church and taking family trips together. 2019. Erin's mother dies. The family's Eden home is later sold. Around this period, Erin becomes active in an online true crime community on Facebook. The Turn and the Lunch. 2022. Simon records himself as separated on his tax return, affecting the couple's finances, including child support. Relations cool. Communication becomes functional and, at times, hostile. April 2023. Erin purchases a food dehydrator. On the prosecution's case, her phone places her at lock on April 28, where death caps had been seen. May 2023. Erin sources the beef Wellington recipe from Recipe Tin Eats. The mycologist Dr. Tom May posts death cap sightings at lock and Outtrim to iNaturalist on May 21. On the prosecution's case, Erin's phone places her at Outtrim on May 22. July 29, 2023. Erin hosts the lunch at her Leongatha home, serving individual beef Wellingtons to Dawn and Gail Patterson and Heather and Ian Wilkinson. Simon, invited, does not attend. Erin tells the guests she has cancer. By evening, all 4 guests are seriously ill. July 30, 2023. The 4 guests are hospitalized with severe symptoms. They are transferred to the Austin Hospital in Melbourne and placed in induced comas. July 31, 2023. Erin presents at Leongatha Hospital, then discharges herself shortly afterwards. Dr. Chris Webster makes a 000 call out of concern for her and her children. August 1, 2023. Erin is assessed at a hospital and given fluids and N-acetylcysteine. She is reported to appear clinically well. Around this time, on CCTV, she disposes of the food dehydrator at a refuse facility. August 4, 2023. Gail Patterson and Heather Wilkinson die of multi-organ failure. August 5, 2023. Dawn Patterson dies after an unsuccessful liver transplant. Police search Erin's home and interview her. August 14, 2023. Ian Wilkinson, having received a liver transplant, is taken off ventilation. September 11, 2023. Ian Wilkinson is discharged to rehabilitation, having survived close to 2 months in hospital. Charge and pretrial. November 2, 2023. Victoria police arrest Erin Patterson and charge her with murder and attempted murder. She is remanded in custody. Charges initially include allegations relating to Simon Patterson. 2024. Committal and pretrial proceedings. Justice Christopher Beale rules that matters be tried separately, dividing the allegations concerning Simon from those concerning the lunch. Early 2025. The prosecution drops the charges relating to Simon. Certain other evidence is ruled inadmissible. The trial is set down for the Latrobe Valley Law Courts at Morwell. Trial, verdict, and sentence. April 29, 2025. The trial begins before Justice Beale and a jury in the Supreme Court of Victoria, sitting at Morwell. Nanette Rogers SC leads the prosecution. Colin Mandy SC leads the defense. May, early June 2025. The prosecution calls its evidence. More than 50 witnesses and over 120 exhibits, including Simon Patterson, Ian Wilkinson, treating doctors, forensic and digital experts, the mycologist Dr. Tom May, and members of Erin's online group. June 2, 2025. Erin Patterson begins giving evidence in her own defense. She testifies over about 8 days, followed by extended cross-examination. Late June 2025. Closing addresses, followed by Justice Beale's charge to the jury over several days. July 7, 2025. After about 6.5 days of deliberation, the jury finds Erin Patterson guilty on all 4 counts. August 25, 2025. Plea hearing. Ian Wilkinson and others deliver victim impact statements. Submissions are made on sentence. September 8, 2025. Justice Beale sentences Erin Patterson to life imprisonment with a non-parole period of 33 years, declaring 676 days of pre-sentence detention. The sentencing is broadcast live. Appeals. October 2025. The Director of Public Prosecutions appeals the sentence as manifestly inadequate. November 2025. Erin Patterson lodges an appeal against her convictions, alleging a substantial miscarriage of justice on a number of grounds, including the management of the jury during sequestration. The conviction appeal is accepted for hearing. Late May 2026. The Supreme Court of Victoria confirms that both appeals will be heard together by the Court of Appeal. 19 to 20 August 2026. The conviction appeal and the sentence appeal are listed to be heard together in the Court of Appeal of the Supreme Court of Victoria.